Hey there, creatures, and welcome to Encounter This, a podcast exploration of the creatures from Dungeons & Dragons and the lore that surrounds them. Go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Encounter This, episode 100 Extravaganza. James and I are very excited to celebrate this milestone after something like 3.5 years of recording ET. And we're going to do so with a multi-part episode that will see a slurry of guests, a slew of creatures revisited, and hopeful ease of transition from one system to another. Now some of you may know that we already announced a few major changes for Encounter This a little while back. We added Encounter This to the Uncharted North network. And most recently, we announced that we are changing our baseline system from Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition to Pathfinder 2nd edition. And some of you who don't know are probably asking why. Well, the reasons are many, and we actually recommend, although we don't want you to go away from this episode per se, that you go check out our announcement on that topic first, which is simply titled 2023 Updates. And you can find that on the Encounter This YouTube channel, the Patreon at patreon.com/unchartednorth, or just on the regular old Encounter This podcast feed. Now, once you've done that, hopefully most of your immediate questions have been answered. Now, for this episode, let me tell you what it's all about. Episode 100 is quite a milestone, and we're changing up the formatting on this episode to a rather ridiculous degree. And thanks to James' tremendous efforts, we have pushed our episodes into video formatting not long ago to go alongside our audio format. And with that, what better time is there to have the option to feature some honorable guests and go check out a few past creatures. And it's all thanks to James' masochism in wanting to learn how to video edit. That's great. Episode 100, of course, is with all of this is a curveball. So as we've invited several of our friends and collaborators, a few content creators to join us in celebrating some of our favorite creatures that we've covered before and explore them and compare them with the Pathfinder 2nd edition system. The purpose behind this is just to give a casual primer on the intricacies of the 2nd edition system to ease the transition for you longtime listeners and the avid 5e fans that may be looking to explore Pathfinder a bit more. And for those of you who are new to our content and fit into that avid 5e fan category, we recommend that you check out all of our original episodes for each of these creatures that we're about to cover today. You can find the list of them in the episode description to get started. And of course, we recommend anyone going back to listen to the backlog, even if you aren't particularly interested in 5e. A very purposeful format from the very beginning has always been to start with lore and story and then follow real-world cultural influences where applicable, and then hit the mechanical stuff. So given the tremendous amount of influence D&D has had on Pathfinder and so many other systems and the TTRPG community as a whole, it's no surprise that there is a ton of inspiring content and story in all of the earlier portions of all of our backlog episodes that could be used for any role-playing experience. We believe that, you shouldn't let any system stop you from exploring the lore and imagination that is so much a part of the TTRPG community and beyond. So episode 100 is a bit of a reset. It's a bit of a transition, but we're by no means, ashamed of what we've done before. And the number is kind of chosen purposely. It might be a milestone that's real easy to multiply on your fingers, but it's also... from here on our next episode, starting with Pathfinder 2nd edition, will be episode 101, as if starting at episode 1 again. It's clean, it's cheesy, but it feels right. At least I think so. And before we do all that, though, allow me to welcome the man who really got this all started for me, and through that, the others that are on the actual play stemming the tide under the Uncharted North Network, and whom so far I have been speaking on his behalf. The man who is spending most of his time behind the scenes pushing buttons and pulling strings for this extravaganza. I, Freeman, hell of a host Eiston, am very thankful to welcome my co-host James, Hello World Kid, to revisit one of his favorite creatures, the Hell Hound.
Hello there, creatures. So glad to be back after such a long break. And thank you for that wonderful intro. Everything you said pretty much rings true, except for the want to learn video editing and more the necessity based on how we feel this medium has evolved. So.
Call me. Come on now.
yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Yeah, like you said, we're going to be going through one of my favorite creatures today, the Hell Hound. These are a crazy creature that we covered way back, pretty early on in our ET days. So
Episode 4,
I'm excited to
actually.
look at them. 4, Jesus
Episode
Christ.
4. I double checked.
Awesome.
Yep. Where can we find these in the Pathfinder books?
These are found in the first bestiary on page 205. I think there's 4 out as of time of filming this. So you want bestiary 1 or Archives of Nethys.
Yeah. Well, before we get started, I didn't warn you or any of our guests, but I've paired a drink for every creature we're going to cover in this extravaganza, and today is the Yellow Dog Brewing. A new beer they've released called Turbo Wolf, and it's a sour IPA, and I hope it's delicious. But
that sounds perfect.
Other than that, the floor is yours.
Well, I also paired a drink with today's episode.
Great minds think alike.
And by paired, I mean went and picked up because one of my new clients works across the street. But I figured I'd go old school, and I am having a delicious blackmail stout.
Classic. Good times. It's like we've done this before.
Right. Yeah, so in 2E, the Hell Hounds, they're not a crazy creature, very similar to 5E. They're not incredibly ambitious, nor is the lore as deep, anywhere near as deep as it was in 5E, because we've only got 2 editions to contend with.
Yeah.
And it really just boils down to a few key points here. They are fiendish, extraplanar, canine-like beings, which I'm sure you could all imagine from the name Hellhound.
Or my beer.
Yep. Or your beer.
Steal my part.
Yeah, fair. And they're from the pit, so they're from the deep hells.
Okay.
And they look a little something like this, actually. Bringing back our old image page for this particular instance.
Love it.
Yeah, they're temperamental and quick to aggressive behavior, so they are very likely to bite your goddamn head off or spit fire at you.
Love it. I mean, so far that adds up. I did make a couple notes on your old 5e notes, yeah, I mean they're native to the 9 hells. I think later on the abyss and the plane of fire as well. I wasn't quite clear.
They can be found there, yeah.
Yeah, they're found throughout all the planes to some degree. It appears, and yeah, companions of devils and fire giants and evil creatures, just as you would expect, and definitely with a temper.
Yeah, exactly. And very similar to 5e. Again, here's our 2e image. I'm always going to point in the wrong direction, apparently. They have flesh the color of ash. They have very sharp teeth, and they're just shrouded in this ever-burning flame, which is not similar to 5e. And this is what the 5e one looks like. They're just like this dark beast smoldering from the inside, but they don't have that ring of fire.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up. It's something I hadn't thought of. That the wreath and fire versus the internal fire. There was an old note of yours too that specifically said that eating flesh stoked the internal fires of the Hellhound, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I wonder why it didn't just cook it, but
yeah.
Oh well.
Maybe it did. I don't know. They never really know the nutrition of raw meat. Not truly.
Right. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah. Up next in 2E, they are minions to a few different creatures, specifically those who love fire. So Ifrit and fire giants obviously hit that list pretty high up. Yep. One of the ones I like the most of that is Chilaxian Hell Knights will sometimes bring in Hell Hounds to hunt somebody they're after or something like that. I don't know. We haven't talked much about the Galarian lore. And as excited as I got about the Forgotten Realms lore for 5e, yeah. I love the Galarian lore. Like I will just sometimes flip through some of the setting books just on my iPad on the sofa at night. Like I think it's that good.
They're really good. They're really cool.
Yeah, so, and the last people who they tend to be minions of, and this is a direct quote from Archives of Nethys, so I'm assuming it's a direct quote from 205 of the Bestiary 1. Mortals who seek to tame the raw power of hell are also people who will summon these hellhounds. And I love that concept. You're just so arrogant that you need a little piece of this demonstrably existing dimension for yourself in canine form, because that's the only way you can harness that energy.
Yeah. I mean, and Cheliax, man. Like, Cheliax is, like, famous for its contracts with devils, essentially.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's what they do. They're in the current timeline, their queen is her infernal magistrix Queen Abigail II of the thrice damned House of Thrune.
Oh my god.
Like everything about that spells. I made a deal, you know.
Yeah, that's such a metal title. That's why I'm in power.
Yeah. It's so good.
And that's kind of it for 2e for the most part.
Okay.
Like I said, very very little information, because it's it's not hard to explain what this fucking is. Like, it's you get it the second you see the image. The second you hear the words, they're so visceral that you know immediately that these things are a canine from hell, probably include fire. Like, that's just how culturally relevant those terms are.
If you see an angry dog on fire, but it doesn't seem to mind the fire, that's not why it's angry, then you know you're in trouble, right?
Right, exactly.
If it's just casually sauntering along and on fire, you're like, okay, that's not right.
Yeah.
Brace yourselves.
Right. This is not going to go well for us.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, based on the format of the show you've laid out, that pretty much drives us right into the mechanics.
Should be pretty quick and dirty. I don't have much else on the 5e stuff. I mean, they were pack hunters. They attacked weaker prey. Just small things that could easily apply to the 2e ones. So, smart, loyal. I always love the note of if they weren't allowed to feed, they would turn on their master. So loyal, but to a point.
Yeah. I really quite love the 5e Hell Hounds.
Yeah. Let's get into the mechanics and see what you got.
Yeah, so they are our usual parlance is CR, and I think in Paizo it's still creature rating, but it might also be creature level in second edition. I honestly can't remember what the actual terminology is for it.
Yeah, for 2e, I think it's just level at this point. I guess creature level. Challenge rating still. Yeah, it's challenge rating is not quite applicable anymore. CR doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
It's not. It's they don't use that baseline system that 5e did, where it's like, if it's level 3, then it's an appropriate fight for a party of 4 at level 3, which was like the loose thing that I believe 5e went for. Not quite the case in Pathfinder 2nd edition. I mean, but
in the back of my head, for some reason, it's still creature rating, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get the idea of it. Like, a party of 4 at 3rd level should theoretically be able to handle it, because this is creature level 3.
Yeah. Be able to handle it with relative ease. Let's go with that.
Yeah. And I guess we should clarify that throughout this entire show, as far as I know, we're going to be using the normal stat block. We're not going to be using the elite or what is the weaker one?
Elite and weak. Yeah, they're templates you can tag on, which we'll end up discussing later on in this extravaganza. So.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, because that's a really cool feature of 2e, is if you want to beef it up, you just click this thing, and all of a sudden it's the fuck you version of this creature, which is, I love that. That's great.
Bump it up a level basically by just adding a couple stat options. Yeah, it's cool.
So it's a creature level 3, AC 19, HP 40, medium. It is lawful evil, as expected, and it has a few traits. Each creature comes with a bunch of traits, and those are relevant as not only as keywords to help you find creatures that are similar, but they can be relevant for other mechanics, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, very much. They very much have. There's very much important crossovers mechanically in this system, and so if basically, like, if an action has the fire trait and you go up against something that is immune to fire, it's just not going to function. Plain and simple. Even if it's, I think, as far as I know, even if it's like not only doing fire damage, like nothing else about it will not function, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's pretty hardcore. So speaking of the fire trait, the Hellhound does have the fire trait. It has the fiend trait and the beast trait. I'm still new to 2e Dungeon Masters, so I'm not 100% sure what the beast trait is relevant to. I feel like it's probably just an initiative modifier. Or
no,
so
it's actually intelligence. Yeah, it's based on intelligence. So a beast is an animal with an intelligence of -3 or higher. So it's basically an intelligent animal. Yeah, something that is capable of more independent thought, and as opposed to just acting on instinct.
Oh, excellent. That's great. And then fiend obviously means it's from one of the lower planes. I don't think it's specified what plane specifically it's from. It's just from one of the lower planes.
Yeah, it's basically just means that it has a strong connection to evil aligned planes across the board.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you're here for this, because I'm apparently floundering.
Actually, great, because the Archives of Nethys is like the most wonderful tool for this stuff, and the traits are on the stat block there, so I just have that up. I just hover over it. You don't have to click it. You just hover over, and they have a little tooltip that pops up now, and it's so convenient.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah.
We can't say enough good things about that site.
Yeah. It's also important to note that it says here with the feats too that they can survive the basic environmental effects of the planes of the outer sphere, which to me says if you go, you might not be able to survive the basic environmental effects of the planes of the outer sphere. So I want to keep that in mind before you go.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so next on the hit list here is their perception. They have a 9. A +9 to their perception. So whenever you're rolling initiative or any perception related checks, it's 1d20 + 9. Next is information. So when you're trying to hunt down information about these creatures, your PCs will often roll what are called recall knowledge checks. This can either be a pre-combat action in order to help set yourself up and gain some knowledge, or an action in combat, which takes a single action in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And there are a few different tiers for every creature. There's a specified, unspecified, and then 2 very specific ones. Usually 1 or 2 very specific ones. The unspecified lore is DC 16. The very specific lore. So if you have something that's not listed, that's like lore infernal or lore fiend, or maybe even lore canine. Like lores are so free and easy. The DC for that would be 13. You can do recall knowledge generally on a fiend, which is one of those trait tags that we talked about. That is a religion DC 18. And then you can also recall knowledge on beasts specifically, which is either arcana or nature, also at a DC 18.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about how arcana might be connected to beast, but I think maybe it makes sense because it's probably leaning towards animals that are of a higher intelligence, but possibly uplifted by magic or have a relation to magic in some way, and that's why they're capable of such thought, like up to and including possibly even speaking a language. That's how baseline smart they can be. So usually magic connected to that, I'm sure.
Yeah. I've never really considered that either, but I wonder if maybe magical beasts isn't an option in 2e, so they just merge the 2 tags.
Yeah, they removed that basically. Yeah, they removed that because they don't really dig into like the creature type so specifically anymore. They just have these traits attached to them instead, and multiple of them. So yeah, you're not wrong in that.
So that makes all the sense in the world. There are many different types of movement in 2e, very similar to 5e. In this case, they just have a land speed of 40 feet. I'm sure we'll get into the other ones in some of the other creatures. And there's a little bit of information about them. They don't have too much other than that. They understand but can't speak infernal. They have dark vision, and they have a new mechanic called imprecise sense, which in this case is scent or smell for 60 feet. I don't know how much we want to get into the minutia of how precise and imprecise works, but I'm certainly not qualified to do it.
I mean, precise just simply means they can use whatever sense that is to see to locate anything really around them with that sense. So if you have a precise sense hearing, then you don't have to see to like target anything freely, like no matter what. It's just like seeing with your eyes. Imprecise is not quite as precise, obviously. It effectively means you can. I think you can use that to seek. You can take a seek action. So, say a PC turns invisible. Well, that creature can attempt to attack it while it's while it's invisible, and it has like a 50% miss chance to attack that square. With imprecise, they can use a seek action to reduce that DC down to like 20% or something like that. So they can find your general direction with their scent, and then have a higher chance of rooting you out anyway.
Okay, that's great. They have all creatures have a boost to a couple of skills. I've never found this stuff interesting, so I just skipped it. Same with their actual stat block. I don't think it makes for good radio, so I always just skip it. This is no different.
It's I mean, that's not strictly true, because if they have a bonus to athletics, they have a higher chance of tripping their targets, which is pretty significant in second edition.
It is significant, yeah, but I also don't think this is kind of a resource for every little minutia. Like,
oh no, for sure, yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not significant.
I could also bring up their bonus to stealth, which means they could have hid before combat, and then you're flat-footed to its first attack.
Right?
So I don't like how to strategically use these characters, maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, so I don't mean they're insignificant. I just I don't think me spouting off a bunch of numbers makes good radio.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But speaking of a bunch of numbers, in 2E they have reduced your saves from 1 for each skill down to 3. There's Fortitude, Reflex, and Will. That is Con, Dex, and Charisma? Wisdom, respectively. So the Fortitude for the Hell Hound is 9, the Reflex is 10, and the Will is 7. So those are just the modifiers. When it calls for something against your DC, you just add 10 to it. So if you're trying to trip a Hell Hound, its Fortitude DC would be 9 plus a flat 10, so 19. Yeah. So you would have to roll higher than a 19 in order to trip it. So real clean, real easy.
Basically any stat you have, if we go back to the skills a bit, if whatever athletics bonus it might have, if it goes against an athletics DC, it is that number plus 10. So on and so
exactly. They have a couple of modifiers to their health and I guess constitution here. The first is they are weak to cold 5, and they are just straight up immune to fire. So that number next to weak for cold, do you want to fill the audience in on what that means? Because I think it means they just take 5 extra damage, but that's right. You are the expert.
Yeah, so as long as they take cold damage of any kind, they just take 5 extra. So they could take 1 cold damage, take 5 extra, that's 6. They could take 10 cold damage, 5 extra, that's 15. Very simple. And weakness, resistance would work the same if we had it in this case. So say they weren't immune to fire, they had resistance to fire 10. Then you would take 10 off of whatever amount was there. So if you hit 15 fire damage and you take 10 off, they only take 5. If you hit with 6 and they're resistance to 10, you did nothing.
That makes a world of sense. But that's kind of it for the numbers and the stats. And then we get into the good stuff, the actions here.
This is the real meat of it.
Yeah. Exactly. One of the main reasons I've fallen in love with 2E, and I think that most people fall in love with Pathfinder 2E, is specifically the action economy. I know we've mentioned it before in previous editions, but every creature at the start of your round, unless affected by a condition, are gifted 3 actions and 1 reaction. And those 3 actions can be used to do kind of whatever you want. Some things take a combination of actions. So like spells normally cost 2 to 3 actions. There are very few spells that only cost 1. Mm-hmm. And reactions work the same in 5e. So you could move 3 times with no penalty. You could take the trip action. But anything with one of those traits we talked about earlier, there's something specifically known as the attack trait. Anything with the attack trait takes a penalty the more you attempt to do it. So the first action for the Hell Hound is a 1-action Jaws attack. So that means they have 3 modifiers. The first is 13, and then 8, and then 3. So when you roll your d20 on your first attack, you add 13 to it. When you roll that d20 on your second attack, it's 8. And then when you roll it, if you choose to attack on your third, which you shouldn't do statistically, you only add 3. And that's determined by one of two things. Either it's a flat -5 and -10, which it is in this case, or it is a -4 and a -8 if the weapon or the attack has the agile trait. So if this Hellhound happens to hit you on one of those attacks, every attack, it does 1d8 plus 4 piercing, plus 1d6 evil, plus 1d6 fire. So already this thing hits harder than the 5e counterpart.
Yeah. Important note, though. Evil damage only hurts good creatures. It does not go through no matter what.
Yeah, I always forget
one of those Pathfinder Galarian controversial things for some players. There are a lot of people who play these games who do not like to use alignment, but alignment is a very a big part of the foundation of the Galarian sort of setting. Not in that it has to lock you into your philosophies, like that's why people like to avoid it. But this is the thing that I love that not everyone really likes, is that they have physical properties to them, the alignments. And so there is alignment damage, and there are alignment like energies in the world that affect the mortal and material plane and stuff like that. And that's why they exist, and they sort of counteract each other. And it's not really about the philosophy of good and evil, or chaos and law. It's not. It's more than a philosophy. It's a physical part of the world, as well. So, yeah, that's one of those things. Evil damage or things with evil trait have to like sort of cross over with the opposite. Same with law and chaos and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of the fence. I think that's ridiculous because alignment is a spectrum, and at no point is one being going to be in the same place. Each decision that being makes falls in that alignment tree, not the being themselves. They can be pigeonholed into an alignment, but I don't think, like, I personally believe myself to be a lawful, neutral human being, but not every decision I make is either lawful or neutral. So I don't like that concept. I don't like the concept that you as a being are pigeonholed into one of 9 squares and then you take damage. Like, I don't mind it when there isn't a physical repercussion or physical manifestation like in previous editions of most of the TTRPGs we've talked about, but this specifically irks me, and I don't think I'll ever get over that.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this before on the show, probably multiple times, and certainly off air. I think one of the way I justify it in my head in this particular setting is that it's the majority of your actions that affect these so-called physical energies to like be a part of your person, and it's also exactly why if the majority or the largest, most extreme examples of your actions change or do something different, alignment should always be extremely fluid, and you should be willing to change your own alignment, let alone the GM be willing to impose a change in your alignment. Very much so because of those things. And I don't think it's a pigeonhole. I don't see it as a pigeonhole because it should be incredibly flexible and fluid all the time. It's only pigeonholed if you choose to play your character that way, and then you've pigeonholed yourself.
Or if you take damage based on the alignment.
But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is the only thing
that's just one energy coming in contact with another. That's the point, right? Because it goes both ways. If you're on the good side and you have the ability to deal good damage, you can only do it to this creature like this as well, right? Otherwise, you're not going to hit anything. So it's a give and take.
Sure. Yeah. I get that it's balanced, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Like,
God damn it!
I'm not gonna
get on my side.
I'm not gonna love everything about any system.
Yeah, fair enough.
But that's a small price to pay for the true beauty that is this system. It really is the cleanest and simplest system I've played so far, and that includes 5e. I actually truly believe in my soul that this is an easier game to learn than 5th edition. I haven't obviously had the opportunity to execute that in practice, but I have a gaming group on the side that I would love to teach 2nd edition to. But everybody is still kind of a little afraid of the Pathfinder.
Yeah. It's not as bad as you think.
No, and that's obviously something we're hoping to convey going forward with this show. But speaking of going forward, their next single action is their last one, and it is the breath attack.
The one we've all been waiting for.
Yeah. This is the divine and evocation and fire traits. I guess that just makes them magical. The attack magical for the purposes of bypassing DR.
Yeah, I mean, so divine, yes, divine does actually say that it makes it magical automatically, but it specifically means that it's drawing power from a deity or a similar source. So without some sort of connection to a deity or a similar source that can provide that power, it probably wouldn't have the ability to do that. And evocation is just a school of magic, meaning, you basically are creating destructive energy from, well, nothing.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if it hits, it does 46 fire, and it fires off in a 15-foot cone, and then each person, each being inside of that cone is subject to a DC 19 basic reflex save. So basic saves are save or suck, if I'm not mistaken. If it's that parlance, basic means it's fail or nothing. Am I correct in
No,
that?
it's actually all 4 degrees of success. So critical success is unaffected. Success is half damage. Failure is full damage. Critical failure is double damage. And that works for anything that says basic such and such save.
Okay, that's great. That's way simpler than what I thought it was. So
Yeah, it's simple, but it's also really dangerous when you see it in practice, and suddenly people are critically failing, and they only roll a 9 on that check, and they're taking 46 times 2 damage. It really halts the party in their tracks.
I guess that's another thing we should touch on in 2E is that there are degrees of critical successes and failures. So there is a natural critical and failure, and that's the 1 in 20 like we're used to in 5E. But there's also the modified critical and failure, and that's 10 above for a critical success or 10 below the DC for a critical failure.
Yeah. On top of the natural 1s and 20s, of course.
Yeah.
And so the important thing about that system, there's a couple things. One is that critical success or a natural 1 or 10 above is not a guaranteed critical success, technically. It just means that you increase the degree of success. So if your total number still would not have hit or would not have met the DC, but you did roll 10 over or a natural 20, you bump it up from a failure to a success. If it does meet or exceed, then you've got a critical success or failure on your hands.
Right.
So those are important. And it's also important to note that not every effect that uses the degree of success actually uses all 4. A lot of them do, but not every one. Some of them will just bypass the critical failure one altogether. Some of them will just have success and failure. It just depends on the effect and the spell.
Okay. So to put it into a practical example, let's say you're fighting a creature with an AC of 30 and you roll a natural 20, but you only have a +5 to hit. So that wouldn't traditionally be a hit, but since you rolled that natural 20, giving you a critical success, you bump it up from a failure to a success.
Correct, yeah. And it's about the only time. Now a natural 20 is the only way you're going to hit this thing, which is probably your time to run.
Yeah,
that's exactly
fair.
it. Yeah. And the same works in the inverse as well for the failures as well.
Right. And that's pretty much it for the creature. There is one related creature, the Nessian Warhound, that is a CR9 that will just... Oof. I'm going to work my best to stop saying CR because that is... So somehow those 2 letters have been adopted by WotC. So that it's just creature 9. So I'm gonna try and fix my vocabulary for it to be creature level.
Creature level works too because in these things they have a number attached to most things depending on the category. So this is a creature 9 as it's listed, but you also can see hazard 9. You'll see item 9. You'll see multiple things like that. Feat 9. So yeah, it all just basically related around the level, the power, the level power level, the level of power, words and such.
Yeah, I don't know if power level works either because I think that's a Games Workshop term that's been coined by them, but who the fuck knows? But yeah, the Nessian Warhound, creature level 9, and it will just fucking ruin your day. These things are tanks.
Are they effectively the same creature, just like 3 times the level, or what?
Yeah, honestly, they are. They do have one reaction that is slightly different. It is called the Hellish Revenge, and it is triggered as a reaction anytime the Warhound is critically hit by any strike specifically. So it has to be a strike. So that means melee or ranged attacks. That doesn't include most spells. There are some spells that have the spell strike. category, but not many of them. Like spiritual weapon, I think, is the only one off the top of my head, as well as some of the mega stuff.
Okay.
But
Right.
specifically, it capital S on strike.
Mm-hmm.
The effect is that the breath weapon immediately recharges, and it can immediately use it as part of the reaction.
Amazing. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did we cover the recharge on the breath? I think I don't know. Did we gloss over?
Oh yeah. It is a 1d4 cooldown
away.
unless it's hit by fire, and then it immediately recharges.
Okay, so 1d4 rounds, gotcha. But then if they could just use it. So I pulled it up here. I could see that it says it can immediately use it as part of the reaction, which is really important wording because it doesn't have to. It is recharged though. And it would kind of be at its action economy advantage to do so, but these creatures are smart enough to maybe not want to hit their allies in the moment, so they might save that and still spend the action economy later. But still, that's very powerful.
I don't think it would be in your best interest for the most part to use it as part of the reaction.
Probably not.
So first of all, that removes any other reactions that you may receive as part of a spell buff or anything like that. But B, because it only has the 2 actions, the melee and the breath weapon, I would imagine 9 times out of 10, your best bet is to wait till your turn to come around, reposition, and then let the breath weapon off. Or 2 jaws and then to follow the breath weapon, and then you're kind of not really there's always a possibility with creatures this simple that you're just going to waste that 3rd action with an attack or a run or something else with the attack trait where they're going to take that multiple attack penalty, otherwise known as the map. We'll probably I'll be saying map going forward. So get used to that.
Get used to the word map. And we're not talking about where the squares are.
Yeah, we are not talking about cartography. So I think that a lot of the time it would be better to wait till your turn, reposition, and then let it off. And then that way you've got full use of all 3 of your actions. But also you could just ruin somebody's day with it. Like, okay.
Yeah. Oh, man, I love it.
Yeah, because this one is a DC 28.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fair warning, listeners and viewers. The numbers get real high in this game compared to 5e. They stack up pretty quick. They're still easy to actually run through. Oddly enough, the way the game is set up, it's really cool. But the numbers get way higher. I think as of this recording, they're level 7 in Stemming the Tide, and I think the numbers are already higher than most 5e games get to at level 20. So it's pretty gnarly.
I think my character's AC is 30 right now.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, it's definitely 30. I just don't know if it's 30 with the shield up or the shield down off the top of my head. But yeah, so amazing. Level 7, my AC is 30. So these numbers get there is still a little bit of Pathfinder here, but it's not nearly as bad as 1st edition. As somebody who loves 1st edition, I can tell you that this is a lot simpler.
Way simpler.
And not in a bad way. Not in a bad like the system doesn't suffer from being simpler. Yeah. It's more streamlined, I guess, is probably a better way to put that.
Definitely. Yeah, that's awesome. It's funny. I have one more note that I forgot about from your old notes, and it's that apparently Asmodeus himself supposedly kept a beefed up hound as a pet called the Nessian Warhound. I don't think we ever got a stat block for it, but yeah, there it is. So see all that crossover? Damn.
Yeah, I think we may have gotten a stat block from it in 3E because that was by far the biggest of the D&D editions.
I think you're right.
Since we don't cover the stat blocks from previous editions, I would have just glossed over it.
Fair enough. Also, that was 3 years ago.
Oh God, I guess it was.
Who knows? Crazy. Amazing. Cool. Well, that's awesome. Is there anything else for this creature that you can think of?
No, I still love them. Even in 2E, I think they're great. So I actually hate this artwork. I've always hated the Pathfinder artwork for Hell Hounds, even the 1E artwork, which we don't have here. I think it's way worse than this 5e art. This 5e art is just one of the most menacing things I think I've ever seen.
I agree. I think the 5e art for that one is one of the best they've ever done. And the one for 2e, I don't want to say that it's bad. It's cartoony, and it doesn't really evoke like dark terror to me. It just kind of looks a bit goofy. you know?
Yeah, and it is a little silly,
me,
I guess is the
yeah,
best way
to
to
me,
put
it's more the art style than what they're going for, you know? And
Yeah, yeah.
you can
And
look at the
Pathfinder's
Winnie one,
always
you know?
had kind of that goofier art style between their like really tiny goblins with the Hey Arnold sized heads.
Yeah.
But they also lean heavier into like the eldritch and the extraterrestrial side of it. So the elves in
Sure.
Galarian aren't native to the planet; they're aliens. That's why they have
Right.
those weird black almond shaped eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they basically come and gone from Galarian on a couple occasions as a whole like group of people, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They just
Awesome.
Elrond the fuck out of there.
Yeah. Cool, man. Hell Hounds, great time. I love that they're not much different from what we've covered before. This is a pretty good example of how similar some creatures can be, regardless of the system, and obviously how much influence they have on each other. You know, we both have Nessian Warhounds sitting in there. They both have breath weapons. They both have recharge options to them. They're both effectively the same thing. Also just goes to show you how much you can and cannot copyright, I guess.
Well, we'll see. There are some companies out there making some strides.
Yeah, doing their best
to try and just keep everything that's theirs under their one banner.
Yeah.
One of them uses a mouse, and the other one is obviously WotC.
Awesome. Well, thank you, James, for covering that at the beginning of the extravaganza. We will see you behind the scenes, I guess. That's not how that works. But yeah, you any transition that's smooth or otherwise, you can blame James or thank him through this whole thing. And I can't wait to dive in and check some more creatures out with some other key players.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. And listeners, just so you know, I'm not leaving the front of the show. This is still very much going to be Freeman and I's show, but the way the way we decided to do the show is somebody needed to be behind the scenes, and I've always been interested in producing. So this gave me an opportunity to explore that interest in a way that had never presented itself before. So Freeman was gracious enough to take on the vanity role, being in front of the camera, dealing with some of our more intense guests, Scott. So he was kind enough to let me off the hook for that. So thank you for this, and thank you for letting me cover Hell Hounds in 2E. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun going forward, and I hope you all have a lot of fun with the rest of this episode.
Heck yeah. Yeah, when 101 comes around, we'll be back to the dynamic duo. We promise you that. All right, friends, we will see you soon. And next up is a dear friend from my own hometown. He made his podcasting debut on our second edition actual play podcast, Stemming the Tide. At least I'm pretty sure it was his debut. And I'm reasonably sure he's never even listened to a single episode of Encounter This. So I'm pretty sure I'll be walking me through this next creature. That's fine, though, because we're going to have fun with it. And it's good. And it's all gravy. So this time, I am Freeman Shambling Man Easton, and I am proud to welcome the witticisms of one Duncan Shambam Thank You Ma'am Forbes. And just because he gave me a third nickname behind the scenes, as you know, is James Shamwow Kid.
Hell yeah. James Vince Shamwow Kid.
And Duncan is going to be walking through alongside me with the Shambler, which in 5e was known as the Shambling Mound. And that's the equivalent. And it was in our episode 65. And I have paired a drink, like all the creatures, to this one. And this one was kind of tough because I know what a shambler or shambling mound is. And finding a beverage to go with something that's made of just swamp vegetation was a bit rough. So I chose an IPA called Greg. Not because of the name, but because it's got some grassy notes to it. It was a real stretch for me on this one.
Thought it was like an old Greg reference.
That actually, honestly, I wish I thought of that because that kind of works in a weird way.
In a weird, uncomfortable way. And
very.
I will have
very
you
much.
know, Freeman, I did listen to one episode of Encounter This because I was in it.
What episode were you in?
I did the voice of an orc somewhere back.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it wasn't one of my finer roles. I will
So
give it
you
that.
listened to it just to hear yourself, is what you're saying.
Well, to hear your reaction to me, and it was
Oh,
pretty
okay.
pretty nonplussed.
Like in all things.
Yeah.
Please, Duncan, tell me about the Shambler.
The Shambler. I will walk us through this like the stumpy legs on which a shambler shambles. Um, so it's like imagine if the Swamp Thing was mixed with the Blob, I guess is what we're getting at here.
Yep.
Carnivorous plant that doesn't really have much of a discernible feature. It's just made of moss and sticks and mud and evil. It's
Great
also
combo.
like a terrestrial version of those kind of rockfish that sit in the sand and wait for a fish to come by and then they spring out.
Oh,
But
yeah. Okay.
yeah, so this one will sit there, just kind of like chills out in the muck and the mud, an unassuming mound. You see all kinds of mounds out in the woods, no big deal. Then all of a sudden,
It's not a big
wah,
deal.
this thing will
No,
pop out at you.
What?
Little vine out of nowhere.
Amazing.
Yep.
That's good. That's good. That all lines up with what we covered in 5e so far, I think. So, yep.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Pretty standard shambling behavior right there.
Yeah.
They tend to be solo creatures, much like those rockfish, or what else was I thinking? Like trapdoor spiders, kind of like those.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh yeah.
way less cool than either a rockfish or a trapdoor spider. Just more of a pile of sticks and mud again.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Ambush predators. Yeah. Thank you, James.
James in the ear on behind the scenes. I love it.
So they're usually by themselves, but they do get together in thunderstorms. They have a big electric Entmoot, but more like the opening scene from Blade, I imagine.
Nice.
Largely because the soundtrack to that was that Struck by Lightning song by, I think, the Union Underground, but someone would have to look that up. They get together out in the lightning and just kind of shout Kalu Kala at the storm. I didn't do too much digging into this, but the only kind of semblance of a society they seem to have is one of them will get struck by lightning and then they revere that guy.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So they gather and then one of them gets struck and then it's like, oh, we like you now.
Yeah, apparently it's like a divine favor thing.
Oh, okay.
Tough love from the gods, and if you survive surviving's an easy thing for them, as we'll see in the stat block. But when they get the intense lightning strikes, they'll be
they're liking it. They're reaching for it. They're gathering for it. So obviously there's some sort of boon, even physical boon, is what you're getting at, I think, to being struck.
It definitely draws them together, and then the one that does get struck, it's more than just a society thing. Mm-hmm. The effects much like an Ernest when he goes to jail, they are imbued with the powers of lightning. Oh my God. But in a more helpful sense. So there are some other kinds of samplers out there. Some of them are made of mushrooms or nondescript fungus. Probably a potpourri of all kinds of fungi, and they are known as spore mounds.
Okay. I love the idea
fun.
of that because just like, if I remember correctly, in 5e there was like they were supposed to be created possibly by lightning strikes, which is kind of cool. So there's a bit of a crossover there. Like basically a lightning strike would hit like a mound of this vegetation that was interconnected in some way through its roots, I think. And it was either that or fey magic, which is a little more on the nose. But I always love the idea of like the lightning strike, like bringing this thing to life in this almost like Golem-esque way. And they did like they didn't really have any discernible features so much or like structure to them, but they were known to have like a nervous system and a brain of sorts, so they weren't like totally mindless. So the idea like they gather and they kind of revere one over another because they were struck is kind of cool. That kind of also crosses over a bit.
It's almost like this really loose consciousness kind of gets imbued into this pile of vegetation, and then
Yeah.
The only seeming like intelligence it has is when this lightning storm happens and they all get together and have a big.
Right.
I just want to say it. I assume orgiastic gathering.
What now?
Don't make me say orgiastic again.
Oh, that's great. That's really good. So yeah, otherwise they're just these like not mindless so much, but just they're happy to just lie in wait for the next meal, essentially, eh?
Yeah, they're
And
just
I love that
looking.
they're carnivorous. I remember that being in 5e as well. Like they'll just kind of wait, and they can get enough like food out of like the soil and stuff they need, but they kind of have a preference for meat, I believe.
Oh yeah, there's
Which is kind of cool. And I
plenty
remember
of iron
5e2,
in the soil, but there's much more iron in the blood.
Yeah, yeah. And 5e, or at least D&D, because we did end up covering a lot of details in other editions. There was like I remember a note that said like they had enough intelligence to like feign death even, and then they would just.
I mean, not a lot of work for them.
Yeah, they would just lay dead, and then they would use the roots in the soil beneath them to rebuild themselves and just like go back at it again, which is kind of cool.
Neat.
But yeah, that's neat. Yeah, it's cool that there's a lot of like similarity there. Makes sense. I even love that you mentioned Swamp Thing earlier, because we definitely covered that in our original episode. But yeah, I mean, simple enough. Interesting little like swamp creatures. Why don't you tell me about the mechanics?
No. You know what? Okay. Starting out with a CR6, AC 22, HP 120, size large.
Yep. That all checks out, I suppose.
Plant. Yeah. So you
Feeling
can hit it quite a bit,
to say so far,
but quite easily. And perception 12, which actually not too bad for a plant with no eyes. Yeah. I can only imagine.
Well, I guess we'll find out in its senses. What the ever controversial one on this show? What's its alignment?
Neutral.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, as uncaring as the earth itself.
And we have I'll try to cover this a lot as we go through these creatures. Creatures and a lot of things that they all have traits attached to them, which become really important parts of the mechanical system. So instead of having like, this is the creature type, they don't really use that wording anymore. Instead, they have particular traits that are important. So in this case, I would assume the trait is plant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
And then I believe fungus is its own trait even. So we did have like a variation, like you said before, of that the spore mound or whatever. I'm sure that would have its own separate trait.
Yeah, and there was another one I forgot to mention that was made of thorns, which I imagine would just have a plant trait as well. But...
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, it's funny because I remember sometimes there's families of monsters in 2e or like at least variants. So it sounds like there should be some variants, but it doesn't look like we have any stat blocks for them, which is a shame.
Yeah, the only other stat block I think was for a zombie shambler.
Yeah. There's actually a couple other types of shamblers, but they're not quite the same. It's in the other cases they're more of a descriptor than like the creature itself. So and so for a plant, recalling knowledge is going to be nature, obviously.
Yeah.
And tell me how it gets around and how it senses and interacts.
Well, it doesn't get around too well. 20-foot speed. It does mention the stumpy legs I mentioned did come from the lore in the bestiary page 290. So they do have stumpy little legs, but 20 feet speed, 20-foot swim.
Okay.
It does understand Common, Elven, and Sylvan, but can't speak anything, probably due to lack of a mouth. And it has dark vision.
Dark vision. Okay, so it does. I mean, technically, that means it has sight.
Yeah,
somehow.
Some kind of photoreceptor in there.
Must be, because I was actually going to guess that it had like what you call like tremor sense or tremor sight, where it detects, via people like walking on the ground, even though it's like not an elemental. Yeah, exactly. But it's got some sight of some kind, so it must be capable of being blinded too, which is kind of a strange thing.
I have heard that the hills have eyes. So
oh well, there is that.
Terrible movie.
All right. What about
Okay,
stats and
moving
skills? Yeah.
stats and skills. Strength 6, Dex 1, Con 5. Um, all pretty good. Int -2, that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Wisdom 2, yeah, the Earth is wise. Charisma -1. See, I don't know. I think it would have to depend. You might meet a really nice mound sometime.
Hey, those are always flexible. They're always
Yeah.
flexible.
Moving over to skills, not much, but a 16 for athletics. So
Okay.
think a move and
It's got a 6
a
strength, so it's a bit bulky. Yeah.
yeah, and that ambush comes into play with its stealth. It has an 18 in forests or swamps and 12
Okay.
outside.
Oh, okay. So it's got a bit of a edge from its like I assumed camouflage, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, much like Rambo in First Blood, it takes to the forest.
So good. Something wrong with you, boy. All right. That's all simple enough. Defenses.
Defenses, damage resistance against fire 5. It's a soggy boy.
Okay.
Fortitude +17, reflex +11, will +14.
Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, I guess the resistance kind of that catches me off guard a bit, but it makes sense for like a swamp kind of creature in a way. I would
Yeah, I
imagine most
wonder.
plant creatures have a weakness to fire, but
See, I wonder if that thorn one would have the same fire. Like, I guess if it's the same stat block, it does.
right.
But because it does say that they come from like a semi-arid desert, and I'm glad I brought that up because
Oh.
it took me a while to pronounce that properly. Um,
Samiriad.
That's I thought it was like some place in Galarian that I didn't know of yet. I was like, Samiriad, what is that? Oh, semi-arid desert.
That's good. Yeah, I almost wonder like if do you think that they would for being in a semi-arid area that would make them weak or resistant to fire?
At least I think it would make them less resistant to fire, but I
Okay.
guess I'm
Yeah.
no arbologist.
Arborealist.
I'm going with arbologist.
Yeah.
Arbitrary.
Arbitoire, says James in the ear. Oh man.
Well, that's what I'm calling the sawmill from now on.
Oh god. All right. Well, I mean, I think that all lines up pretty well. That's pretty neat. What else you got?
Yeah, good old fun. For items, we have Shambler treasure. Shamblers collect trinkets from their previous victims and store them in small hollows within their bodies. Gems,
Okay.
alchemical or magical items. Okay, so it likes to eat people and then hold on to their stuff. Particularly bottled lightning and shock runes.
So one of the things I'm oddly excited for covering 2e stat blocks is going to be that some creatures actually come with items, and it's assumed even in 5e that they would, but it doesn't always indicate that if they have a short sword, they're going to drop the short sword, but it doesn't always like give you a magical item or something like that. But I know in 2e, like if you're fighting a higher level creature with a big great axe, you can pretty much guarantee there's runes on it. So there's gonna be some rewards there, and I love that. Like that's kind of neat because like they pick up whatever they've items from whatever they've killed, and they're holding on to what you say like prize gems and stuff.
Yeah,
So they're
prize
probably
gems
grabbing
and then
shiny items in a way.
yeah. Well, you just got to imagine the fun in the role play of beating this awful mound and then having to kind of convince yourself to go elbow deep into it to,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
search for treasure in this disgusting pile of rotting vegetation.
Yeah. I love the note here too that it does specify things with electrical effects like bottled lightning and shock runes.
Yeah.
Maybe you find the occasional balloon for the static electricity inside. All right, cool. What about attacks? What does it do in combat here?
Like we said, ambush predator. We'll move down to the passive. When it's not in combat, it takes 1 minute to settle down into an unassuming pile.
Yeah.
And so when adventurers are coming through, they need to succeed a DC 22 perception check, DC 28 in forests or swamps to discern its true nature.
And for the listeners, just because the DC 22 and 28 there, it's important to note this is something that will come up a lot. DCs are set for everything in 2e based on like a flat 10 plus your bonus. So that's reflective of what you said earlier, but it's stealth, bonus, essentially. 12 outside of a forest and swamps, 18 inside. Add 10 to that. That's where you're getting those DCs. And that's what you need to basically overcome with your perception. Its ability to hide passively.
Yeah. When it's in the mound form, it gets to use the reaction Shamble, the eponymous Shamble. So requirements: the Shamblers in mound form trigger a creature is unaware of the Shamblers through nature comes within 10 feet, and it gets to make its main melee strike, which is a Vine Lash. So the Vine has a plus 17, plus 12, and plus 7 with the multi-attack penalties. A reach of 10 feet, does 2d8 plus 8, bludgeoning plus grab.
Okay, cool. So 10-foot reach, it's great. It's usually pretty standard for a large creature. And then bludgeoning plus grab. So it's got to spend one action if it wants to use the grab, but it doesn't get it for free so long as it's struck true. That's always a powerful option. What else you got?
It really just struck me because we're actually discussing it in the episode of the podcast that I'm editing right now about just how large a large creature is, and this thing would be just this massive, takes up 20 feet pile of towering over you rotting vegetation.
I'm sure James and I have discussed it before. Like I have a really hard time of like visualizing the size of something. Like I can't even give you an estimate of how far it is across the room I'm in. Like I cannot do it. Like I have no ability to like just averagely measure with my eyes for some reason. But I started using telephone poles above ground. They're approximately 16 feet but they go like much further underground, of course. They're approximately 16 feet high. And if I remember correctly, that's like the top end of what a large creature can be, which is crazy to think that it can go to huge and then gargantuan beyond that. That's just how large things get.
Yeah, can throw that vine at you. It will do that quite a bit, apparently, because it doesn't really have a whole lot else to do. It does the Shamble, it does the Vine Lash, for other actions.
Oh, here, let me swoop in here real quick, because I've caught this probably because I've looked at so many stat blocks compared to you, but basically, if it uses its Vine Lash ability as its reaction, is that what you said? No, so it actually uses a Vine Strike as its reaction to surprising you, which is what you described. Vine Lash is a different thing altogether, which is a 2-action attack.
Yes. So Vine Strike is the attack. Shamble is the reaction. It reacts with Vine Strike, and then Vine Lash is a 2-action that makes a Vine Strike against each creature within reach. So if it's surrounded, it will or has anybody within 10 feet of it. And multi-attack penalty increases only after all the attacks. So if you try to surround the thing, it will just go buck wild on you.
So if the whole party's within reach, it can try to strike every single one of them for only 2 actions, which is wild. Which means it can actually just generally, even though it's a bit slow, it could just 1 action to move into the proper position and then 2 actions to hit everybody around them. It's important to note that this ability, there are other abilities that are similar to it. But this one is like it is specifically 1 attack versus each creature. But some abilities like allow you to attack multiple times, and sometimes you can pile those onto a single creature. In this case, you cannot. But yeah, that's a sort of simple ability that's really powerful because it's not affected by the multiple attack penalty until afterward.
Right.
So yeah, really, really cool.
Yeah, and I mean that's it for actions. The other thing was like I was talking about with the orgiastic dances in the rain, it has an electric surge. So whenever it takes electricity damage or is targeted with an electricity effect, it gets 12 temporary HP and is quickened until the end of its next turn.
Oh, that's huge.
So yeah, there's a reason that that guy that gets struck by lightning is so revered in Shambler culture.
Yeah,
for lack of a better word.
What's cool about that is so quickened gives you another action to spend on your turn, and it's specific about what you can usually use, which I think you just said there. But that that could really change kind of change the tide of battle. And what is fun about that, going back to traits, which are constantly going to come up, as if it gets hit with electricity damage, it's important, but an electric effect as well. So that just means if it's hit with an effect that has like the electric trait or something like it, even if it doesn't do damage, if it's in any way affected by that, it'll get the quickening condition, which is really, really neat.
Like if it heard me play the guitar, and it was like,
exactly. If only you were playing a bard.
The one D&D campaign I started to play, and I think we got like 3 sessions deep before life happened. And I was playing a bard, and weirdly didn't go the super horny bard route right away. But
oh man, all the memes go that route, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I just really enjoyed getting creative with the insults, because man, those fictional characters, they would have been absolutely devastated.
Your next character might have to be a braggart swashbuckler.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, sweet. Is there anything else to this shambling creature?
I mean, I think it might have more to say about itself than we might give it credit for. I think it might have some serious thoughts. It might have some serious dreams. But no, it's a pile of sticks and mud that wants to eat you.
That's it. Well, I'm at least glad there is another little bit that does compare to the 5e stuff, in that, like, if they're struck by lightning, they take no damage and do gain hit points back. But I like the 2e one a little better, where it's like it's getting quickened and it's getting temporary hit points. It's a little more nuanced and a lot more going on there. Now, the other thing that doesn't come up here, that isn't 5e, is that it engulfs. So it can actually like surround you and pull you in, and I don't know if it suffocates you so much. I think it actually just constricts you and starts doing damage while you're inside of it, which is pretty cool. So that'd be something that would be neat to see, maybe in a variant of this creature, perhaps. I also love the idea of like the I like the idea of I do see here that if you're engulfed, I guess it's probably just a general engulfed here thing, that you would be unable to breathe, even for the Shambling Mounds. You're blinded and restrained, can't breathe. That's just dangerous. So it'd be cool to see that in the stat block here. I think with the other variants kind of loosely mentioned there too, like spore mounds, like that'd be cool to have, like, a spore attack that kind of happens. So like it would probably be like an aura, and then if you breathe said stuff in, like you guys have encountered that a little bit on the podcast. On something
you do kind of expect a spore cloud from most mushroom based,
you would think,
enemies.
Yeah. And the other one you said has thorns, like that just immediately makes me think like it's probably doing piercing damage, probably, but like bleed. Cool
they're called tangle thorns, and they say they resemble bunches of tumbleweeds and cacti, and bloody lacerations come from their attacks.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Amazing. That would be really cool. So it's a shame they don't really have the variants here at all for them, but I guess it came out in Bestiary 1. There's wiggle room for them to maybe throw something else in there. Maybe if they end up releasing a book with a plant and fungus focus, that'd be kind of cool to see. But
well, let's call up Paizo, show them this episode. They'll be on it in a flash.
Yeah, we should write an angry letter right now. But you know what? Let's just finish this part and we'll go do that together. We'll collaborate.
Yeah. Okay. I'll start getting angry now. We'll finish it.
Beautiful. Yeah,
then...
get pumped up.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks, Duncan. That was great. Cool creature, simple, but like I think it's really interesting. I think it's a fun little surprise creature. It's definitely a creature that you kind of you're more likely to encounter along the way and move on. Although there's something there for like a thunderstorm happening when you're in the swamp of the forest. Maybe you come across a whole crew of them, and it'd be cool to see again a variant that's like maybe that one's larger. It's gone to huge because it's been struck by lightning. Maybe that's the one that engulfs you. That would be really cool, but otherwise, I love a simple creature with a straightforward stat block that's effective and fun. So,
yeah, it's neat. It's one of those ones that the fight really seems like it could go either way.
So thank you for putting the long list I gave you on a dartboard, throwing a dart, and choosing this one.
No, I put a lot of thought into what one was the most fun to say. But no, thanks for having me, Freeman. I enjoyed it. And you know what? I might start listening to your podcast.
Oh man, please do. It would be an honor. Everyone, you can catch Duncan on Stemming the Tide on the Uncharted North Network, and perhaps we'll have him back here on ET again in the near future. And otherwise, unless you have a podcast project we don't know about, Duncan, you can plug it now if you like.
No. Oh, wait.
No, okay.
Okay. No.
Fair
Plug
enough.
it later. But
Duncan will also be regularly featured on all kinds of bonus content we've slowly been recording and not really getting to editing for a while now. But eventually, there will be a more than a few things that see the light of day.
yes,
Thanks a lot,
Freeman,
Duncan.
I'll finish my edits.
We'll see you soon. All right. Next up, my friends, is someone I am especially excited to welcome to episode 100 because they have been recording and working with us behind the scenes for a little while. But this, I believe, is going to be the proper on-air debut with the Uncharted North Network. I'm pretty sure that's true. We have something else for sure that they'll be a part of shortly after, and it's probably a slew of things after that. But this is kind of an exciting thing because this person has been working with us, helping us with a few things, even just with opinions behind the scenes for a bit now, and we're very excited to have them on board. I believe. Actually, let's just bring them in first because I can't quite remember the details in this. But for this part, I am, of course, Freeman. Sounds like a wind escaping a fleshy tube Eiston. And taking me through Flumphs today is Cam, suction from a leaking tube, Terry. And I would like to start with why did you choose those nicknames, and how did we get to know you again? As I forget. It was through a charity live stream, I think.
It was through a charity live stream. I came to y'all and y'all gave me James, and that was delightful. And I was like, James, what do I gotta do to hang out with y'all more? And he was like, I don't know. Talk to Freeman. And I was like, oh, okay, bet, sure, for sure. And
I guess I'm the better,
So yeah, basically y'all had me go through a couple recording sessions with y'all, just making sure I wasn't, an asshole. Which I think I tricked y'all, but we'll find out. No, but no. So I chose those names just because the sound that Flumphs make is considered very distinct in almost all their lore universally.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought it'd be funny to name us after the sounds that they make.
After the sounds that they make.
Yeah.
I love it. This creature is fun. We had a lot of fun with it when we did it in 5e. The cultural lore we covered was, of course, the Flying Spaghetti Monster Church. And I was particularly excited to cover this one because I knew one of our longtime listeners would be excited for this one. So shout out to Peace Joy Pancakes, who we all refer to behind the scenes as PJP, who is a long-time listener. Also hooked us up with a connection with Gabe, who was part of this series, which is awesome. And she lives in Germany. So to pair for this episode, I have myself an Erdinger Weiss beer to enjoy as Cam takes me through Flumphs in the Pathfinder 2nd edition world and system. So why don't you tell me about them? What do you got, Cam?
What do I got? Flumphs are one of the weirdest creatures that I've ever come across. They are part of the aberration family, which are almost universally considered evil, even though I would argue that they operate more on like a blue-orange morality versus lawful good or chaotic evil, how we normally look at it. But they're the anomaly. They are the lawful good aberrations, and they tend to operate with this sort of sense of justice and honor, and they just really are peculiar creatures. They traditionally have fed off of mental energies. That's less of a thing in 2e. But yeah, they float around on little jets of air from countless tiny pores on their body. and apparently when they speak, it also sounds like uh, human. It's squeaky and halting because it's being pushed out through all these pores.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Uh,
That's fun.
yeah. They also have an incredibly foul-smelling spray. Yeah.
I recall this. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's another one of their universal things is that they are smelly.
Yeah. There's got to be a downside to being a good creature in there. You're
Yeah,
like,
especially an aberration.
I'm the anomaly. I'm the good one of the evil bunch, but I do stink.
And I also look very, very
Shambling.
peculiar. Yeah,
Yeah.
like they look like a jellyfish, but kind of upside down.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but they come from outer space. They do not come from the ocean. And
Yeah.
I think it's
Or
called
like
the
they're not- yeah.
seeding.
The seeding? That's where they come
Yeah,
from?
it's a ritual that creates them that like or flings them from their home world.
Oh.
And
Okay.
yeah, so like when they land on Galarian, they instinctively know that their purpose is to uh, help people, and so they will try to establish like they also know they look very very weird, and so for the most part they don't directly interact unless it's something that they feel like they really have to. But they will
Mhm.
find a nearby settlement and then adopt that settlement as like their personal mission. They try to recruit and guide more subtly than revealing their true nature.
Okay. That's neat. I love it. I almost wonder. I always have to wonder, like because if it's a ritual that brings them down to Galarian or whatever mortal plane or planet you're playing on, and they have this
Material plane,
instinct
yeah.
to help. But does that is that in their nature, or is that part of the ritual? Do you think the ritual has a residual effect upon them that makes them do that? I wonder.
I think that definitely
Yeah.
can lead to it because if the ritual sends them here, like I'm sure that that ritual has like certain mantras repeated through it, right? That just like
Right.
protect the weak, help where you can, lead an upstanding life, all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to think that they're kind of almost in a meditative trance when they're sent this because they also really, really like to keep dream journals. And they
Okay.
take them very seriously, but they never try to go out of their way to prove their dreams are actual messages.
Okay.
And so they just see them as like, I dreamed it, so it's true. Well, do you have any evidence of that? I don't need it. It's true.
They just run with it. Okay.
And they do. They absolutely just
Yeah.
run with it. So
That's neat. So so far there's like a lot of similarities, or at least like so the physical similarities for the 5e stuff are there, and sort of the fact that they are this lawful good sort of anomaly, as it were, to the classic aberration approach.
Yeah.
Some differences, though, I would say, like I mean, the origins are basically stated in D&D as a mystery, possibly
Mhm.
with a genetic tie to the Grell creature. Which we never did quite cover, but they kind of look pretty similar. It's kind of strange. I love the dream thing and the helping thing. I remember what we covered was something more along the lines of like they lived underground and they would form cloisters and communities of like learning, and they would study like philosophy and poetry and like mathematics and stuff. And so
yeah.
they were very like learned creatures, which if I remember correctly, we had a bit of a trouble with because they didn't have a very high intelligence in the stat block. So we're like,
Yeah.
huh? If I remember correctly, yeah, their intelligence was 14.
I mean,
So
that's really smart by
it
D&D
is really
standards.
smart, but the way they were described, it didn't quite add up. That being
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
it was also like we definitely dug into some extended lore from beyond 5e, so we probably piled it on maybe a little too thick for them.
Yeah.
But regardless, it didn't quite seem to fit right.
Yeah.
But I kind of love the idea that they're almost a little more like space cadet-y and esoteric in the 2e approach.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
but
cool.
they definitely see themselves in opposition to the cosmic horrors of the Dark Tapestry, though. The Space Cadet is almost the perfect analogy for them in Pathfinder 2e. It's like the little guy that just doing his best out here, and is like completely believes in the cause to a cult-like level.
Okay.
Sent out in this ritual, like indoctrinate. And in my mind, like the way that they write the lore, it makes it seem like they are thoroughly indoctrinated.
Yeah, that's wild.
But they're also aberrations, and like their, for me, like their sense of morality should be completely alien from ours, right? Like if we found sentient aliens on another world, like they would not have the same sense of morality that we do.
Right. No,
very,
totally.
very unlikely. And so, like, good.
We discussed quite a bit on this show the difference between a monstrosity and an aberration, in 5e terms. And I've always been of the opinion that an aberration is otherworldly. It basically only essentially means that it comes from a different world, and that's about it. It's like not natural to this world, so it becomes it's alien in so many respects. Whereas an aberration, a monstrosity was more like a magical deformed thing, but it still can reproduce and occur, or not occur naturally, but is created, but it lives a natural existence in a way. And when we get into like creature types and traits for 2e versus 5e and stuff, they don't always line up properly. So aberration in 2e, for example, does specify that a creature's beyond the planes or corruptions of the natural order. And so the reason I bring it up is because I almost find it kind of odd that I agree that, we are, like the mind of this creature should be very alien to us. But also it seems strange to me that it's an anomaly because it's the only lawful good one. Just because it's otherworldly, just because aberrations are otherworldly, and they doesn't mean they should tend to be evil. So I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. Why are most of them evil and destructive? It's got to be more than just we don't understand their minds. It seems strange.
I think it is a holdover from early editions of Pathfinder and Gygax and his sort of morality of choice, in that aberrations for me, like, even if this creature has to stab you with 50 needles and drain your blood in the most horrific way possible, that doesn't have to mean that they're evil. They could still just be following their nature. Their nature is just so horribly alien and horrible to us that we assume it's evil, but it should be, And so, like, that's why I said, like, blue-orange alignment instead of the traditional.
Because it's funny, because it's one of those things that does come up, especially with Pathfinder, in that the chaos and lawful and evil and good, they aren't just like your philosophy. They have physical presence in the world and amongst the planes, right? They have they are part of the physics of the world in a way, because they can do good damage, or they can take lawful damage or whatever. And so I've always thought about that, how it's like, it's not evil in the same moral sense that we might interpret, in our everyday lives. It is evil through the act of what's happening, but that act is connected to a physical force.
Exactly. For me, like, the Flumphs, we attribute them to be lawful good, but, like, is it just their indoctrination from the seeding process that makes them that way? Like,
or when that aberration has to plug you with a bunch of needles, because it's in their nature. It's an evil act according to the evil force of the universe, but to them it's just normal. It's what they do.
Absolutely.
I love that approach, because you're like, oh, is evil really evil? I mean, it's awful, but like, is it evil? It should bend your mind a bit, and I love that.
Yeah, aberrations should. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else, lore and story wise, you want to throw out there?
No, there is one thing that I find super interesting about them, is that they really enjoy oaths and promises, and they get this extreme sense of happiness just from, like, little agreements and accords, and they take lying personally. They like, a white lie is still like, oh, it's on site. Like, what'd you say? No, we're fighting right now.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and if they complete an oath, they will come find you to let you know that they have completed this oath for you.
Okay.
And if they
it's so
can't,
important,
it's so important to them. And if they can't,
they're not showing off. It's just like,
yeah. And if they can't complete it, it will actually make them have anxiety.
That's awesome. In other words, a Flumph acts in the way that that lawful good paladin in your party shouldn't, because that's very frustrating to have a fellow player just acting so strict. Like, just don't do that, guys. It's really annoying.
It is super
but it's
annoying.
okay for a creature.
It's okay for the GM to come in here and so bother often. You.
Yeah. That's great. All right, well, you want to move on to the stat block? What do you think?
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Hit me up. What do we start with here? Give me the CR and all that nonsense.
They are a CR1 creature. Like I said, they're lawful good. They're small and they're the aberration type. They do have dark vision. And you will use the occultism skill to recall knowledge about them.
Which is pretty standard for aberrations, I would imagine.
Yes, that is the standard for aberrations.
Okay. How do they get around? Speed and all that?
With their speed, they have a 5-foot movement speed on the ground and a 20-foot fly speed.
I can picture them just like trying to wrangle across the ground.
Yeah, they're little noodles just.
Yeah.
Help. Yeah, they are definitely more dexterous and wise than they are strong or hardy.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah. And then
what about skills?
They are good at acrobatics, diplomacy, stealth, and they also have dark tapestry lore.
Oh, okay. I love it when not that it comes up that often, but I love it when a creature has a lore attached to them.
Yeah, I mean, like, that is like a huge thing for them. Like, that's why they're sent out in the seeding, is to combat the dark tapestry, to stand in opposition to it.
Defenses?
They have. Are you looking for the exact numbers or like the relative number?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Whatever.
17 AC. Their reflex save and their will saves are the best save. Once again, they're not super hardy, so their fortitude save suffers. And they only have about 17 hit points.
Okay, so they're going down pretty quick. Yeah. I mean, they're CR1, so it's.
They are CR1, yeah.
All right. They have much in the way of offense?
They do not have a whole lot in the way of offense, but before we move on, they do have one kind of funny trait, and that's if you knock them prone through tripping them, they have to make a DC 11 flat check, or they land on their back, rendering it flat-footed and immobilized.
Yeah, this came up in 5e as well, actually.
Yeah.
It was called prone deficiency.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
But they have small spikes. Looking at the image, I'm assuming it's on the bottom of the tendrils, it looks like. +7 to hit. They're agile and finesse. Agile meaning that they use their dexterity, that they have a -4 to hit instead of a -5. And then finesse means that they use their dexterity modifier instead of their strength modifier to hit. It does 1d4 piercing. And one of the more ornery parts about these animals is they do persistent acid damage on just a regular hit. Okay. It's not a crit, it's just on a hit, here's your 1d4 acid, roll that DC 15 flat check.
I love persistent damage. For the listeners, it's done such a cool way in 2e where you can't really have an advantage. It's really hard to have an advantage against it. There's no stats that go towards it. You can put an effort towards it, but you basically you're gonna take that damage at the end of your turn no matter what. And then you have to roll a flat check, just a flat d20. You got to try to hit a 15. So you basically got a 75% chance of losing out and still taking damage the next time. But you could try and wipe the acid off, or it was you could try to wipe the acid off and bring that DC down at your GM's discretion. But if you just get bad luck on this one or on those things, it can really hamper you.
It can stack up fast,
yeah. And having from multiple sources, oh man, nightmare.
Yeah. They also have what they call spray perfume, which has the olfactory trait. And olfactory just means that a creature has to be able to smell to be affected by it.
Okay.
Yep. And it sprays in a 20-foot line of foul-smelling liquid. Fortitude save or become sickened. Sickened 2 on a critical failure. The fun part about it is the odor lingers for hours on all creatures that failed. And yeah. So you can actually be detected by smell at a range of 100 feet.
That's fun.
Creatures, yeah, creatures adjacent to them also take a -2 circumstance penalty to saves against spray perfume or to recover from the sickened condition, and it recharges on 1d4 rounds.
Cool. Yeah, so the 5e one had something similar. It was called stench spray, so it was a little more maybe aptly named. Like,
Yeah.
was it spray perfume?
Spray perfume, yeah.
It's a generous wording. But yeah, it actually did the same thing. It did last for 1d4 hours or some such, which is kind of fun. You know, I just occurred to me too is I like the idea that it's olfactory. I mean, maybe the 1d4 hours kind of negates it a bit, but I love the idea that maybe someone could plug their nose if they have a free hand, and you could use the rules for avert gaze to like you basically give a kind of change it up.
Oh
Instead of a visual
yeah,
effect, an olfactory
absolutely.
effect. Give them a +2 bonus to that that saving throw. Maybe be kind of fun.
Yeah.
But then you're doing it for like an hour.
Yeah.
Which is not ideal. And it's also worth mentioning that sickened conditions can be actually a pretty brutal one because I think it affects like most of your stats. And the only way to get rid of it is to retch. You have to spend an action retching and rebeating the DC. We've encountered it a few times in some of our bonus recordings and stuff where someone just has to like retch over and over and over and over and over to the point where you had to like, okay, let's just hand wave it. Eventually you're gonna dry heave yourself out of this.
Yeah. The other important part of sickened though is that you cannot willingly ingest potions either.
That's right. Or like
so
food
if you
or
get
anything.
you can't ingest anything. So you can eat food and drink enough to like not die if your sickened condition lasts long enough typically. But yeah, it's the fact
like,
that
the potion you have to like down the whole thing in one go for it to have the effect, right? So that's
so you cannot do it. Yeah. And so that can swing a fight real fast sometimes.
Yeah. Man, I love that so much.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Awesome. Anything else?
I think that's about it for their stat block. They're CR1 creatures. They're not super complicated. They do speak Aklo, Celestial, and Common. I guess that's an interesting thing about them. But
sure. Okay. Yeah. Aklo is pretty normal for an aberration or some such, I would guess. Celestial is definitely an interesting one, but I'm here for it. How do you feel you would use these creatures in your own setting or whatever?
So my favorite way that I would think to use these is have your party come out of a dungeon or a cave or just like a really long fight, get to a new town, sell their gear, meet some of the locals, talk to them and stuff, and then as they're leaving town, that's when the Flump connects to them and is like, hey, there is a great evil lurking in that city or that town, and they are wearing the skin of other people, and just like have the party like suddenly start doubting like everybody that they just interacted with, like just really like turn the thing up on them, like just make it the thing as hard as I can. And because like Flumps are not able to solve problems on their own, right? And so their entire thing is to basically be quest givers in a way. And so that's how I would use a Flump. And you can also in dungeons, like they're one of the rules of like D&D was always like trust the Flump, because it was kind of a tool for the GMs to use to be like, hey, you don't want to go this way, you don't want to, because like they can't lie, so like there's no like you know sugarcoating it, there's no do this, like it's always meant to be like this is the GM putting their hand on the scale, so to speak, to be like, stop going this way for now. Like, turn around, or this is something you really need to deal with.
Very effective tool. Yeah. Fair enough. Do you imagine these as singular creatures, or do you ever imagine them like in a group?
I think that like 90% of the time or higher, I think that they are single creatures, because I generally think of them as more like lower level things, where it's like you're in a town and warned of danger and stuff. It's not as much of a cloister. If it was going to be multiple groups, it'd have to be a more aberration oriented campaign, or at least arc, for me to like see putting more than one in time.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's different from this version that I remember now from our 5e talk about it was it's something you did touch on, where like they kind of feed off mental energy. So they're described as what you call a passive parasite, where they don't really have any. There's no negative effect so much, but they can like see your emotions and your thoughts if they're feeding off of you, and then they would actually get sick by feeding off someone that was really negative and horrible, such as like a mind flayer colony, like a collaboration in the same area. But like we kind of had, I think we had this idea where the more they gathered and the more mental energy they could sort of siphon, maybe that was how they got smarter, and then that's how they started sort of like learning mathematics and physics and philosophy and that sort of thing, as a more collective thing. So I love the idea of like they're singular, and I love the idea of them being quest givers. But I do love the idea of at least them knowing of other ones, and then maybe there's a very rare moment in which you find an actual collection of them.
Yeah. For me, like, if there was a collection, it would have to be like, this is a very severe threat. Like, we have gathered every Flumph we can in the area to try to bring in heroes from everywhere they can. And that could even be an interesting way to have a party meet, is, Flumphs come to your town and say, hey, I need, heroes to come help me with this thing. And then they'd bring you all together.
Be a crazy like West March's style game where it's like you plan a bunch across the GMs, and it's like, have this Flumph say meet me here, and to all these parties, and then when they meet them there, all the Flumphs have gathered. Yeah
That could be very awesome. Cool.
Yeah Cool. All right, was there anything else from you, Cam?
I think that's pretty much it for me.
Okay, cool. Well, it was a pleasure, man. That was so much fun.
For sure.
I love these creatures. They're just goofy, and they're fun, and they're silly, and they just have a very, very unique pocket in these games, don't they?
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I hope everyone enjoyed Cam joining us today. I hope that you will join us again on ET eventually. Obviously, you will be popping up on the Uncharted North Network in the future.
Yeah.
And we're very much looking forward to that.
Hell yeah. I'm hyped. Thank you for having me. It was a blast.
We get along just fine.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back. For those of you who have bothered to torture your ears with my dulcet tones for some time now will know a few things about me. I like ranting. I like laughing at my own jokes, sometimes just laughing at a mere statement that's not even funny. I just laugh all the time. And I also love a good old conversation, and particularly, moreover, a conversation with someone that I find contributes to a conversation that is bigger and wider and larger in scheme. Now, the next guest we're going to have here is someone I have not always talked to on the regular, per se, but I've always considered to be a really good contributor to any conversation. And I'm extra excited to bring him in for this next part, simply because he told me just before doing this that he's really excited to do this with us. So that his excitement has just made me excited. So without further ado, I, your host, Freeman, the Armageddon Machine Eiston, for episode 100, present to you the man who brought you the episode of Spawn of Cayuse through his generosity on our Patreon, and the fellow behind the podcast project Interparty Conflict, among others. It is Gabe, Herald of Rovagug Kleinert. I forgot to ask you how you say your last name.
No, it's fine. You got to it eventually. You did better than most people do. I was at the bank once depositing a check, and they had to copy my name. They copied it from printed text onto something else, and they spelled it wrong. So, yeah, everybody does that.
Amazing. So we are going to be walking through, revisiting the Tarrasque, which was Gabe's choice,
Yes.
for better or for worse. I'm excited to roll through it. Tell me where we can find this source for this creature in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Gabe.
So it's a little tricky because it's not in one of the monster manuals. It's actually in an Adventure Path adventure, and it would be a little bit of a spoiler to say exactly which one. Just be aware that it's at a big important point of one of the Pathfinder adventure paths.
I imagine it would be, yes.
Yeah.
For
It's like
those
the
of you who
second encounter. They're just walking along and boom, there
no
it
big
is.
deal. It's a pre-planned TPK. But yeah, if you want to go back and listen to our original episode for this one, it is episode 38 for Encounter This. And I have gone out of my way to pair a drink for myself for each of these creatures. Today I will be having a drink of something that you might need should you face a Tarrasque. It's called a Hail Mary. And it's a delicious local cider here in Vancouver. So now that it's cracked and I'm ready to go, please, Gabe, tell me about the Pathfinder 2nd edition Tarrasque.
Sure. Well, if I could, I wasn't aware we were going to be pairing drinks with it, but if I could recommend a Tarrasque cola to go along with the Tarrasque.
Okay.
That's what I would do. Sorry. The whole time you were saying that, I was, how can I fit RC cola into this thing? So ultimately I didn't. Anyway.
The worst way possible. Yeah. I'm sorry. Is James in the room?
So for the Tarrasque, let me ask you a question, and also a question to the listener. What do you know about Rovagug?
Rovagug. Rovagug is a god, a deity. I believe, if I remember correctly, I always mix Rovagug up with someone else. I think it's a Chekek or something like that. Okay. But I think Rovagug is like just straight destruction, and at all times just wants to destroy everything, and is like trapped possibly by the other gods somewhere.
Yes. So Rovagug was created when Sarenrae was making the world and making other gods, and then one of the gods, afraid of what existed out beyond creation, was consumed by that fear, and then either that god became Rovagug or the fear itself became Rovagug. Rovagug is this deity of ultimate destruction. Upon being created, its pretty much first thing that it did was burrow through the abyss and then start devouring worlds. And it devoured a few worlds, and then eventually the gods kind of all banded together to stop it. But of course, it was too powerful. They couldn't just kill it, so they imprisoned it within the earth. Now, the thing about Rovagug is that it's so focused on destruction that if you're a cleric of Rovagug, it is anathema to torture someone. Because why would you torture someone when you could just kill them?
Wow.
That's what Rovagug is all about.
I love the big all-encompassing darkness of like this crazy power of destruction, but that's a really interesting, unique thought on that. Like it is so singularly minded, isn't it?
Right. So the reason I'm bringing up Rovagug is that the Tarrasque is one of Rovagug's spawn. A lot of people consider it to be the herald of Rovagug. It wasn't the first spawn, but it was like the third, I think. And essentially what happened was Rovagug was imprisoned in the earth. It was imprisoned down beneath the world. And then where it was imprisoned, it had this corrupting influence on the world. It had a corrupting influence on the nation of Ninshaber, or Ninshaber. And so that part of the world started becoming evil. Now, Sarenrae told all of her followers, this place is evil, don't go there. And somehow they misunderstood, and they all went there. They all went there, and then they created
riddles.
They created a city there. And when I was going to say Rovagug's herald, when Sarenrae's herald went there to go tell everybody, guys, you're not supposed to be here. This is awful. This is evil. Get away from here. They were so corrupted that they killed the herald, and Sarenrae got pissed off. So she said, all right, fine. Take it then. And then she used her sword to slice open the world and created what is known as the Pit of Gormaz. From Gormaz, from the Pit of Gormaz came the first of Rovagug's spawn, which was this giant beetle that actually part of its carapace is still there out in the nation of, or out in the out in Ninshaber, where that was all located. And eventually, a couple thousand years later, the Tarrasque came from this pit. So it is, again, it is what most people consider to be the herald of Rovagug. Being this spawn of this immense deity of ultimate destruction, it similarly is all focused on destruction. It is kind of outright said in the rules that it is impossible to kill. The best you can do is just send it elsewhere or put it to sleep. Maybe someday at the end of the end of time or something, it will eventually die. But for the time being, the Tarrasque is here to stay.
Amazing. Can't be killed.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I can't remember if that was a thing in 5e. I don't think it was, that it couldn't be killed.
I may be bringing that up later, but spoilers,
Okay.
the answer is no. It can very much be killed in 5e.
Okay. All right, sure.
In 3rd edition D&D, it the only way to kill it was to deal enough damage to keep it 50 below 0 hit points, and then cast Wish or Miracle to make it stay dead.
Oh, wild.
And then I think in 4th edition D&D, it was explicitly unkillable unless you could get it to leave the material plane. It was like bound to the material plane, so if you could get it somehow, if you could force it off the material plane, it would die.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So crazy. What else do you have for me? Anything in particular?
Well, do you want me to talk about the mechanics? Do you want me to
not quite
rant
yet.
about how awful the 5th edition version is?
Yeah. I want to hear about that. I'm sure we went on our own rants in the 5e one. I very much particularly remember us discussing how it was like, because of the size and power of the creature, you just can't take it down without armies and siege engines and that sort of thing. It just didn't really like add up a lot.
I'll get to that too. I disagree with you on that point.
But I'll be perfectly honest. I don't remember the details of what we discussed. At least, I mean, I'm listening back to the episodes a little bit here, but I'm looking over all these different creatures, and like I don't remember all the nitty gritty. I do remember that just like small things from our notes. Things like, the size of the creature. Obviously, the Tarrasque is very immense. Like, what I love about some of the 5e stuff is that, there's such a good history from multiple editions that you get like these really interesting, like specific things. And we always love covering that. So things like, it's 70 feet long and 50 feet tall, like to give you a real proper idea. Game terms, obviously, we know it's going to be gargantuan, but that leaves, some wiggle room, gargantuan in particular. Sure. And it weighs hundreds of tons. It stalks in a bird of prey-like stance. Is there anything along those lines that you could say about the 2e version that stand out at all?
That's a good question, actually.
If not, then whatever. It's I'm reasonably sure it looks pretty similar. If we look at the artwork, it's got a very, very similar look to the 5e one.
Yeah, it is pretty similar. It's got like this armored carapace. It's got spikes. It has spines it can fling from its tail in Pathfinder 2nd edition. It can even, instead of just making a ranged attack, it can shoot a cone of spines that hit everyone within the area, which I think is just a wild thing to imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can swallow whole, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So it's good. We're looking at a lot of shared things here for sure. Mechanically and just like physically, I imagine. I do remember that there was a lot of religious doctrine surrounding the Tarrasque, or like certain groups of people in 5th edition would eventually lean towards it, especially if the Tarrasque was like regularly coming in and destroying things. When you have something with such immense power that's just like causing nothing but full on destruction all the time. Yeah, it's you're bound to try to find something prophetic in it. And I remember some of the origin stories for D&D were things like it was possibly created by the primordials, and the purpose was to create instability so that they could occasionally remake the world. Or it was possibly from a species of its own, but from a different planet that had a high population of mind flayers. You're getting into aberration territory and off-world and all that stuff. But of course, in true fashion, it's like, it was maybe this, it was maybe that, and so speculate this, and scholars believe this over here, and it's never really quite specific.
Sure. One thing that I will say is more along the lines of fan theory than actual gameplay stuff, but a lot of people have noticed that in all the different designs of the Tarrasque, it shares some common traits, including armored spines, including eyes on the sides of its head. And those are generally traits that are that belong to prey animals rather than predators. So a lot of people have speculated, what exactly would the Tarrasque have evolved to defend against?
That's such a funny observation. I never would have thought of that.
Right. I personally prefer the idea that this thing didn't evolve. This thing is the result of some sort of specialized creation, but that's up to the person to decide for themselves.
That's too funny. I love that so much.
Yeah.
But just let nerds be nerds on forums, eh? They'll come up with all kinds of crazy shit.
Sure.
It's so good. Amazing. Well, with that, it's the Tarrasque. I love the origin story. I love the involvement of Rovgug, but it's the Tarrasque. There's not a lot of story to it. It just kind of does its thing. So let's talk about some mechanics. This will be one of our few intros here to 2e mechanics. We've done one 2e creature so far in ET, but now we're doing a series of them. Let's talk stats and the sort of depth of the 2e system with this creature.
So the Tarrasque is a CR 25. It's got an AC of 54, 540 hit points with regeneration of 50. So every round it's getting back 50 hit points. It is gargantuan size. It's chaotic evil, which I could be mistaken. I haven't actually looked at the 3rd edition version in a while. I think it used to be neutral. I think.
Yeah, I already have something to say on that because the next point you're going to say, you just covered the traits real quick.
Sure. So this is a unique creature. It has the unique trait. It also has the beast trait, which is interesting because it is not an animal. It is technically capable of, thought and planning and tactics and such. Like it has an intelligence of 3, so it's not -3. Sorry, yeah, it has an intelligence of 3. Its modifier is -3. And so it's not like a dog. It's like a dog that can actually think. It's like the lowest intelligence that a human could have.
Basically,
realistically speaking.
That's sort of the idea, right? So it's really important to note that traits, we're going to discuss this over and over, but traits are so important in this system, and they're connected to so many things. And so unique itself is just is a pretty simple thing. Even if a creature has relatable abilities to another creature, unique means that it has something a little extra from that, and therefore it raises the DC for recall knowledge, which we'll talk about in a second. But the beast trait, it has like a -3 intelligence or higher or something like that. So it is a thinking creature rather than purely instinctual. That's why they have the beast and animal separated traits. And so I think that's really important, and it might be the deciding factor on why it's capable of being chaotic versus evil versus neutral.
Yeah.
Because I would assume an animal is generally neutral.
Sure. Also in keeping with the fact that it is the spawn of a deity who's all about destroying the universe. Chaotic evil makes a lot of sense, I would say.
Pretty much does, yeah.
So to recall knowledge on it, it's recall knowledge beast, arcana, or nature would be a DC 60. Unspecific lore would be a DC 58, and specific lore DC 55. It has a perception of 40 plus 48. It understands the language Aklo, but cannot speak itself. It's got dark vision. It's got imprecise sense of scent, 120 feet. Can move at 50 feet, has a swim speed of 50 feet. I'm always surprised when this thing does not have a burrow speed. I feel like a burrow speed would make a lot of sense, especially since it came from beneath the earth, it came from beneath the ground, and I don't know.
I feel like the burrow speed, I'd be for having one, but also it seems like it would have to be a magical burrow speed. Okay. Like an earth elemental, if it's connected to the earth, it can just kind of zip in and not leave a trace.
Sure.
Because the thing is so large, I just have a hard time imagining it just going through the ground without
fair enough.
Any effort.
Fair enough.
It's just the size of it alone, I feel like stops it. But it makes sense. It's like Godzilla swimming through the water.
Sure.
Or just walking across the land. Those I can buy.
Yeah, I very much guarantee that this was at least in some way inspired by Godzilla. I know, of course, it's based on like a French legend or something, but
it is actually, the Tarrasque is it's something really dumb. It seems to be not connected at all, and it's like this line-headed turtle
Yeah.
that was like in this area in Provence, France, and it was it threw its feces at people to burn them, or something like that. It was, and none of it makes.
I
any
don't
sense.
see that ability anywhere. You know,
it's not a. Yeah,
so strange.
It was a weird one. I briefly rechecked my notes on that one, and I was like, oh man, I forgot how just like absurd and far removed the real world stuff was.
Yeah. It's got a strength and con of +12, dex of +9, and wisdom of +9, intelligence of -3, and a charisma of +7. Acrobatics and athletics are its only skills of note. Well, what else do you need, I guess? And then fortitude +47, reflex +37, will +39. Has resistance to fire 25 and resistance to physical 25, which I think, like, all physical damage 25, that's... Mm-hmm. You have to do 26 damage in a single hit to do 1 point of damage to this thing.
Yeah.
And it has its regeneration of 50. So no weaknesses. And then a whole bunch of immunities. Immune to acid, clumsy, disease, drained, enfeebled, mental, paralyzed, persistent damage, petrified, poison, polymorph, stupefied, cones, lines, rays, and magic missiles. It is immune to all of those.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Yes,
So it's at this point, like, especially with a creature at this level. So it's effectively CR 25 for 2e. In 5e, I believe it's a CR 30. It's the highest creature.
Sorry, I'm rolling my eyes at that. I'll get to that later.
Yeah. Okay. The thing I want to point out at this point with the creature at this level is the difference in math between the two systems. Some of it's really obvious, sometimes it's not. So like a CR 30 creature in 5e with a 25 armor class. Here we have a 25 CR creature in 2e and a 54 armor class. You can see how like some numbers are smaller but some are higher. You know, like some people are already going, what the hell? It's a 47 fortitude, save. Versus I don't even know what the 5e would have, like a 10, it looks like, for a con. And I mean,
the games, they deal with numbers differently. In 5th edition D&D, it's much more about the rolls of the dice and less about the players' stats going up. In PF2e, all of the players are just constantly getting better, and the monsters are constantly getting better too.
Yeah, because like if you're looking at the strength, it's like, in 5e it's 10, and in 2e it's 12. But then the athletics is 50 versus the other. So it's like, the small numbers in 2e kind of go a bit farther, and you can already see there's so much more stacking on top. It's not just the ability score and a smaller proficiency bonus in there. There's so much more going on. So the smaller numbers really affect everything on a baseline, and then the numbers start growing really fast in 2e.
Sure. So attacks wise, the Tarrasque has 4 different melee attacks that it can do. It has Jaws at a +45, which deal 5d12 plus 20 damage, piercing damage, plus improved grab. And then cutting a little bit ahead, it can then swallow you whole. It's got
an improved grab, I believe, is a free action grab. Yes. Normally, if you have a plus grab to your attack, you have to spend an action to automatically grab, which is still really powerful. But if it's improved in front of that, it's a free action. So you're not wasting any action economy. You're just doing it.
Right. And then all of these attacks have the chaotic, evil, and magical traits. And the Jaws have a reach of 20 feet. All of his attacks either are, I think a couple of them are 15, one is 30, and then this one's 20. So next up, it's got Claws at a +45. And then I think it has like Agile or something. So it's, instead of being at a -5 for each successive attack, it is -4. So Claws +45, then 41 and 37. 5d10 plus 20 slashing damage, 15-foot reach. A tail at +45, 4d12 plus 20 bludgeoning damage, reach of 30 feet. Horns at +45, 4d10 plus 20 piercing damage, reach of 15 feet. And then it does have a ranged attack. I mentioned earlier, it can shoot spines from its tail at a +45, range increment 120 feet, 3d10 plus 20 piercing damage. And then that has chaotic, evil, and magical, and the brutal trait.
Uses strength as a modifier instead of dex as attack roll, which is for a range attack. It's actually a feature that only creatures get. So range attack usually uses your dexterity for attack rolls, including thrown weapons, I believe. But this one allows the strength modifier to be baked into the attack roll, which is really, really big. It's worth noting too that I as I was getting ready to record this with you, I realized that when it comes to sizing, there's a table for size and reach that had something on it that I didn't expect. And it's that there are 2 columns for the reach based on size. So, you got tiny, small, medium, large, huge, gargantuan, and then the space that those creatures take up. So as a gargantuan creature, the Tarrasque is taking up, 20 feet or more, like square, on the battlefield, on the map.
Sure.
But if it's considered tall, the general reach of it is 20 feet. If it's considered a long creature, the general reach of it is 15. So it's a bit less. And the general sense of that is tall. It means it's usually a biped, and then a quadruped for long. Now, this one seems to be all over the place. It's got some at 15, so its arms are obviously a bit shorter, where its tail's nice and long, and its jaws are somewhere in between, I guess.
Yeah. Then it has a few different multi-action activities that it can do. The first, I think, is just hilarious. So I mentioned, it can do like successive attacks at a minus whatever instead of a -5. But if it has all 3 actions to take, it can do the destructive frenzy action or destructive frenzy activity, which makes a jaws strike, 2 claw strikes, 2 horn strikes, and a tail strike. That is 6 attacks for 3 actions. All of those at no particular penalty because it's all the same activity.
Oh.
Now, that being said, I mean, tactically speaking, that's not always an option because if it has to move to get to you, it's only got 2 actions left, so on and so on.
Right. Yeah,
but oh man, especially with the reach
everything
that
is
this
within
thing has.
the right ranges. Yeah.
It can then for 2 actions do a spine volley, which is what I mentioned earlier. It can, instead of just shooting specific spines at people, it can do a cone. That is a 120-foot cone, dealing 3d10 plus 20 piercing damage to everyone in that area with a DC 53 basic reflex saves. And then it can't use that attack again for 1d4 rounds, kind of similar to a dragon's breath weapon.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. I mean, the 5e one, it's got its own multi-attack, which is up to, 5 attacks, plus its frightful presence thing, which if this one has it, I'm sure we'll get to it. Plus, it can throw in a swallow there or something like that. So it's got something similar going on. However, I don't think it has a range attack at all, the 5e one. So
correct. I will be mentioning that later.
Yeah. And on top of that, like, not to get too into the old legendary actions, but yeah, I guess that you could throw in an extra attack in there somewhere, but not quite the same as this destructive frenzy you've described.
Right. And then and then its last activity is a 3-action activity called Trample, which is, it lets it stride up to triple its speed, and then I believe anyone in that distance that it strides has to make a DC 49 reflex save to avoid taking 5d10 plus 20 claw slashing damage. So it can just kind of run through an area. So I mentioned earlier, like, if it has to move to get to you, it can't do that 3-attack frenzy, but it could instead just move all across the battlefield and hit every person along the way if it wanted to.
Just swinging its arms.
Yeah.
I love it. That's amazing.
So crazy stuff that it's got. And then it has a few reactions. It has attack of opportunity, because why not?
Of course. Yep.
It's got Reflect, which anytime its carapace deflects something, which is, I believe that would be any of those cones, lines, rays, or magic missiles, the Tarrasque can spend a reaction to redirect it back at the person that created it.
Oh, okay.
So you try something like magic missile, the magic missile is going to be hitting you instead.
Yeah, and 5e, it's if it's any of those particular things, you have to roll a d6.
Yep.
And then it's like on a 1 to 5, it's just unaffected. On a 6, it's reflected back at you, kind of thing.
And then as a reaction, it can fast swallow. What that means is, you mentioned, Freeman, that it can, when it bites someone, it can, as a free action, it can grapple them, and then it can use its reaction to then use its swallow whole attack. So it bites them, it has them grabbed, and then now it starts to swallow them. Once you're swallowed, you take 10d6 plus 12 bludgeoning damage each time it spends an action to damage you, plus 10d6 acid, and it can swallow up to a huge size creature. and it takes 50 points of damage to rupture its stomach for you to get out. I always assumed that had to be 50 points of damage from the person inside it. Someone outside could actually deal 50 damage in one attack to cut a hole for you to get out.
Right. Okay. Sure.
But again,
I feel like I knew that. It's been a while since I looked it up because I definitely, going over some other creatures like a gibbering mouther or like a gelatinous cube or something like that. They have the engulf kind of things or swallow, and it's the same idea. There's always a rupture number you got to meet, but from the outside, that's good to know, I guess. But it's got to be in like a single blow, right? It's not
a single blow, yeah.
Yeah. And you're already trying to get past the insane defenses here, trying to do 50 damage at once. That's insane.
Right.
But I love that because you're just looking at, I mean, it can swallow whole, so fast swallow is a reaction. So it's literally just one action, jaws, free action, grab, reaction, swallow. It's still got 2 actions left. Is that right?
As far as I can tell, yeah. Now, it wouldn't be able to swallow a second person because it would be out of its reaction, and I think it can only use its jaws once per turn. But it could do that and then attack with a claw, attack with a horn, whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
amazing.
Great stuff. So in addition to all of its actions, it's got a few passive things. It's got regeneration of 50 hit points per round. It's got its carapace, which, as I mentioned, it makes it immune to cones, lines, rays, and magic missiles, which it can spend a reaction if it has one to send them back at the creator. It has frightful presence, which has the aura, emotion, fear, and mental traits, a range of 300 feet, and a will DC of 39, or be frightened by that. It has the inexorable ability, which the Tarrasque recovers from the slowed and stunned conditions at the end of its turn. It's also immune to penalties to its speeds, and it ignores difficult terrain and greater difficult terrain. So...
Amazing.
Yeah.
So like slowed and stun conditions can just have like a number on them where you lose a specific number of actions, but sometimes they can just last for minutes at a time.
Yeah.
So in this case, if it's one of those ones, it's just
goes away at the end of its turn. And then I forgot about this. I just said that it wouldn't be able to use more than one reaction per turn. It can, actually. It has the reactive trait, or the reactive ability, which gives it 3 reactions per turn, but only one of them can be triggered by, only one of them can be a reaction to a specific trigger. So it has attack of opportunity. It could attack 3 different people for moving away from it. It wouldn't be able to attack one person 3 times.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. And can we just say that's way more interesting than the 3 times a day 5e legendary resistance bullshit.
So much more interesting. Yes.
So much more interesting.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And then just a couple other little things about spawns of Rovagug, because the Tarrasque is only one of the many spawns of this deity. All spawn of Rovagug can sleep for centuries and do not need to eat, drink, or even breathe while hibernating. While hibernating, a spawn's resistance is double in value. It can't be located by divination effects, and for any saving throw, it uses the outcome for 1 degree of success better than the result. So it can never critically fail while it's hibernating. It can only fail, and that's if it rolls a critical failure. And then a Spawn of Rovagug, this is a great one. Spawn of Rovagug has regeneration powerful enough to revive it even if slain by a death effect. If the spawn fails a save against an effect that would kill it instantly, it rises from death 3 rounds later with 1 hit point. It can be banished, imprisoned, or transported away as a means to save a region, or kept in a state of dying by an effect that deals constant damage. No method of deactivating the Tarrasque's regeneration has yet been discovered. I've heard of stories people have come up with in their campaigns where there's like a city that is built around a Tarrasque where every day people's job is to go there and attack it to keep it below 0 hit points. And then if they ever slack on their job, everyone will be killed.
They're all screwed.
So yeah, that's a fun thing that comes about because of abilities like this.
Oh man, that is so cool. And what you just described there too is that's for spawns of Rovagug, not just the Tarrasque.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Which is cool because I was doing a little cursory research for the 2e stuff for this, but I wanted to leave most of it in your hands. But I did come across the fact I didn't realize there was the Tarrasque wasn't just this lone spawned creature. Sure. And so you mentioned the original one, I think, which it says here the name is Ulanat or Ulanat.
Yes, yeah, Ulanat was the
Unholy
first one.
Yeah. So currently resides in, or the carcass resides in Sothis, which is the capital of Assyrian. So whatever, I guess whatever the modern day and the 2e setting of Galarian would be.
Yeah. And then the second came out the same year as the Tarrasque. It's called Kothagaz, and they had to cut its heart into 101 pieces to keep it from to keep it from regenerating.
Amazing. I love these little names too, because the Tarrasque is Tarrasque of the Armageddon engine, and Kothagaz, Dance of Disharmony. It's so dramatic. And that actually, what's great is Kothagaz has a stat block, which was featured in the Monsters of Myth book that they released, which is super cool. And then there's also Chemnosit, the Monarch Worm. I don't know anything about that one. Do you?
I not off the top of my head. I mainly just focused on the Tarrasque.
Sure, fair enough. And then there's Zotani, the Fire Bleeder, which also has a stat block and is also featured in an Adventure Path adventure. Oh yeah, what did I say? Zotani? Could be Jotani. It starts with an X anyway. Yeah. We're just gonna keep it true to form with me and James. I'm just inspired by James in my history of being unable to pronounce anything that's not plain English. That's going to stat block. I actually kind of excited about this because it looks like we might end up covering these later on, and maybe Gabe will bring you back for those. That would be super fun.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So I think the lesson here is that Spawns of Rovagug are great end boss material.
Oh, I mean, you'd have to be at that level, right? Really, really cool. We're going a little long, which I expected with this creature. It's totally fine. Sure. I know you want to rant a little bit. By all means, rant a little bit. But tell me a little bit of rant, and then give me a little bit of how you would use this creature if you were like doing a homebrew something.
Sure. That'll actually be the end of my rant. Is how I think this sort of thing should be used. My rant is about the 5th edition Tarrasque specifically. My problem with it is that, to me, it is a terribly made monster, and it was clearly never play tested in an actual game. If it was ever play tested, they were told, okay, just make some 20th level party members. All right, you're in a room. The Tarrasque is on the other side of the room. Roll initiative, because it's a giant sack of hit points and melee damage. It, as written, has no offense whatsoever against any sort of ranged combatant. If you can fly outside of its range, there is nothing in the stat block that it can do against you. The corner case that people love to talk about, I love to talk about it, of the first level winged tiefling cleric, where if you make a winged tiefling at level 1, you can fly. If you're a cleric and you have the Sacred Flame cantrip, that's one of the few things that is not negated by its carapace. In 5th edition D&D, there isn't anything written stopping you from just flying 50 feet up in the air or whatever and just using Sacred Flame for 10 hours until the Tarrasque dies. Obviously, that's stupid. I get it. That would never happen. Right. But what isn't a corner case is a 20th level party with access to flight and ranged weapons. A 20th level party, which, keep in mind, is 10 levels below the Tarrasque's CR, would be easily able to avoid everything written in its stat block. And as long as you have a +1 weapon, which is all that its physical resistance stops, or it stops non-magical weapons, as long as you have a +1 weapon and you can fly 60 feet up in the air, the DM has to resort to things that are not in the stat block to fight you. Of course, people have said, like, oh, well, it can just pick up a rock and throw it. Yes, it can. Why isn't that in the stat block? Because by the time the party gets to be 20th level, there are so many ways they can get flight. Flight isn't some rare, special, like, you can get it at level 5 easily. You can get it at level 1 with 2 of the player races. You can have it at first level. There are 2 uncommon magic items that give you flight. One of them is unlimited flight. The other gives it to you for like 4 hours. There are potions of flight. There are scrolls of fly. Fly itself, again, is a 3rd level spell. You can get it at 5th level. There are tons of other spells that can get it. There are numerous classes that just get flight at levels below 20. So if a party gets to be level 20, they're not going to get to level 20 by walking up and putting their head in the dragon's mouth. A smart party, even the melee fighters, are going to take stock of the situation. They're going to stay out of range. The Tarrasque's a giant thing, unless the Tarrasque is burrowing out of the ground, which it can't do. They're going to see the Tarrasque far off, probably attacking a city or something. And then they're going to say, okay, if we go into melee, this thing's going to eat us. Let's not go into melee. Let's stay flying in the air and shoot it. And in that case, the DM would have to make up an attack or the Tarrasque dies or it runs away or something. And the thing is, like, having it throw a rock, improvised weapons deal a d4 damage. I know that's stupid. Of course, the DM could make up something else. But again, why isn't it in the stat block? What other monster has to rely on stuff not in its stat block just to challenge a party 10 levels below its CR? I think that it being CR 30 is ridiculous because in previous editions, this was also an issue. The Tarrasque has in like 3rd edition, that was an issue. It didn't have a range attack then. It does have a range attack in PF2E, which is a great move because that ignores so much of this. But more importantly, in all other versions of the Tarrasque, it has intense regeneration. Even if you could theoretically get a 1st level character to fly outside of its range and plink it with, a d4 damage or whatever, it's not going to kill it because it's regenerating 50 hit points around. So in other editions of the game, the melee fighters had a reason they had to get into melee with it. Because if they don't, they're doing suboptimal damage and its regeneration is probably going to outpace their damage. They took away its most noteworthy ability, regeneration, and increased its CR by 50%. It was a CR 20 in 3rd edition. It's a CR 50 a CR 30 in 5th edition.
It might as well be a 50.
It might as well. I don't understand why they gave it a higher CR when there's nothing to stop you from just killing it. Even if you're in melee range, you're going to kill it eventually. I mentioned earlier that in 3rd edition, you had to cast Wish or Miracle to actually kill it. Not so in 5th edition. You just have to deal damage until it dies. Now, if the Tarrasque was not meant to threaten the party, if it was meant to be a hazard, if it's going to destroy the city, and the party has to figure out how to kill it, how to distract it, how to drive it away before it destroys the city, awesome. 100% on board. Don't give it a monster manual entry. Don't make it a CR 30. If it's in the Dungeon Master's Guide as an epic level hazard rather than a monster, it's perfect. It is 100 times more accurate. It's just as legendary. It's so legendary the players can't, if you're not letting the players look in the Dungeon Master's Guide, the players can't even just go and look at it. Like if it's in the monster manual and a player might have the monster manual because they're a summoning mage or something like that, like they're not just going to flip upon the Tarrasque. They might see it over the DM's shoulder and be like, what is that? So if it's presented not as a monster, the party can eventually get to a high enough level to fight, because if they do, they'll kill it. They'll have the means to kill it. If it's instead presented as an epic level hazard that can't actually be killed, it can only be driven away, that's the way you use it. The Tarrasque isn't the monster. The city being destroyed is the monster, and the party has to figure out how to stop that. So that's a shortened version of my rant. I did it earlier. My wife heard the entire thing. It was very long and very embarrassing.
I hope James, who's behind the scenes right now, is thinking the same thing I'm thinking and going, why wasn't Gabe part of our original Tarrasque episode? And I know the answer is because we didn't know him then.
Exactly. Yes.
It would have been nice. I hope we can even just clip, without my laughs, just clip that rant and just release his excerpt with your permission.
It's fine with me.
That's amazing. It actually brings me to it reminds me that that James and I, as much as we love like off the cuff like analytics to these stat blocks and stuff, that we come up with some stuff as we're doing the research.
Sure.
We don't really get too hard into the theory crafting of encounter building like on air as it were.
And you should not.
So the very idea that like the whole produce flame thing and flying away at a low level, like just like that blew my mind. Like I know there's people out there doing that with 5e and stuff like that, because there's so little support and balance in a lot of 5e elements that you kind of have to like just go crazy and like be over analytical and then like create your own stuff and then like bend the rules or like look at a rule and go, well, it's not clear, so you can be interpreted this way, yada yada yada. Like we don't really do that, but I know there's loads of people that do, and it's always amazing to hear when people have like nailed something down like that. It just cracks me up.
I keep hoping that one day there will be an errata that's like, oops, we meant to give it regeneration 50. Obviously, we meant to give it regeneration 50, but hasn't happened.
Oh, amazing. Well, that was awesome. I'm so happy with that, Gabe. Thank you very much for taking me through the Tarrasque. Gabe, I think this is on our airwaves the first time you're actually going to be heard, though we have done some things with you in the past. And you can expect something coming up ahead with Gabe very, very prominently featured that'll launch to the Uncharted feeds as well as his own feeds. Gabe, last chance, or last moment here, I should say, to plug yourself. Where can people find you? What are you working on now, and what do you have coming up?
Sure. So I previously made a podcast for 5 years called Interparty Conflict. Freeman guested on episode 240, so go check that out. And at the moment, I'm working on making an actual play podcast with some friends of the show, and it's been difficult. We had some major setbacks that came up a few months ago, but we're on track and can't give any sort of a release date. But hopefully, within the next year, we'll have something coming out for our listeners, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Amazing. I will be eagerly waiting for that because I know you're doing something a little different and a little off the beaten path compared to most, right? So yeah, it's going to be fun. And I'm sure we will have Gabe on here again sometime in the near future, whether it's for a bonus one shot or a different game or just another ET episode. As long as you're game, Gabe, we are absolutely game to have you again.
I would love to. You guys are awesome.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Gabe. That was wicked, and I guess we'll see you soon, and on to the next one. All right, friends, it's the moment you've all been dreading. Yep, you know what it is. It's the enemy at the gates, the collaborator in both interpretations of the word. We have seen fit to invite a proven rival into our trap of friendship and cooperation. I am Freeman, the veiled Master Easton, and with James, the faceless stalker kid behind the scenes, we present to you none other than the wicked mind behind the Roll for Intent podcast, Trevor, Scum of the Earth Payne.
I was waiting for the Scum reference. I was waiting for it. Had to happen eventually.
Trevor gave me 3 nicknames to play with, so I went with it. Welcome, Trevor, to episode 100 of Encounter This. You are one of many guests, and you have chosen a creature that's going to take a little longer than most, I think. But I'm here for it. I'm excited. We're going to be covering. Well, I guess it depends how you're going to bother calling it. In the 2e tense, it's going to be called the Alghollthu Master, although it can also, I think, be called by the 5e name, which was our episode 99. So it's pretty recent recovering here. The Aboleths. So the floor is pretty much yours. I've been pairing a drink with each of these episodes that I didn't warn anybody about. So today I will be sipping on a beer called Euphoria, which is what I imagine a lot of creatures go through when enslaved by these horrible creatures. And it's a proper percentage, so don't let me drink too fast, Trevor. Don't take up too much time.
Well, if I would have known, I would have pulled down one of my scotches. I think I have one that's perfect for it.
Oh, well,
something dark and smoky like Lefroy Galore or something.
Delicious.
Would have been fantastic.
Yeah. But yeah, let's talk about the Alghollthu, or however you like to pronounce it, and all of the jazz surrounding it, because I know there's a lot more, especially stat block wise and sort of different creature wise than there was in 5e. So the floor is yours, my friend.
Well, when you came to me initially, I had another creature in mind that I was looking at, which I don't know if anybody else is doing that, but it's something that I really like. But the lore for 1E and 2E Pathfinder for it is really, really sparse. Really bad. Like nothing compared to the 5E and 3.5 and AD&D lore for that creature. So then when I saw you had Aboleths that you had actually marked as off limits because there's so much stuff about them. And honestly, Aboleths and Alghollthu are my absolute favorite monsters in Paizo. To me, if D&D has the dragon as their like keystone monster, for me it's the Aboleth in Paizo stuff. You go all the way back to like the very last AP that Paizo published in Dungeon Magazine. The antagonists were Aboleths. We've got Ruins of Aslan, spoilers. Cover your ears if you're going to play that 1E adventure path. Goes all the way back to Aboleths. The primary moment, one of the like biggest events in the entire Paizoverse in Golarion is instigated by the Aboleths. They truly are the veiled masters that are pulling the strings behind everything on Golarion up to a certain point, and some would argue they still are.
Yeah. Yeah. I would sit and listen to that argument because it's fascinating.
Oh, they're so cool. I mean, anytime that I can like get these things in a campaign, I will, because they are just ripe for they're powerful fighters, they're schemers, they're incredibly intelligent, they're freakishly charismatic, they're actually aliens. Like they're nuts. They're absolutely crazy creatures. And their design is alien. They feel terrifying. They like tap into that thalassophobia feeling of this huge monstrosity living under the water that isn't just a mindless killing machine, but knows how to make you suffer while it kills you.
Yeah.
They're great.
It's not quite as erratic as, say, the Kraken, but,
Exactly,
and even a little bit smaller, but somehow far more terrifying,
And for those of you that are blissfully unaware of what thalassophobia is, it is the fear of the deep, dark ocean and the things that may dwell within it.
Yeah. And/or open water, where that's all you can see.
Exactly.
As a terrible swimmer.
I've not done much like open deep water stuff, but I did not enjoy it.
No, it's just a little bit too nerve-wracking. Eh?
Oh yeah, no, not a.
I have a credible, fearful respect for the ocean and the water. All right, well, tell me about these creatures. Tell me how they operate, and what's involved with them. And I, like I said, I know there's very much other creatures. It's not just these Alghollthu, these Aboleths. There's so much more going on, right?
Right. These things, to begin with, are fish monsters, right? That's like the beginning. If you look at an Aboleth, oh, look, it's a eel thing. It's kind of creepy looking. But there's so much more than that. The most common version of the actual Alghollthu, not any of their servitor races or anything like that, is going to be the Alghollthu master, or what in D&D would have been just an Aboleth. They're huge creatures. They are among the first intelligent races on Golarion. They came eons and eons before even the rise of the Serpent Folk to Golarion, and in order to flee from some mistakes they made on their home planet when they created some servitor races that had a slave rebellion. They essentially combined all of their power and sent some specific entities through as these Aboleth masters to various planets to try to seed life and take control of any planet they had access to. They have a series of core tenets that life exists to be controlled. An Alghollthu should be the one controlling them. Alghollthus are eternal, and many as one. They're like a hive mind almost, and to overreach by their servitor races is to threaten the eternal. They are disdainful of the gods. They hate them. In fact, some say that the sin of the Aslanti that caused the imposition of Earthfall by the Alghollthu was their temerity to believe in the gods.
I love it because there's already a small like parallel to a degree from the 5e lore in that so the Aboleth and 5e they existed before the gods, and it was the gods that actually overthrew their empire and forced all of them to like let all their slaves go, like freed all the slaves, and so they have this like incredible intense hatred for the gods, and now they basically now secretly plan for who knows how long, for like untold eons, as it said, to overthrow the gods themselves. So yeah, you can see a few parallels in there, which is pretty cool.
Now, Earthfall was meant to completely obliterate the human civilization that they had essentially brought up through cave dwellers, right, on Golarion. And it was stopped by one of, not really stopped, but it was
hampered.
Impact was limited.
Mitigated?
It was hamstrung, mitigated
there you
by
go.
the Aslanti goddess of the moon, Akavna, who gave her life to deflect the incoming meteor. It shattered it, killed her, and it still obliterated Golarion, but it did not completely eliminate all life on the surface. And also led to the Starstone falling into the Inner Sea region, which is another one of those big identifying important instigating events within the whole Golarion lore. And then further on, even into Starfinder lore, it's all because of these things.
Yeah.
Not only are they like master schemers and secretive, but they are flesh warpers. They probably wouldn't even call it flesh warping. They essentially genetically engineer things. You know, like that would what we would be calling them. It's not just base, you know, splicing pieces together and making things happen, you know, like the drow would do. They are creating things from whole cloth, taking the best bits of things and selectively breeding them until they create several servitor races, like the Faceless Stalkers and the Scum and the Azarketi are all technically servitor races of the Aboleths that were created before Earthfall.
Hell of a thing, because I remember reading what I've read so far of like second edition flesh warping, that these creatures do not come up. You get like talk of Nexian and certainly Drow, and I think there's at least one other, I forget off the top of my head, but those are like the main ones that are like known in the wide world, as it were. With these creatures obviously probably being very secretive, I imagine people don't know much about them to begin with. But I'm with you. I don't think they would call it flesh warping. You know, genetic engineering makes way more sense.
I think they would be insulted by the Drow attempt at flesh warping. I think that they would be incensed that they would consider themselves as one with them, as one with the true masters, you know.
Because flesh warping is a very sloppy, messy process. That's a lot of trial and error with mostly error. And I would imagine these creatures would not settle for something as messy as that.
No, I feel that Alghollthus from top to bottom are like, everything about them is precision. Like everything has to be perfect or they're not going to do it.
Right. Yeah.
And these things are huge, right? These aren't just like a large creature or even a humanoid-sized creature. They are at home in the water. They have a really high swim speed. You do not want to find one of them in their natural habitat. But they can get on land through various means. They are powerful magic users. They can use items to their advantage to do pretty awful things. They don't like hoard wealth like a dragon. They don't seek things for just the mere act of seeking it. Everything they do has a purpose. You're never going to have a Alghollthu doing something on a whim. Every single thing is measured and purposeful, and usually awful.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things, again, with 5e, a slight parallel there, where they basically are, every time they spawn a new one, so they give birth or what have you, there's a new generation, they automatically pass on a perfect recollected memory of everything they know. And so every time you get a new generation, it's literally got however many generations behind it, a perfect recollection. And so and using that is, they use that to be exacting and to do their planning, and everything, absolutely every movement and action and plan is with a very, very particular
It's purpose. A lot like Bene Gesserit genetic memory from Dune. Very much the same thing.
I don't know Dune very well, but I recently have been picking up some tidbits here and there with the film and some podcasts playing the game and stuff like that. But yeah,
I feel like when these creatures were created, there was some of that, looking at that sort of thing in it, where it is a very secretive society that controls things from the outside. If you run into one, you know you're screwed because they are exceptionally powerful. And they have the ability to just pass along their memory. I really think, and they kind of gloss over this a bit, I really think, honestly, that Aboleths are like a pseudo hive mind. They're a little bit more than the perfect recollection, specifically because of one of their tenets, that they are eternal as many and as one. When they went through their portals from their home world into various places, they combined their essences to make more powerful versions of themselves. So they had, you know, essentially created the best of themselves to send out. This is another one of those. Back to another weird fandom, like the God Emperor in Warhammer, right? The whole mythos behind that is a bunch of powerful psychers, air quote, psychic users, combine their essences to make the most perfect version of themselves, right? Very much the same thing, and then sent it off to fight against whatever they wanted to fight against at the time. Right. Now, with that one, it was very altruistic. With the Aboleths, very much not. They're like, oh, great, let's just go find another world to ruin. Let's just do it. Let's go.
Yeah.
So after the Earthfall happened, lots of things died, right? Whole surface of the world is devastated. The whole surface of Golarion is devastated. But a lot of the Alghollthu died as well. Most of them did go into hibernation, but they were not protected because of how Earthfall happened. It became, you know, a meteorite storm instead of one giant meteor. It was not predicted, so a lot of them died. So from once having this vast empire, it shrunk down significantly in the time after Earthfall. Their numbers have gone up, but not only did their numbers dwindle, but all these servitor races that numbered once in the thousands upon thousands upon thousands became scattered. They forgot their past. They forgot who they originally served. But you can see in the way that these creatures are written, and I don't know if we'll get into that, but that original programming still resides in them, in the way that they work, in the way that they operate, in the way that you can run them as a GM.
Yeah, it sounds a slight bit like 5e attempted to have to bring in another creature that was a little more closer to do a direct servitor of something like this, called the Deep Scion. I don't think they directly linked them to the Aboleth specifically, but it was a really obvious connection you could use with this creature. They're effectively created through like a ritual or something like that. We did cover it on Encounter this year, but yeah, they didn't really give much more than that. Yeah, tell me about some of the servitors. Like, what do you got for them, and what kind of lingers in them, do you think?
So the big ones that you see a lot in the game, in the writing of different adventure paths, one of the biggest ones that you see all the time are faceless stalkers. Faceless stalkers are shapeshifters, they're infiltration agents. Inexplicably, they're drawn to coastlines, even though their physiology doesn't necessarily need it. They like water, they like marshes, but they're not aquatic, nor are they amphibious, right?
Okay.
While the Alghollthu hated the worship of gods, they instilled in these things the worship of the Alghollthu. Because of that, the faceless stalkers are searching for something to serve. They find themselves in cults. They are worshippers, typically of something like Galandur or Nimbaloth, or one of the other deities that would be considered less savory, typically that would have cults hiding away in marshes and swamps and coastal regions.
Yeah, so you're getting into, like, you know, it's likely, you know, the sort of elder, the great old ones, or the outer gods, effectively for Pathfinder lore. Because in 5e, it's the elder evils they're called, but it's basically that Cthulhian sort of section of worship and stuff like that. And I think in Pathfinder specifically, it's called the Dark Tapestry.
So
in the Golarion universe, something like that. Anyway,
there's the Dark Tapestry, but beyond there, there's also Dominion of the Black,
right?
Which is to me, Aboleths definitely represent one of the races that make up the Dominion of the Black. In my opinion, they are alien.
Okay.
They're from a far off planet. Just because they've been here a long time, they are still just as alien as these other things that come. Because Migo are, you know, Lovecraftian, right? It's a Lovecraftian creature.
Yeah.
But it's part of Dominion of the Black, right? They're not Dark Tapestry. They're Dominion of the Black. They're aliens. Intellect Devourers are Dominion of the Black. They're all aliens, right? To me, Aboleths very much feed into these are creatures that are technically Dominion of the Black. And if you were going into that sort of campaign where you wanted to have something like that and connect it to the overall world better, Aboleths fit the bill to me.
Yeah, it's definitely a shoe-in for your, at the very least, introduction, if not the meat of the story you're telling. Definitely.
So
tell me more about the Faceless Stalkers.
So the Faceless Stalkers, their whole point was to be the eyes and ears of the masters within human societies. Because while the most powerful ones, the veiled masters, the Vidaleths, they can shapeshift into humans. They can shapeshift into anything at will, whenever they want to. But that's a very small amount of them. That's the most powerful of them. So they needed eyes and ears in human settlements. They needed to know the goings on, but they also needed to make sure that individual humans and individual communities did not become too powerful without the oversight of the Aboleths allowing it. So one of the things that you can see happening, because these things are natural infiltrators and they sow dissent and deceit, something that you can do as a GM with these things is you can have 3 or 4 of these creatures in a town, and literally all they do is squander the town's resources. They cause panics, they cause awful things to happen, and then they suggest the worst possible way to deal with it, and are very good at convincing people to follow those plans. They're high charisma, high deception, points, high diplomacy creatures.
Yeah, at least dramatic points that like sway people. Yeah.
Another weird thing about them, and this is kind of their tell, and this is the thing that kind of makes these things extremely creepy. They're clay-like bodies. They don't really have discernible organs. They're like a mass of like a bentonite clay. They stretch and they're heavy. They're heavier than a human of the same amount of size. They're solid. They don't have any organs. And they feed exclusively on blood through a 3-tipped proboscis that they shoot out from their faces and eat things.
Now that's
they're bloodsuckers. That's the giveaway. Like that's something that if you want to telegraph to your players, and this is something that I think is really, really fun. It's something that I've done in my show is if you want to telegraph to your players that they need to be terrified that there's faceless stalkers around, leave a couple corpses with 3 holes in them. And then they are looking under every single rock for a faceless stalker. And it's really fun. Yeah. Fun for them and fun for you, honestly, as a GM.
Yeah. Well, that's great. I love watching them scramble.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But they don't even know what they are. They have no idea that they're connected with Aboleths. They just sort of do this collectively on instinct then, eh? Like, they do it on instinct.
They cooperate, they collaborate, they do it together, but they just do it because that's how they're programmed.
That's their programming. If they find something that wants to use them, they will immediately pledge their service to them. They will immediately work for something that allows them to do what they were created to do on instinct. And they have no idea why.
Giving it ever slightly more purpose, perhaps. Yeah.
Exactly. Like if you've got a Lamia or a Lamia matriarch or something that's scheming and stuff, fantastic thing for them to like fall into. Just a cult, they could just hang out around a particularly powerful bugbear or something. Like they want something that has a stronger will than them to direct them to do things.
Yeah.
I think they're really fun and they can fit anywhere in a game. You can make them
they are,
live in the universe anywhere.
I don't know if you've ever listened to they didn't quite get to finishing it, but the Glass Cannon did start trying to do the Ruins of Aslant. And there was so much of that that ended up like really just creating a panic amongst the intro to that game. I think we crossed the first 2 books even or something. And it was, in retrospect, Skid did a really good job of that because you're like, he really undermined the whole thing. And everything you're saying just makes sense. Like, I've never really looked up Faceless
the dinner
much,
party that.
It was intense. Yeah.
That dinner party scene that ends up being the big fire and stuff. That's insane because they're still looking for, last I listened to them, they were still watching out for faceless stalkers and the whole, they have solid bodies in their heart. The joke is that they punch them in the gut.
Everyone in the gut to see if they were, they gave a really funny joke, but a very effective strategy.
Absolutely. They're denser and heavier than a regular person.
Yeah.
But that's not the only
So
servitor race that they created, right?
Yeah, because you mentioned the scum.
The scum are weird. The scum are fish dudes. They are fish creatures that are a little bit less genetically modified and more along the lines of like a Lord of the Rings orc or urukai, where they are bred from human stock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they were, they're called Owlbears, which is the name of the research facility in which they were created. So the Aboleths have their own freaking Area 51.
So they're
Fantastic.
named after the research facility.
They were the foot
That's
soldiers. They
great.
were the army of the Alghollthu during the height of Aboleths Empire during the time of the Aslanti. There were probably more scum, Owlbears, prowling the coastlines than there were Aslanti soldiers. They
Crazy.
numbered in the
Crazy.
hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in the time before Earthfall. In the time after Earthfall, a lot of them died off, but they are a constant threat on coastlines, and their numbers have degraded significantly since the time of Earthfall for a couple reasons. Not as much as you would think. So the first one is they can't breed on their own. This is kind of a fantasy trope, but they have to kidnap women, right? And they have hybrid creatures that's very much, they have the Innsmouth look, if you want to put it that way. Very much Lovecraftian, a half human, half fish hybrid thing that can pass as human, but upon their death, they rapidly transform into a scum.
Okay.
Now, you would think that would cause a problem for their numbers, except for the second fact about the scum is that they're functionally immortal. They cannot die of old age. They can only be they can be killed, and they're not particularly hardy, but they cannot die of old age. So their numbers have dwindled.
Is that reasonable? Is that true throughout these creatures though? Is that not true? Because I'm genuinely not sure, but I know in 5e that it was kind of the same. Like Aboleths could not die of old age or disease or anything, and if you did kill one, their spirit actually went back to the plane of water, reformed within weeks or months, and then they had to find their way back to the material plane.
I don't think that there's
could reset.
I don't know that there's anything specifically written for that lore for Golarion. I would not surprise me if that's been in a source book somewhere, but it's not something that I could find in my research up for this.
Sure.
Now, I like that idea going back to how they first came to Golarion and, fuse their essences, almost like they go back to one whole that generates new ones as it has enough power to do so. I like that idea. And I would probably write these things as being functionally immortal as well. I mean, if they can make their creations
I don't see why not.
functionally immortal, there's no reason that they wouldn't have done the same to themselves.
Yeah. It's one of those things too. We covered so many D&D stuff, and there's so much material from the previous editions that, like, sometimes it just feeds, the idea that we always often became disappointed. Like, why didn't 5e include that? It's really cool. Or why did 5e write that over and change it? It'd be really cool. But a lot of the old stuff you would find is origin stories, which were usually a bit of mystery, and then reproduction cycles and ecology and stuff like that would cover in the third edition stuff all the time. And so I love that it's you're saying the scum can't reproduce, but I'm sitting here wondering, how did the Faceless Stalkers reproduce? Is that written down? If not, then is it safe to assume that they just do live forever until they're killed? And how do you create new ones? Are the
I'd like to
still
think
doing that? Yada yada yada.
I'd like to think that the Faceless Stalkers reproduce by budding. They're like coral polyps. I like that idea.
Okay.
Plus, it makes it really
right.
unsettling in a whole other layer.
Yeah, seriously.
In my opinion.
You just grossed me out. Thanks.
I had written this really interesting, and I might run it for somebody in the future. But the whole conceit of the entire thing is I was going to force them to have a specific background. So that's something I've been playing with games, is saying all right, if you're in this, right, you can build your character however you want, but you have to pick this background. And the whole idea is that they were investigating a series of disappearances. And it pointed to Faceless Stalkers and eventually led to their Aboleth master that was trying to gain a little bit of a fiefdom in the Puddles district in Absalom, right? And you find out that the PCs are Faceless Stalkers that forgot they were Faceless Stalkers. I've always thought that'd be a cool idea. And that's something that I've considered as well. If you are a shape-shifting creature And part of your shape-shifting ability, something about the Faceless Stalkers is they, absorb the memories of the things that they've turned into and the mannerisms and stuff, right? If you embody something for so long that does the possibility exist that you forget what you were to begin with? Right? I think that's a really interesting. If you're functionally immortal already, and you are copying a creature that has an abnormally long lifespan, like an elf or something along those lines, and you're not going to die normally. You think you're not going to die. Do you remember when you were right? Who knows?
I guess it begs the question: does the perfect recollection of memory, is that sort of engineered into them or not? I would imagine not. Probably for very specific purposes. For avoiding things like rebellion and stuff like that. But
so if they do reproduce by something, right? If they do reproduce by fission or something like that, who's to say that some of the copying has caused some loss over time of like the perfect blueprint?
For sure.
I mean, you have some of that in the scum as well, right? Like, while there were these gigantic communities, you've just got few scattered pockets, except for in the Darklands, in Orv, in the deepest regions of the Darklands, right? There's a deep, sunless sea that's ruled by Aboleths, and they have continued to perfect their research on the scum and have further differentiated them into different castes and having specific functions for the different types of scum that they've created. And it's a whole functioning society, not just like roving war bands of scum like it is on the surface, right? So obviously the Aboleths have an eye towards perfecting their creations whenever they possibly can.
Cool. I mean, I love it. Love it.
It's such a cool thing. There's so much you can do with these things.
Are we coming? We must be coming close to the. You have anything else before we hit to the stat block? Because
I guess the very final thing is we haven't talked about them, but there is a big bad mamma jamma version of these things.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Right? Yeah. Okay, you go for it then. Yeah.
You have these things called the Veiled Masters, which are everything about the Alghollthu turned up to 11. They're more powerful. Right. They have better stats. They're double the threat rating of the others. They can shape change. They have more spells. Honestly, I think that based on a few things about the stat block, I think they're overtuned a little bit. They're listed as a level 14 creature. They should probably be listed as like a 16, in my opinion, based on a few things.
Love it.
On top of the fact that like they are an underwater creature, so you have like if you're gonna fight one of these things, you're fighting them underwater, which is a whole other level. That's like adding a hazard on top of your combat, right?
Yeah. You would have to be presumed to be like prepared to fight underwater by level 14 or similar
exactly.
level. You must the adventure you're running on. I would hope it has prepared you to a degree to be doing that, so that it's not nearly as taxing. But
they have really weird ways to deal with that as well, and I guess we'll probably get to that when we get into the stat block, because the Veiled Master, as opposed to the Alghollthu Master, their features aren't significantly different. It's just that the DCs are ramped up and the damage is ramped up, and it's just worse in every possible way to come up against one.
All right. Well, I mean, I certainly have always found these things fascinating. You've added reasons why I love it. Let's talk stat block. Let's go for it. We're going to cover the Alghollthu Master, since that seems to be the big one. Is that right? That's like sort of the one you're most likely to come across, right? As the villain.
Yeah, if we're talking as the top billing for this class of creatures, Alghollthu. Yeah. This is definitely the top billing. This is the one that, like, if you see a scum, whatever, if you see a Faceless Stalker, whatever, if you see an Alghollthu Master and you're not ready for it, you're screwed.
Yeah. Okay. that's what I want to hear about.
Exactly.
All right. Hit me. What are we working with?
So these are a level 7 creature. They have an AC of 23, which is not insane for a level 7 creature. It's pretty good, but it's not nuts. Yeah. But they are damage sinks. They have 135 HP, which is at the higher end for a level 7 creature. They are huge and lawful evil. What else would they possibly be but lawful evil? I cannot imagine them being anything but lawful evil. Yeah. They have the aquatic trait.
They dance the beat of their own drum.
Exactly. They have the aquatic trait, which means they breathe water, and must breathe water. And they're also
they
aberrations.
cannot breathe.
They
air at
cannot
all,
breathe air.
right?
Exactly.
You did say they can get around on land a little bit, but it's probably not to their benefit unless they have little something extra I don't know about. But
right, exactly. They have a really slow move speed on land, kind of like how like a giant squid would, 10 feet on land. But underwater, they got a 60-foot move speed. You're not going to get out ahead of them.
No.
The only things that are faster are going to be squids and octopuses and krakens that have the jet, and they can do 120
right,
feet in a round or in an action. They're uncommon creatures. I kind of am suspect of that. I would probably have tagged these as rare and therefore up their recall knowledge DCs. But they're aberrations, so they key off of occultism. It's DC 25 check.
Yeah. Just a quick look here. The Veiled Master is rare. So there is that.
Right,
so
the Veiled Master absolutely is rare. Yeah. And then on the lores, you drop that down by a step. So, it goes down to 23 for non-specific. For non-specific, I would say something like sea lore or ocean lore or Aslant lore or something like that. And if you went on specific lore, I would key off of something like Dark Tapestry or Dominion of the Black or Aberration lore. Or, Underdark lore, I would probably give. Something that's a less common lore to have, reward the player for having the less common lore by giving them that benefit here.
There are like sort of groupings, some of them sort of official, some of them unofficial, that you'll see on Archives of Nethys, which is like, obviously one of the best sources for this information, for, official information. And they're called like a family of monsters. So, you'll get like undead families and water elemental families and stuff like that. And they just kind of list stat blocks that feature very similar things. And this one I don't know if it's an official one or not, but it's an Alghollthu family. So like, I'd almost like say, along the way, if your characters are like learning about these creatures, they're probably encountering scum and faceless stalkers and stuff like that. And they learn that they're maybe part of this family. A player might actually invest in Alghollthu family lore or some such, and that would be another example. That would be hyper specific, but
right. I would probably give an extra bonus.
You could provide, yeah, sure, yeah.
Either that or give them really like the kitchen sink of knowledge check, recall knowledge info whenever they get it.
Yeah, give them 1 degree of success higher every time or something.
Exactly. Yeah,
something ridiculous. Yeah,
it's like they have whatever know it all or whatever
quite the
that
investment
feat is.
Yeah.
They're not super perceptive. These are not high wisdom creatures. I'm sorry. That's a lie. They are high wisdom creatures, but their perception isn't as high as you would think for a creature at this level.
Okay. Sure.
I think that's because they have one eye. I think it's honestly, I think it's prejudiced against Aboleths for having one eye to give them a low perception score.
More of a biological thing than anything. Well, they actually got 3 eyes, but they're like stacked.
That's right.
On top
Yeah.
of each other,
See, I don't look at pictures. I don't play with minis. I just read the books.
But still, yeah. I mean, they're massive aquatic creatures, like in big oceans. It makes sense to me that they probably have way more at their disposal than just looking at stuff.
You would think, but they don't have any imprecise or precise sense beyond vision and dark vision. I would think they would almost have like the water sense, kind of like the tremor sense or air sense, air currents.
Yeah, I would have thought the same. Yeah.
I probably would give it to them if I was running one of these in the right scenario,
Even if it's imprecise,
Yeah, exactly. Like they know something's moving in the water, even if they can't see it. Yeah. For languages, they just got, the slate of aberration languages, the slate of aberration underdark languages, Common, Aklo, Aquan, Undercommon, and Alghollthu. As if they didn't need more things unique to them. They have their own language.
They got their own language. Yeah. I love it. Just brings me back to episode 2. Yetis. Did you know that Yetis speak Yeti?
Yeah, exactly.
In 5e.
Exactly.
No idea when that's ever going to be used, but it's been a joke ever since we read it. What a crazy thing.
I actually played in a game not too long ago where we ran into a Yeti and it spoke Yeti and nobody spoke Yeti. So we were all like pantomiming words to the thing. It was a good time.
That's fun.
So I already talked about the speeds on this thing, 10 feet on land as it, kind of does the worm across the ground. 60 feet in the water because it's a big fish. these are strong creatures. These are incredibly powerful despite, being these masters of intellect. They have a +5 strength mod, only +1 dex. Their con is absurd. Back to they have really high HP. They got a +6 con. Int is +3, which is something that's always kind of confused me with them. I always would have considered these to have a higher int than a +3. I probably would have considered these a +4. But if you're doing your monster building table, something has to give, right? And you're not going to give on strength. You're not going to give on wisdom, their will, and you're not going to give on charisma, their ability to deceive and weave plots, right? So something's got to give, and I guess it's going to be int.
Yeah, I guess a quick glance at the Veiled Master too. Their int does actually go over the wisdom, so it does end up becoming higher at the higher stat for the person at the top of the chain, I guess. But yeah,
for their skills, there's just a few. Athletics, big strong creature, use those athletics maneuvers, shove, grab with a bite, trip in the water. I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
Intimidate is high. They got a +15 for intimidation, and a +16 for occultism. I know that they have a deception, but it did not make it into my listing, unfortunately.
It's 15. I see it here.
That's a 15. Yeah. So those face skills are high. Those face skills are high. Now, not diplomacy. I probably would have liked to see that, but back to when you create a monster in 2e, there are specific, very good rules as to how those stat allocations go. So something's got to give. Yeah. And if you would have given this thing a +15 diplomacy, that would have been stupid. I mean, you just couldn't do it and make it a balanced creature.
It talk its way at anything. Yeah,
exactly. And you can pick one lore. You can pick one lore of any subcategory. So if you have, an Aboleth, I like that this is unique, right? This is a unique thing that you can take this Aboleth because they have different functions in society. Maybe this is a bit of a bookworm Aboleth. Maybe he's specifically studied how to worm his way into a specific settlement, and he spent the last 30 years studying everything about Absalom, right? So he's got, +14 Absalom lore. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Or, cool. He's been studying a specific type of item. So he has like a +15, item lore or curse lore or something like that. A very specialized creature, because this is a level 7 creature. When you've got a high enough campaign, you're playing with like level 12 or something. You can run into 2 of these at once. Make them some research partners or something. Give them some uniqueness between the two of them. Give them a little Abbott and Costello vibe if you want to. That'd be fun.
And if you really want to subvert the whole system, just give it diplomacy lore. Call it a day.
Perfect. Exactly. There you go. Got it. I like that. It's like how I build characters. It's very Munchkin, and I dig it.
Such a Munchkin.
It's very Munchkin. I like it. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to use that one.
Make a note. You're welcome for that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, fort save is ridiculous. 15. Will is just right behind it at 16. But like I said, something's got to give. They have a very low reflex of +10.
Yeah, I mean, it just when the larger creature gets, the more I expect that, right? Like
exactly.
The AC is always a bit lower. The Dex is usually a bit lower, and the reflex is going to be almost negligible. That's almost always
so. One of the things that I have problems with in the system for this, for the case of verisimilitude, right? You see this a lot with large flying creatures, like very large dragons or something like that. You see this with large underwater creatures. You see this with large burrowing creatures like a bullet, right? They have low reflex. If they're in their standard terrain, can you trip something digging in a hole? Can you trip something while flying? Can you trip it while swimming? Like, yes, raw, you can, but it feels dumb and I don't like it. So to me, sometimes these are half-hearted, negatives to the creature, right? Because how are you going to capitalize on that little reflex? Sure, a breath weapon. Okay, what's your breath weapon? Is it fire? Are you underwater? Yeah. What are you going to do with that?
So, because we do see creatures that get certain bonuses based on their terrain, which is nice.
Exactly.
It's usually something like, in this terrain, it's kind of better camouflage, which gets a boost to its stealth and its hide checks, kind of thing, which is great. It's great to have. However, you're not wrong. It would be cool to see, But that being said, like, with a burrowing creature, for example, like, how would you even go about attempting to trip it if you're not also burrowing? So it kind of negates the complaint there in a way.
I mean, if you
swim
are
less so,
burrowing,
and the fly less so, but yeah. But if you're both burrowing, then you're like, okay, how does this work? That doesn't really make any sense. But you gotta cross that threshold first.
No,
like, am I even burrowing? Why would I even bother to trip something that's burrowing when I'm not burrowing? It's not even a question anymore. For the most of the time is what I'm getting at.
Right.
So when it does come up, you're right. It's like, what do we do here? What's the point? You're
gonna have that same thing for like
GM
slimes,
discretion always,
or gelatinous cubes,
Yeah.
or
right,
or
sure.
like a snake. Like, I'm gonna trip a python. Good luck.
Yeah. Hey, for all, snakes for sure. For all I know, it's been a while since I looked at, like, say, a gelatinous cube, but for all I know, they are immune to.
They probably are
being
immune.
Prone.
I haven't run one.
Yeah, they probably have
in 2E
something.
yet.
Yeah, I hope they are. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk about offense.
fix it.
I assume that's everything for defense and passives,
Yeah.
more or less. What do we got for offense?
So they really only have one melee attack.
Mhm.
And it's really the main way that they can deal damage, because their spells are all illusion and enchantment spells, all of them, and not ones that do damage. So they have a tentacle attack, and while this is a big fish thing, they have a pair of tentacles on them, that are a pretty middle of the pack, plus 16 to hit. It's not insane.
Okay.
Like I said, it's right in the middle of the 2-hit for this creature's range. And it does a little bit higher damage than creatures of this range would typically, though, at 2d8 plus 10. Sorry, 2d8 plus 10 bludgeoning. And it's an agile weapon, right? So because it's a natural attack, it's agile.
Sure.
So yes, its 2-hit is a little bit lower, but since it's agile, it gets some benefit to the lower multiple attack penalty. It also has a 15-foot reach and counts as magical. So it's
big,
pretty nasty, right? I mean, yes, it's a huge creature, so a huge creature is going to have 15-foot of reach. But the extra thing that this does that is really the killer for an Aboleth is it adds something called slime, which imagine slime as water-based mummy rot. It is a disease, and it is a curse, and it is virulent, right? It's got a DC 25.
I did do a little bit of cursory research in this beforehand because it looked a little complicated because the curse and disease combo. But yeah, continue.
Right. So this has a DC 25 fort save, so that's high for this level, right? That's really good. Usually for a level 7 creature, you're looking at a 21 or a 23. 25 is nuts. It's keyed off fort, and for the first stage, which is the first round, nothing bad happens, right? The next stage, your skin softens and you become drained 1 for 1 round.
So drained like affects basically all your stats, right?
No, drained
and it's usually
right. Drained is pretty much everything. It's nuts.
Just double checking because
absolutely,
I know it's gnarly. It's one that always stops you dry. Okay, it's Constitution forward. Constitution and Fortitude. So you're automatically, as soon as you hit stage 2, you're automatically going to do worse on this already high save. So that's what it is. It hits your Constitution-based checks and Fortitude saves, and it brings down your hit points by a certain amount, including your maximum hit points. And I believe you can't restore that maximum hit points until you've basically gotten rid of the drain condition, which is typically after a full night's rest per number of conditions.
So that's where this gets really gross.
It can be it gets stack bad. Yeah.
This lasts for one round, and then it gets worse. The victim's skin becomes clear and slimy if they fail that Fortitude save, which is harder for them now because they're drained. And they become drained 2 until the curse ends. Period. Done. Doesn't matter if you drop the stage somehow. You are stuck drained until the curse ends. Every hour you remain dry.
Brutal.
So if you are not in the water, your drained condition increases by 1 more. And that's permanent.
You've got to do that at least every hour. Oh man, that's brutal. Permanent. Oh man. And I would imagine if you hit a certain point of drain, it's going to kill you.
It does. Exactly. If you hit 0 con, you're gone. So if you are not wet, you have bad things happen to you. They actually did this. One of the people that they found in Ruins of Aslan in their Raiders that we talked about, Raiders Lost Continent, the GCP show, one of the creatures they had was under the influence of this curse. One of the people that they found from the original settlement.
I remember that.
And the joke was they kept peeing on him to keep him moist.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Leave it to those guys. Yeah,
but
that's brutal though.
You can remove curse, so like you can remove curse as well. But this one, you can use remove disease to try to counteract the curse as well. And remember, curses need to counteract. You have to run counteract checks on curses, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a little bit more difficult than remove disease. It is a counteract. Period.
Yeah, it's still good though because it means you can do that early. Because you can attempt it early anyway. Because remove disease is a level 3 spell. Remove curse is level 4. So there's basically at least a minimum of 2 more levels generally you're going to need to gain before you get remove curse. So that is sort of a slight offset. To have a curse that also acts as a disease, giving you a slightly wider avenue of getting rid of it. But the fact that it's virulent, which is a really important trait. For the listeners, it means basically that you need double the amount of like effort or saving throws in order to recover from it. So you need to do 2 consecutive ones in order to like go back and like kind of get like sort of remove it or get over it naturally or whatever. But so that can be really brutal. So it's really stacked against you to get this disease. But at least they give you a slight extra avenue to try and get rid of it as well.
So this creature came out in Bestiary 1, right? And they added something as a rider to Slime to the stage 2, is that immunity to disease offers no protection against this, right?
Oh.
So this is where this is important,
awesome.
right? Because there are several classes that can pick up a feature that gives them immunity to disease, things like that. But in Treasure Vaults, they introduced an alchemical item called a vaccine, which can instigate, and it's a really fun one. I love it. I have it on my chat region that I play with sometimes. Yeah. It's great. You can create a vaccine against a disease and give you immunity against that disease if it's inflicted by something. So if you think you're going to pull a fast one and become immune to slime, you got another thing coming, buddy, because you can't do it. Sorry.
Look that up, because vaccine existed before Treasure Vault, but it was literally just a bonus to like your not administer first aid, but your downtime version.
Right, exactly.
Where you can help people recover from disease. And so, but like, sounds like they expanded upon it. I didn't know about that.
They
but
did.
I love that. Like,
improve the vaccine.
It will not save you in this case because it's a curse. It will affect you as a curse, but it's also a disease. But like the curse overrides that, so your immunity is no good here.
Just like Mummy Rot.
Awesome.
Just like Mummy Rot. Mummy Rot's the same way. It's a curse and it's a disease.
Brutal.
It's rough.
I love it.
Because once you get to a certain level of it, if like you haven't gotten rid of the disease before the curse gets to a certain level, you are screwed until you can magically remove the curse.
Okay. So spells then. What do you got for spells?
Well, before we get to spells, it's got one more passive that's kind of goo related. So I figured it kind of fits right here. While they're underwater, they have a mucus cloud around them in a radius of 5 feet.
Oh yeah. Okay. This also sort of existed in 5e, but yeah.
Exactly. It's an aura.
Okay.
It's also a disease.
Of course it is.
5 foot radius. And if you fail at a DC 25 fortitude save, you lose the ability to breathe air.
No.
You gain the ability to breathe water for 3 hours, but you lose the ability to breathe air if you're an air-breathing creature.
Oh, man. I also remember this from the Ruins of Aslan. Yeah, that's so crazy. Yeah, it basically morphs you into an air-breathing creature, for better or for worse.
Yep, it's rough.
How long does that last for?
3 hours. 3 hours.
3 hours. Okay.
So,
right.
For 3 hours, you're stuck underwater.
In the water. Yeah, probably not your favored terrain unless you're Natsurketi, you're probably very vulnerable to attack. But you gotta sit there for 3 hours. It's like going up the line from the deep dive scuba diving. You gotta take your time so you don't get the bends. It must be really like, I want to get up there now. Brutal.
You can do some really interesting things with this, and when we get into the spells, this is where you can do some really nasty things with that aura. Specifically, you influence the inability to breathe, and then you screw with somebody's mind, essentially, right? Okay. So you'd asked about spells. This thing is
Yeah.
DC 25 again. So once again, high saves on these spells for a level 7 creature, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't have any cantrips, but pretty much everything it has is at will, so who cares?
Right.
And its lowest level spell is a level 3 hypnotic pattern, right? Hypnotic
Okay.
pattern is always a fun spell. It will
Oh yeah. So
you're
yeah.
dazzled, but
Right.
if you fail, you're also fascinated. And
Right.
if you crit fail, you're fascinated and you cannot use reactions.
It's crazy because it forces you to focus on the thing that fascinated you, which can be really brutal. Because if it's this creature and it just swims away and you're being attacked from multiple sides, you have to basically ignore it. You can't
Yep.
attack those other creatures if you're fascinated. It's crazy powerful in the right circumstance.
That's a fun one, right? Because you
Mhm.
can, like you said, make it so that they ignore everything else. This is a air quote boss monster. You should have mooks use the
Yeah.
mooks in that situation, right?
Yeah, yeah,
It has a 4th level, and that's at will right there. So you could cast
Right.
hypnotic pattern every round if you wanted to.
basically,
Um,
yeah. That unless the stat block lists a limited use, even though it's at will. Like if it doesn't say that, yeah, as far as I know, the raw is you could just use it over and over, right? Like that's how that works.
Yep, absolutely.
It's wild. Yeah.
Level 4 spell, and this is where it gets really fun when you combine things like the mucus. You get hallucinatory terrain.
Oh,
So-
yes.
If they fail this thing, they can think that where they are is different. So now they can't breathe air because they're mucus.
Because they think they're in air.
Make them think that they're in air now. And unless they disbelieve
Oh.
the illusion, they will not breathe.
Just cruel.
Yeah. Or just make them
Oh, man, I
think
love
that the terrain adjacent to them is water, like the air place on land is water and where they are is air, and they bring themselves out into
Yeah.
the air and they begin to suffocate, right?
Mhm.
There's a few fun ways you can do that. And this is,
Mhm.
this is one of those really neat defensive abilities that you can
Right.
you can do, right?
For sure.
Because you can, the floor is lava. Run away. That's this
Yeah.
this spell is the floor is lava, right? It works
Yeah.
in a 50-foot burst. It's a massive area, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's cool, especially when you combine the other spells and the other kit of this creature.
Mm-hmm.
You have illusory object, which is not as cool, but you
Okay.
could do some of the same thing if something has been given the idea that they can only breathe water, and you make an illusory waterfall, and they want to go get
Right.
under the waterfall because they can breathe there, but they actually can't.
Right.
Same deal.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is a level 1 spell, but we're looking at a heightened
At a
level
level 5,
which is
yeah.
effectively, yeah. So heightened level 2 is gives it the auditory olfactory traits because it generates the sound and smells and everything
Yep.
in touch. At level 5, it's unlimited duration. So yeah, it's not like this
Right.
limited
It could
amount of
just
time
be
until you
running
recover
in
from
the
it.
area, right? Because it's in a 20-foot
Yeah,
burst.
right.
I would probably have fun with that and just say it's almost like a perpetual aura. If you get within the certain area, you think you see this
Right.
thing, right?
Sure.
Um,
Yeah.
One of those things that you can prep in your combat beforehand, essentially give it a
Mm-hmm.
hazard in the space. Same thing, we have illusory scene, but this one's at a 6th level. So you can create
Okay.
like a bar. You could create a tavern fight or something, right?
Right.
Things
you
in the
can
scene
combine
can
these really
speak-
easily too.
Exactly. Like you can layer these things on top of each other and like imagine this Aboleth that's in this like sunken city or something. And you go into where it is and it looks like this palatial estate or something, but it's just these spells layered on top of each other. Really
Yeah.
cool
It
thematic.
even says in
meat to
illusory
add to it.
scene. Yeah, there's a line in the end of the first paragraph. It says, though it doesn't include changes to the environment around the scene, but you can place your scene within the illusory environment of hallucinatory terrain. So yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
You're just layering these things on each other. That would be a hell of a way to like slowly end a combat by confusing the players. Like this appears. Like the environment changes around you, and then there's this object, and around that object, this whole thing forms, and suddenly you're not in the water anymore, and everyone's failing their will saves or whatever it is. They're gonna be like, "What's just happened? I
Exactly.
swear we were in the water. Now we're in this tavern with a player
Exactly.
piano in the middle of the forest." That'd be so good.
This is where it really gets fun, is we get dominate at this level too. These are not at will, but it's a level 3. But dominate is always fun. I'm sorry, we can do it 3 times a day, not at level 3. It's a level 6 dominate though.
Oh,
so
yeah, it is.
This is fun. And this is the control the creature. It is a incapacitation, so you treat the save as one higher if it's creature is a higher level than you. However, typically this thing is going to be fighting things lower level. I mean, this would probably be in a APL -2 or APL +2 encounter, right? So it's not going to matter. Even if you succeed, you're stunned 1. That's nuts. Even if you succeed that save, you are stunned.
Brutal.
If you are failed, you are controlled, but you can attempt a will save to get out of it every turn. Right? But what does that matter if it, bellies up to you, makes it so that you can't breathe air anymore, dominates you, and then commands you to get out of the water?
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Dominates such a gnarly spell. If it gets off, I feel like there's very few circumstances when it really truly gets off in the worst fashion. But man, I love that. I love the degrees of success in the system where, even when if it doesn't get off in the brutal way, you're still being punished.
Oh yeah. So critical failure, they only get a save if you tell them to do something that's completely against their nature, like attack their ally. Like you can just say, all right, take your clothes off and stand in the corner. And they don't get a save against that. They just do it. Yeah. So
unless they're never nudes.
Exactly.
Never nudes.
They're
never
nudes.
Nope,
I'm writing that into all of my characters now, so nobody can do it. I'm a never nude.
That's just it.
That's it.
And
cool. Finally, we got 2 level 7 spells. Both of these are again at will. We have Veil.
Okay, so only Dominate is the one that's limited use.
That's the only limited use, but it's still 3 times. That's
fairly
nuts.
fair. It's still a lot.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
So we have Veil, which essentially can disguise things. So you can essentially shape shift something. And at 7th level, it disguises their sense, their voices. It has the auditory and olfactory traits. They can appear as creatures of any size. They can appear as specific individuals. More of layering the illusions on top of one another to create this scene. This is even cooler when you have a veiled master that already can transform into anything at will, right?
Right.
So you could walk into something that you had no idea was happening, and then you're in the room and you're talking to this thing, and all of a sudden the room starts filling with water and it turns into a giant fish and beats the crap out of you. I love that
mind-bending thriller movie.
Right?
Yeah, it's so good.
And the very final one more illusion spell. We have Project Image at level 7. You project an image of yourself.
Okay.
Within 30 feet of you. Whenever you cast a spell, other than one that has an emanation, you can make it so that the spell comes from that thing, right?
Okay, from the
it's like mirror image on crack. They can target that thing.
Yeah.
It has the same AC as you. If it hits it, the illusion ends, right? But it can give something a chance to get away. If you can get the party to believe that that's the real one, right?
Yeah.
More of live to fight another day, twirl the mustache, and swim away quickly.
Yeah. Oh, man. Amazing.
They got a lot going
that's
on.
A hell of a list.
There's so much here
there's a
with
lot
these
going
things.
On. Yeah.
Like if
Honestly,
you like
this
plots.
Reminds me, yeah. So this creature reminds me of, and I'm reasonably sure we James and I had talked about this with the Aboleth. In that, like, these are not really your go toe-to-toe creatures. They don't want to fight you, really. They want to get away. They want to walk away, or they want to take you down with their minions around them. So it's one of those. But they don't really want to take you head on because they don't have a lot of offense. They have a lot of just mind fuckery. In 5e, they have the Mucus Cloud thing, but it's only upon, like, hit. So there's something there that's similar, but you have to be engaged in combat, which doesn't sound like what this creature wants to do, especially in melee. And I think that one thing that's I find a little maybe it's odd, maybe it's not, but it's missing by comparison to 5e is that 5e has like they're telepathic creatures. I don't see this in the stat block, and they have the ability to enslave creatures and take over their mind 3 times a day. So that's very similar to the dominate kind of thing, but it's a little more in depth. They're a little more like enslavement on the spot kind of thing in 5e, and a little more telepathic. And they have one of those legendary action things where they can like drain your they could do a psychic drain and cause mental damage or something like that. But otherwise, and most of it does line up quite a bit. But yeah, I just this is one of those creatures that we've covered where we were generally of the opinion, I think, of like, you know, they are big sort of story arc creatures. They are big bads, but like they're not the big bad that wants to go toe to toe with you at all. They just want to fuck with you, and they want to walk away so they can get back to scheming, and they will kill you, you know, with their minions or in some other way. They don't want to take you down themselves. They probably have no interest in it, really.
So that's where the Veiled Master comes in. Because remember how I said at the beginning of this, the Veiled Master's everything that the Alghollthu Master is turned up to 11. It absolutely is, because this thing is just large, right? It's not huge, but it has the reach of a gargantuan creature on its claw attacks, right? It's got a 20-foot reach, right? And it deals nasty damage. It's got a DC 37 Geas that it can cast, right? It has mind reading at will. It has tongues. This is the thing, and it has suggestion, right, on top of dominate. And it's an 8th level suggestion, so it is the maximum heightened suggestion, right? This is that one, right? This has a flurry attack, like how like a River Drake or something has, where it can attack everything in its range, or a Hydra, where it can attack everything in its range. It can attack everything in its range with a Tentacle Strike, and that's crazy. A 20-foot reach. So everything within 20 feet for 2 actions, it gets to attack at its highest map. It's nuts. So that's the one. Like, it's got Thought Lance, which is another one of those things that's just on top of it, on top of slime, right? Even if it doesn't deal damage, right? Something just touched by it. 34 save, they become slowed on a failure, slowed 2 on a crit failure. It just happens if it touches you.
It just happens.
Right? It has consume memories, right? It makes you stupefied and you regain hit points. These things, like I said, these things ought to be a level 16 creature, not a 14. These things are nuts. I want to put one against my players someday.
Yeah. Well, I hope I'm in the party. I want to see it all crumble for us. I love being on that side of things. Well, unless there's anything crucial you think needs to be added to this, I think we'll wrap this long one up.
I want to add one more scary thing real quick.
Okay.
Right. Azurketi are Gillmen, right? Azurketi are another servitor race. They're long
playable ancestry.
Separated. Yes, they are playable ancestry. They are long separated. In 1E, they had a concept of sleeper agent Azurketi, that their genetic program would be activated one day, and they would just start killing crap in the name of the Veiled Masters. Right.
Aslanturian candidate?
Yes, Aslanturian candidate. That's exactly what it is. And that, I think, is something that they need to bring back in 2E as like a background or something to give this a possibility to put in. That would be so cool. Like, you call it, like, you know, deep programming or veiled programming. It's like an Azurketi. It almost looks like a curse or something. So cool.
And it would be cool if like something like half
like
the
a blighted boon
was
like a blighted boon or something.
Yeah. Imagine if like half the population had like somehow genetically moved on from that, and so it's only half of them that turn when the event happens.
Or
so
it's like half of them have the possibility, and it's like a tiny fraction of half of them. But like they turn on and they're like sleeper agents, and they're just not necessarily just go on a rampage, but they just start sowing dissent because they like saw a disguised Veiled Master and activated them. Exactly, right? Like, who is this? And there's an Azurketi in your party just twiddling his thumbs, acting like nothing's wrong. And every time he goes to bed, he wakes up with blood on his hands. So no, I think it'd be fun. It's like
amazing.
A really messed up werewolf.
Yeah. I'm here for it. That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be a great idea. Take notes, Paizo. I know we know you're watching. Cool. Thanks, Trevor. That was super sweet. I hope we one day soon cover the other stat blocks. Maybe we'll do a bonus episode for it and bring you back in to do it. That'd be really fun.
Oh man, I could
if
just
you're
talk
down.
about that Veiled
Yeah.
Master for an hour and a half. It's so fun.
That'd be cool. Yeah, because we've basically covered the lore on it, but I would love to cover the stat blocks just for shits and giggles and fun and just thoroughness, I guess. But yeah, awesome. Thank you for joining us for this. This is super exciting. Tell everyone where they can find you if they don't know who you are.
We have an Abomination Vaults podcast. Roll for Intent releases every Monday. We're the second best Abomination Vaults podcast right after Uncharted North, Stemming the Tide. And you can find us anywhere you can get your
Get that very often.
podcasts. Just Roll for Intent. We also have a review show called Roll for Intent Creators Corner where we talk about third-party content as well that releases when we can get to it.
I featured on one of those at one point, didn't I?
You were on one of those episodes.
Sick.
But yeah, episodes every Monday going through Abomination Vaults. We have a great time. You can find us there. You can check out our Discord, rollforintent.com/Discord. I had a lilt there for someone. You can check out our Discord.
Discord.
Our Discord.
And I'm sure down the line you'll hear my voice and possibly James' voice or anyone else from Uncharted North on some of Trevor's content. And you certainly
Absolutely.
will
I
down
love
the
these
line hear
guys.
Trevor on some of ours. We've already done recordings, just stuff that's never seen the light of day. Who knows if some of them will or will not. But some of it's sloppy, some of it's just not good for the ears. But we had fun anyway, and we'll definitely have more fun in the future. So thanks for joining us, Trevor. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so
Super
much
fun
for having me.
creature you
This was
picked.
great.
Yeah, no worries, man. We will talk to you soon.
Thanks, y'all.
Scoobity boopa boopity boopity lip boopa da bapa doo.
Hey, that should give you a hint for the next guest. The man who infuriatingly enjoys everything except for my NPCs or all NPCs.
All NPCs.
The mustachioed freak who has three celebrity doppelgangers, varied impressiveness. Our social media guru because he likes it and we don't. And I think the only member of the Uncharted North and its collaborators to actually have listened to every episode of Encounter This, which I can tell by the way he's nearly mimicked how James and I do our notes. I, Freeman, bodily fluid Fedora Easton, and cordially welcome Scott, Bloody Beret Barber.
Hey, encounter me, baby.
Hey, that's my joke.
What the hell's going on, world?
Oh man, Scott, I feel like it's well overdue that you are on Encounter This.
Yeah, hey, I'm just
Well
happy to be
overdue.
here.
Yeah, we are going to be going through revisiting Redcaps, which is pretty cool. This is the one you picked.
Yeah.
Original for AET was episode 45. So it's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
The floor is yours. Actually, before it is, I do have to ask one question. I thought you were a Canucks fan, and I thought the rule was you're not allowed to change teams.
Wow.
So why what's that?
First of all, buddy, anyone who thinks that they can gatekeep what team you like is an asshole. I grew up being a Montreal Canadiens fan until I moved to Vancouver, and I just thought I'd get with the program here, and I've been loving it ever since. So I'm a man of two sides. And also, it's fucking Redcaps, baby. Come on. This is a Canucks hat. It's just soaked in blood.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say you're a man of many sides, meaning you're versatile, of course, multifaceted.
Yeah.
But in case you were worried that you were the only one who came themed, it's not true because I didn't tell anyone, but I paired a drink for every episode.
Ooh.
And so today I have a Twin Sails beer. It is their milkshake IPA. Specifically, though, it is made with blood orange.
Ah, very nice.
I thought you'd enjoy that.
Admit that I was gonna have a blackmail, but in much my fashion, I drank too much this weekend, and I don't feel like drinking anything.
That's fair.
So there's a water.
I'll drink enough for both of us, I guess.
All right, take me into the world of Pathfinder Redcaps. What do you got for me? I'm a blank
Well,
slate.
first, I would like to read a slight excerpt from a nursery rhyme, Never Told Nursery Rhymes by Nayuda. And this
Sure.
comes amidst a poem called The Soldier and the Redcap Queen. The Redcap Queen removed her crown and washed it deeply in the blood, and when placed back upon her frown, looked rather like a grim rosebud. Now, we're talking Redcaps, baby, and what that means is we are talking fey creatures that just love to murder. And whether they love it or whether they just have to because it's their only way to live, I'll let you decide. But to me, they love that shit.
All right.
If I can
I believe you.
introduce the reason that I love Redcaps, or well, how I got into them first. You mentioned in the first encounter this episode where it was a famous NPC from the Glass Cannon podcast.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it was just such a good character. It was such a funny character. Troy did it in a way that was more comical than I
Yeah.
think that they should be portrayed
Yeah.
as horrifying, crazy creatures. But I just
Yeah.
really fell in love with them after that in looking at what they're
Mhm.
like because they're just metal as fuck. They're literally
Really cool. Yeah.
fucking metal. Absolutely.
Yeah, that
Razzmatazz is
yeah, Razzmatazz was the name of the the GCP one for anyone who doesn't remember. And
yes.
if I recall correctly, the reason it ended up being so goofy is not just because Troy is good at being goofy, but it was effectively dominated by one of the PCs, who I think might have been Matthew. But it was just like so unexpected, and it became an effective NPC of the party so long as they wanted to continue spending a spell slot every day. So it was like, what choice did he have? So he had fun with it, and it turned this into something that wasn't a murder machine because it was dominated by something that wasn't a murder machine. So that's me apologizing for his betrayal. But you're right.
Yes.
It was a
Well,
goofy thing.
he always
But these things
wanted
are
to murder.
nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, he did. He always wanted to murder.
So it's just in
So
my
funny.
mind, I can, I picture them two ways. I do picture them as cute little garden gnomes. Like, okay, what are those toys called with the big heads? Like Pop'ems? Funko
Funko
Pops.
Pops?
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way that they're cute with their big heads is almost how I picture them sometimes, like garden gnomes
Yeah.
with like blood-soaked red hats. But then when
Yeah.
you actually read the lore and realize that they are small creatures that are lanky and greasy, disgusting old men with fucking
Yep.
huge scythes and hats covered in blood and then boots that are just made of metal.
Yeah.
Like,
They are
that's just
not at
wild.
all a Funko Pop. Like, not even close.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
So I see them both ways, just depending on what my mood is.
Mhm.
And then, yeah, just to kind of get into a little bit of lore, they are fey creatures. In Pathfinder lore, they are sadistic and cruel and just live for the thrill of bloodletting and murder. So, I think the Pathfinder lore just really leans into not the fact that they have to kill to live, but the fact that they live to kill. They're just all
They
about it.
just have to kill. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like an addiction. Yeah.
Oh,
They just need it.
it's
They're
that good
chasing
shit
that dragon. Yeah.
for sure. And as far as they go with other fey creatures, they just generally don't really get along with them. So
Mm.
there are some fey creatures that will hire redcaps as mercenaries, which I think it goes a little bit away from the D&D lore, but I thought was pretty
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah.
Other things that are pointed out in Pathfinder lore is that although redcaps are vicious hunters, they're not fond of eating flesh. So they
Oh.
prefer to drink the blood of their victims or suck
Okay.
out the marrow of their bones. And
Okay.
just the main reason they're out there hunting is just to keep those caps soaked in blood.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah,
I love
it's
it.
great.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
that's so good.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
just thinking of like a note from the 5e stuff was that
they were like, this sort of anomaly of, if I remember correctly, they would spawn from, like blood spilt on the ground near where like the barrier or the veil to the Feywild was thinned or something like that. And
Mhm.
I don't know if we just explicitly covered something saying that they didn't get along with other Fey, but there was something where it was like a 3E thing or a 2E thing where when they died, they would leave behind like a tooth or something. And then you
Mhm.
could actually give that to other Fey creatures to gain favor, because other favorite creatures would be like, oh, that's one less red cap. Good work,
Yeah.
So it was like a sort of assumed, I think, to a degree, that they were a bit troublesome.
Yeah, I think that they like because I the thing is that no one is really safe from red caps because when it
Right.
comes down to it, if they haven't killed in the last couple days, you might be next. And it doesn't matter who you are or what you stand
Right.
for, they'll just
Hmm.
come at you.
They gotta
Um,
feed it every so often. Yeah.
an interesting little thing that I found, unlike D&D lore, this one says red caps are believed to only mate after successful murders. Female red caps give birth to twins or triplets after 6 to 8 months. Siblings constantly fight for the respect of others and the attention of parents, and usually only one red cap per birth survive to adulthood. Parents usually
Oh.
encourage this fight. Those that show weakness are culled, and red caps live up to 60 years, but are almost always killed before that.
Oh man.
Mhm.
I love that shit. So like James and I have covered so many, like, so many creatures now in DD, and we eventually turned into making sure we covered stuff from the previous editions, right? And a lot of that
Yeah.
previous stuff included like, mating and diet and all that stuff. And I always love those details. I love those details. Do you know off the top of your head, does that information come from second edition, or is that extended back to first edition?
Yes. So that's from 2013, Faye
Okay.
Revisited.
Cool.
Um,
So it's worth noting, just for a second, not that I think that any of that was too. I mean, it's dark as all hell, but it's not necessarily too problematic. Some things will have changed, or just will be kind of essentially left out, or reimagined, or reinterpreted, or will have an organic change in 2E for
yes.
a lot of this lore. But yeah, I love that. I love that. I think I'd have a fresh murder before they can do it. Like that's messed up. That is
Mhm.
so messed up. And like always twins or triplets. Like, ooh, that's just
Yeah,
creepy.
there's just a little less on the actual Pathfinder second edition lore.
Sure. Yeah.
One particular feature is that a red cap's boots and cap are of little value to other creatures, but it carries a scythe and various valuable trophies from its kills. So that could
Okay.
be a fun way to spice up some items for your adventures or just add some
Yeah.
gross, creepy flavor.
I'm sure we'll get into it. I don't know what see how this creature is, but there's something that I do love about 2E, in that like from D&D, you expect certain items to drop or whatever. So like if someone's carrying around, a staff or something like that, they're going to drop it, and you can pick that up.
Mhm.
But it's a little bit more prominent in second edition for Pathfinder, because the higher level creature you fight, it's probably going to have runes on it,
Right.
or the armor might be valuable, or it might be carrying a certain item, and that becomes much more part of the stat block in this game than it ever did in 5e, which I think is really fun.
Mhm.
So I'm always excited to explore that.
Yeah, because it just gives extra ways to benefit the PCs in that,
Hmm.
the runes don't necessarily need to stay on whatever it is, right? So just by
Right.
feeding them some runes, it definitely helps out, but it doesn't necessarily have to lock in an item which only one person could use. And if you didn't have that proper party build,
Right.
then it's just useless.
Yeah, it
Um,
suddenly becomes like these treasure drops from creatures are versatile in their value, which is really cool, and it's really important for that to happen.
exactly. One other thing with the lore that I want to point out was actually this is something that was it is from Pathfinder first edition, but just a fun little fact because there is a such thing as Winterfey. Have you ever run into this? Now, I don't have the stats pulled up in front of me, but they're
Mhm.
essentially just like variant creatures, but like winterized. So if you were
Okay.
running a campaign, somewhere that was more snowy, they just have I think that they have an effect that can freeze their enemies.
Okay.
And so you get some cool stuff like from his snow white beard and blue frost covered face to the wicked look in his frozen eyes, this little humanoid betrays a cruelty that only winter itself can match. Fun.
Love those descriptions.
So it's just like I
Yeah.
don't know. I thought that was pretty cool, and I think that winter phase is something
Mm.
that you can actually apply to a lot of creatures in Pathfinder First.
A little voice in my ear from James saying that there are 2 Fey courts. It's assumed that the stat blocks are for summer and winter versions. Um, so that's kind of an interesting little thing that we might explore sometime down the line. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I don't know if that's something that exists in 2e just yet for the Redcap. I hope that I think one of the beauties of first edition, there's so many like extra books that they've released, on different topics and all these different and so many different varieties for the first edition. 2e being still relatively new, they still have yet to release a good number of books, and I think one of the ones we're really missing is a focus on Fae.
Mm-hmm.
They've done regions and they've done factions, that sort of thing. But it's really cool to see a focus on fake creatures where we see variants like that crop up.
Agreed. Totally. Do you want to
Okay.
talk stat block?
Yeah, if you're done with the lore,
Yeah,
let's do
because
it.
as far as Pathfinder lore comes, that's kind of where we're wrapping up. They're essentially just
Okay.
they're
Yeah.
murder hobos, baby.
Did it specify how many days it was that they had to kill? Because I remember in the 5e lore, it was something like in order to survive, it has to soak its hat in blood. Is that a 2e thing? It has to do it like once every 3 days, otherwise it will die if it doesn't soak its own hat.
Um,
Did that ever come up, or are we looking at a
now
pretty big difference here?
this isn't exactly it, but in actual mechanics, there is an interact action called Blood Soak,
Oh,
and the red
okay,
cap,
okay,
yeah, the red cap dips its cap into the blood of a slain foe, and the foe must have died in the last minute, and the red cap must have helped kill it, and then it gains a
okay,
+2 status bonus to damage for 1 minute.
okay, cool.
Freeman, I'm just looking back, and I don't think that there is any specific information
So
about.
it's not about they don't have to do that to survive. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I think
interesting.
that.
It's just a pretty big difference. I'm sure there's they do it for a reason. So, but it's just not life or death, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I think
That would be
that
a yeah.
that might have been something that was just kind of remnant in my head from the D&D lore that I actually
Yeah,
never
it could be,
really
yeah.
even second guess because it's just so baked in there that that's actually something that
Sure.
affects them, right?
Yeah. I mean, I could also be, not remembering it correctly either, but, yeah, let's get into the stat block. I'm
Hmm.
sure we have some answers there. So, tell me about the mechanics of the
Okay.
red cap.
Dude, okay. So it's actually pretty fun because they have
Okay.
some pretty sweet things going on here that are a little different than 5e.
Mhm.
First of all, CR 5.
Okay.
Okay. And then let's see here. AC of 21. They have 60 HP, but also fast healing 10. Small
Wow. Okay.
creatures. Yep.
Yep.
Uh, chaotic evil. And then traits, they are Fey.
Mhm.
Hopping into just some other very basic things about them. One thing that I find really awesome is that their speed is 50.
Ooh, they're quick boys.
Yeah. They are
Oh, wow.
very quick boys. So if you're imagine, if you will, thinking about these greasy, disgusting, small but lanky old dudes just
Yeah.
running at literally double the PCs
Oh,
generally.
man. Yeah. That's crazy.
So
And very creepy.
not to skip forward too much, but that does come into play when they use this action called Stomp, and it's an attack
Okay.
action where they stride up to half their speed and make a boot strike at any point during that movement. And then if
Oh,
it
yeah.
hits a prone creature, it also deals an extra 2d6 persistent bleed damage. So like
Oh, cool.
they're like running at only half their speed, which is essentially a PC's speed, and then
Yeah.
curb stomping them at any point and giving them bleed damage.
That's amazing.
Like,
I'm sure
that's
they have
fucking
something
wild.
that gives them the option to trip to make that happen, or like knock someone prone. Just remind me. So 5e had one. It was called Ironbound Pursuit, and they would basically move up to their speed and then kick someone with their boots, knocking them prone and doing like pretty
Mm.
significant damage. Especially for
Well,
it was they're a CR3 creature in 5e, and they were doing like 3d10, so it was a big hit. So not dissimilar.
the scythe weapon that they have in Pathfinder Second Edition has the trip trait.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also,
So for the listeners, it's a really important for weapons to have certain traits like that, because generally, especially if you're using athletics like trip or shove or grab, you need a hand to be free. So if you're using a two-handed weapon, it needs you need to either remove a hand, which is not kind of costly for action economy, or you need to put it, or you need to have the trait on the weapon to allow you to do it without the free hand. So having the trip trait on the weapon is huge for that.
mhm. And just while we're on that weapon real quick, scythe at plus 15 to hit is 1d10 plus 10 slashing, and it is a deadly d10 as well.
Of course it is. I mean, that's a solid to hit. That's a decent amount of damage. That's a big hit die. And again, for the listeners, deadly D8 means that if you crit with the weapon, you get to add whatever the die that's listed, the die amount that's listed. So a D10, you get to add that. You don't get to double that one, but you get to add it on top of the double damage, which is
Mhm.
brutal. So brutal. Awesome. What
Okay,
about tell me more about like yeah, their languages and their stats and skills.
absolutely. So other fun facts. They speak Common and Sylvan.
Okay. That's
Low light
pretty standard.
vision, which
Mhm.
low light vision goes away from 5e, where I believe they have full dark vision. Um,
Let me just double check. You are correct. Dark vision 60 feet.
mhm. And then let's see here. Strength 4, Dex 4, Con 2, Intelligence 1, Wisdom 1, and Charisma 1. Charisma 2. My apologies.
Okay. So
So
they're out for blood. Stat
they're
wise,
out
they're
for blood
already out
big
for blood.
time.
Yeah.
Stacked up
And
with
they're not
the
thinking about it too much.
like 15 in athletics, 13 acrobatics, 13 intimidation, 13 stealth, so they can sneak up on you too. 11
Yeah.
deception, 10 nature.
A lot of them have a little boost to intimidation. Like they've just enough to bother with, but it's not a priority. You know, they're there to sneak up on you and kill you.
Yep. Pretty decent saves, fortitude 11, reflex 15, will 10. Little fun one
Yep.
here. They do have weakness to cold iron 5. And then they have this thing
Which is a
called
classic Fae thing.
mhm. They have a fun thing called divine revulsion. So I'm just going to be sneaking down into a little section here. I wouldn't necessarily call this, I guess, maybe it's not a reaction, but if a red
More of a
cap,
passive thing.
yeah, exactly. If a red cap sees a creature brandish a religious symbol of a good deity, which requires an interact action. So essentially, if a PC takes the action to display this,
Right.
or cast a divine spell, the red cap must attempt a DC 19 will save, and it then becomes temporarily immune to all brandished religious symbols for 10 minutes. But
Yeah.
basically, if they fail, they pass are unaffected. If they fail, they're frightened too. And if they critically fail, the red cap gains the fleeing condition for 1 round and is frightened 4.
Damn. Okay.
Mhm.
That's a pretty brutal weakness, assuming you've got a religious symbol somewhere in the inventory of the party. um, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a hell of a thing.
It
Um,
is not necessarily like it's a DC 19 and their will is 10. So you're not going to be hitting you're
yeah,
going to be hitting it like four, I don't know. I'm bad at math. 40% of the
yeah,
time.
yeah. That's an interesting one. I would imagine the thing that I do get a little puzzled on that is like it's like, does this creature automatically know what all the good deities are? You know, or does the GM have some free? I mean, the GM always has the freedom to play with like what counts and what doesn't. Like
Mhm.
I would imagine I would have a hard time saying that say Abadar. I can't remember if Abadar is actually good. I have a feeling they're probably neutral. But yeah,
All
they're
about
lawful
that
neutral.
coin,
Damn.
baby. Good or bad.
Yeah. But follower alignments do include good in them, but like certain good deities like that just might be off the beaten path. Like, what are the chances of the red cap automatically knowing what their symbol is?
Well, they live in a world where gods are real. So
Hmm.
whether you believe or know about the god or not, if you see that religious symbol, it gives out good vibes if it's a good god and bad vibes if it's a bad god. And
So
you
so you're
you
saying
don't
it's a
have to know, you
combo?
feel it.
Yeah. It's not just that they're revolted by it, but there's a presence of a physical power that triggers the revulsion that they don't
Yeah,
have a
I mean
choice
that's
over.
what I'm thinking cuz like, they exist.
Spoken like a true GM, Scott. I hope you run a game one day.
One of these days, one of these
Looking
days.
forward to it, buddy.
Yeah. It's going to be
Amazing.
horrifying. It's going to be 700 red caps.
Just mowing them down. All right, cool. We've bounced all over the place with this one, but I'm okay with it. I love it. What else do you have?
Okay. Sorry, listeners, if this is a little unhinged, but this is what you get, baby. Let's talk about the cap itself. I think that I briefly mentioned this earlier when we were trying to figure out if it needed to soak the cap to live. But essentially, the red cap's woolen hat is dyed with the blood of his victims. If the red cap loses the cap, it no longer benefits from fast healing and takes a -4 status penalty to its damage rolls. It can create a new cap in 10 minutes, but that cap doesn't gain its powers until the red cap has been turned red with the blood soak action. And a cap has no benefit for creatures other than the red cap who made it.
Cool. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing to the mystery I was hoping for. That's awesome. So it doesn't really it doesn't rely on it, but it kind of does. Like that fast healing 10 is massive. That's really big. That's a tough thing to overcome.
That's big. And
And
then
to lose
the
that,
-4.
would be brutal for this creature.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
-4 to
the
damage
damage
rolls.
rolls. Yeah, that's awful. So this thing has a very very much needed priority to keep that hat soaked in blood.
Right. And then so that
Brutal.
I will now go back to I think it was a blood soak that we talked about earlier. I'll go back
Mhm.
to that because it almost kind of they play off each other. So with that first
Yeah.
one, if they lose a cap, they get -4 to their damage. Now, with
Mhm.
the interact blood soak, the red cap dips its cap in the blood of a slain foe, and the foe must have died in the last minute, and the red cap must have helped kill it. And when
Right.
dipped, the red cap gets a +4 status bonus to damage rolls for 1 minute. So if they
Oh.
lose the cap, they get -4. If they're just
Mhm.
fighting, they're regular. But if they've helped kill something and dip the cap,
Oh,
then they
and
get
they take the
+4.
time to re-dip it. They get a +4.
Mhm.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So it's like you're powered down and then you're
Yeah.
powered up.
So taking the hat away is like one of the most important things you could possibly do. And if you could possibly destroy it, it's incredibly important for this creature.
Oh man.
Otherwise, it's just either it's at its main damage, which is already a lot, and then it has the opportunity if it takes something down and kills it to like boost that even further, and just really end up with push that NPC death spiral or that PC death spiral down
Exactly.
really quick.
Yeah. Because it,
That's
it just
awesome.
seems like unless you start taking them out early, they're gonna overwhelm the party because the
Yeah.
stronger they get, it just ramps.
Mhm. Cool.
Hmm.
Uh, that is awesome. Okay, so we've got Divine Revulsion, we've got Blood Soak, we've got the Stomp that we covered earlier, the Scythe. Is there any other attacks, actions,
We have
reactions?
a reaction, baby, and it's called
Okay.
Deadly Cleave. So if the red cap reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a scythe strike, the red cap is able to make another scythe strike against a different creature using the same multiple attack penalty as the triggering strike,
Mhm.
which then in turn counts towards its multiple attack penalty later. But essentially,
Okay.
just you get an attack at the same map, which is nice.
Okay, crazy. So that would be a really rare thing because usually reactions don't, no matter what, like especially attacks of opportunity, they don't count towards your multiple attack penalty. They don't take them into consideration at all. But this one specifically does. But it's also not ignoring it to start and then adding to it after. That's awesome. That's really good. Uh, you really don't want this thing to take someone down. That's the biggest danger, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And
Really cool.
they're built like little chainsaws, really.
Yeah. That is awesome. Now I know in 5e they had this weird do they have like a boots attack is kind of I'm about to ask because in 5e it was like a specific thing. They're like they prefer even though they had a scythe, they preferred to kick things with their iron boots. Like that's what they wanted to do.
Yeah, it's different than that. In this, they because they do have the stomp, and that's about as far
Okay.
as that goes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And that's
Um
specifically to attack. Well, not specifically, because you can attack them at any point if you're using the stomp action. But if they're
right.
prone,
Hmm.
that's when you get
Right.
the
Okay. So I mean, I guess
extra
you,
two d
yeah, I
six.
forgot you did say it. They make a boot strike, so they have this boot attack, but they're not likely to use it unless something's prone, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, well,
I'm
okay. Well,
following
here's the
you.
thing: is that we're when we're looking at red caps here. For me, I'm thinking that they're going to be in packs. So you
Okay.
have multiple of them that are size striking that are using
Yeah.
it to trip. And then
Hmm.
if you get tripped, they're all using their freaky amount of run to like be running
They're all
in,
just
running
gonna
out,
zip
and
around the
yeah,
battlefield,
just stomping you. Yeah.
stomping on you.
And
My
like if
God.
you really just think about what it's like to see, your like barbarian run at like 25, you see your
Yeah.
monk run at 30, and you're like, oh shit, 30 is fast compared to like our fighter who's going 20.
Yeah.
And then the red caps pull in going 50. Like,
It's awesome.
it's too much, man.
It is so good.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
Amazing.
it's pretty wild.
These
And I
creatures
guess
are
I
so
should just
fun,
throw
man.
out that the
Yeah.
boot strike is it's plus 13 to hit, and then 9 and 5 for the
Okay.
map. And then it's
Yeah.
1d6 plus 8 piercing. And traits
Piercing.
are agile and versatile to bludgeoning.
Oh, okay. Cool. As piercing did stand out as a bit odd, but I guess that makes sense.
Hmm.
They're stomping you or they're kicking you with their iron boots. Okay.
But if
Neat.
you think about it, don't forget that their stomp does the persistent
Yeah.
blood damage. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking that these boots have spikes on them. That's just what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the artwork, which we'll have on the screen here, yeah, they are pointed. They're definitely pointed.
Yeah. These boots are made for
They look like
stomping, is
they
all
could
I'm
create
saying.
a yeah. 100%. Oh, so good. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to add to this besides your want to use 700 of them in a combat? Where do you
Um,
think they fit into your like story if you were to do it?
I mean, I think that really they're there to I see them being used in two ways in my mind. One is to whittle down the PCs right before a final fight.
Hmm.
And then the other one is just kind of potentially as henchmen in the final fight. You have like a different fey creature of increased strength, or you have kind of a hag or some other sort of villainous, treacherous,
Yeah.
crazy fey motherfucker. And then these are their like little crew in front of you there, just like little wrecking
Yeah.
balls. And I just like see them as
Whenever
just
you
being
say
wild.
whenever you talk about a fake creature and then call them a minion, my heart just goes straight to
Hmm.
hag. There's a hag with a big old mushroom farm, and these things are pretending to be mushrooms, and they pop up, and you're dead. So you're screwed. I love
You
it.
dead.
Cool. All
Oh,
right. Well, if
big
that's it,
time.
Scoot, thank you very much for finally joining ET. Um, anyone who's familiar will know. You can already hear Scoot and his dulcet tones on the old Stemming the Tide on Uncharted North, and we'll hear him more and more on upcoming projects and hopefully stuff that's not even involving me, maybe one day, and hopefully behind the DM screen.
Let me close out on one more line
Okay.
from this poem.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. In the true spirit of ET, yes.
Thank you so, she uttered then, for all the lovely blood you've spilled. The soldier felt so guilty when he thought of all those whom he'd killed. And it just brings to mind all that blood and all those Redcaps just getting stronger and stronger every time.
I love it.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, man. That was awesome. I can't wait for this to get out there on the airwaves and to do more with you.
Keep it fun and keep it metal, baby. Redcaps for life.
Well, all right. That wasn't too bad, right? Like
Yeah, it's been good.
Got everything we needed.
Well, not everything.
What are we missing?
What do you mean? Okay, we've got more to do. James, hold on. I bought one more beer. It's from Bellwood's Brewery. It's a Fodder aged wild ale made with apricot. It's called the Barn Owl. No, still not getting it. Okay.
Nope.
You are an alcoholic. That's what we call you, James Alcoholic Kid. I'm Freeman, barely sober. Heiston? No?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Listeners, creatures, you've made it this far. Welcome to the ultimate segment, apparently. From Bestiary 1, page 259, the original episode 47, and for some reason, this man is presenting to me my favorite creature, the Owlbear.
The Owlbear. We couldn't do this without swapping who's doing what for somebody. We can't do it. That's what we do. We take turns. Yes, the Owlbear. I am going to show you what an owlbear can really do, because you thought you liked it in 5e. I can't tell you how many memes I've seen about the woes of 5e players on the owlbear stat block compared to the 2e one. And how the owlbear is described as this magnificently horrible creature to come across, and the 5e stat block's like, yeah, it scratch you. That's about all you get. That's about all you get. I'm not even joking. The owlbear has multi-attack with its beak and claws. That's it. That's 5e stat block.
That's
you
5e,
don't even want to know. 2e's. Okay. And you've actually faced one of these in unreleased content.
This is the 5e creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. So 5e, it does look quite cuddly and quite nice. And I haven't seen the D&D movie because I'm not planning on it. But
yeah,
love these creatures. And apparently they take place in said movie.
Yeah, I've heard as well. I'm also not sure if I'm going to bother. But yeah, the breakdown of how terrifying these creatures are in Pathfinder is no less terrifying. But that stat block's gonna leave you real happy, I think. Now you faced one of these in some unreleased content of ours, and it was real dangerous. And I had story reasons to not eviscerate the whole party immediately, but it came real close anyway.
Yeah, it did.
It was the only time I felt like I kind of held back because I was like worried. But yeah, let's talk about the Owlbear.
Yeah, okay. Take me through the 2e Owlbear that looks a little something like this. Even this is an even more imposing pose. Like it's
Yes.
standing
Yeah.
on its hind legs, and it is just, I want to say roaring, but I'm not a God. Damn motorcycles. I want to say roaring, but I'm not 100% sure that that's what it would be doing. In my head, it's doing this cute little hoo.
Well, no, even the 5e lore, if I recall correctly, specifies that it has a horrifying screech.
It does, yeah.
And the stat block still leaves you wanting. So we'll cover that. Oh, we'll be covering that. But let's talk about the basics here. Described as having the body of a powerful brown bear, which I thought was a bit redundant because, of course, it's powerful. It's a brown bear. And, of course, the keen senses of an owl bear. Of an owl, sorry. I got excited.
No, I get it. I'm excited too.
Dangerous, territorial, predator. Aggressively attacks anything that enters its space. It has a lair that expands, up to 5 miles beyond its nest, which is about, 8-ish kilometers. Any clear signs of its habitat appear within 1 mile or 1.6 kilometers. You can expect things like clawed up trees, gigantic feathers, shredded carcasses, etc. And they rarely leave their lair, and if they do, it is for the purposes of mating, rearing children, younglings, little cubs hatched from eggs. It's weird, a bear from an egg. And then their lairs, you won't find much in the way of useful goods. Although occasionally you might find some undigested, coins and jewels and such, from probably killing some traders along the path or something. And their origin is lost to time. Although it is speculated they were part of a magical experiment to create a more cunning and powerful predator. And according to legend, the first victim of any owlbear was indeed the creator. And they can be found all over Golarion, and they have minor adaptations based on climate. So in more temperate rainforests, you can expect a black bear, more of a black bear body with a barn owl face, or in the tundra, polar bears and snowy owls. That being said,
okay, so
the one we see the picture of, what kind of, it's obviously brown bear. What kind of owl is that? Do you know? Because I don't. You're the owl expert.
Best
here.
guess is a barn owl.
That's already claimed by rainforests.
Well, so barn owls are they're what we get here. We in BC, we mostly get barn owls, but every now and again we'll get something like a great horned owl, but I don't think that's a great horned owl.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And there are a couple of other, I can go get my bird book, but I think we're probably fine.
That's it. This episode is taking a dive into ornithology. We're going for it.
Yeah. So I'm actually struck by a lot of this. Most of this is almost verbatim the same as 5e. There's not a whole lot of differences there at all, including the regional adaptations. Like in Rime of the Frost Maiden, you faced a snowy owl bear.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's more that I can't think of off the top of my head, but they're just a reskinned version of the regular 5e owl bear.
Yeah.
So
yeah. The only thing I didn't find, or the one thing I did find that was a little bit separate, and it's a very small detail, but in 5e they have serrated beak, which you can see in the artwork. In the case of the second edition, that does not seem to be the case.
Okay.
But just a minor
take
physical
a quick
detail.
look at that. Yeah, you can see the serrated beak. I guess this is the first time the listeners would have ever had an owl bear on screen to take a look at if you're checking the video. But yeah, okay. I've never noticed that in owls themselves, but I understand the need for it. It really helps cut through flesh and muscle. It's the difference between a butter knife and a steak knife.
Basically, yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, other than that, basically the same idea, just large owl-headed, feathered bear body, so on and so forth, right? Possibly bred by a demented wizard. So that was even in the old 5e notes. So that lines up. Yeah.
It's weird that they're both have determined that somebody made this shit as opposed to just regular evolution. I think that's a weird choice to have made for Pathfinder when they could just be like, well, there's fucking magic, so magic shit happens.
I mean,
Like, why do you need to
sure.
try and justify that away with
Mhm.
genealogy, right?
Right. Yeah. I guess sometimes they just they probably just avoid changing, classic stuff where they feel it's fine and not problematic, so they just let it happen.
I guess.
Yeah. There was only one other note from the 5e lore that I really loved, and I wish it was a little more present here. And it's that it's fair to say that both versions are ill-tempered, stubborn, and nearly fearless. But what I really loved was that even creatures that outmatched and outsized it didn't bother to fuck with it because the collateral damage wasn't worth it. It's like,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
bears are vicious, as are
Yeah.
owls. So to put the two
Yeah.
of them together, you're not walking away from that with
Quite the combo.
unscathed. Like it's
Yeah.
they're both very dangerous predators. They're both
Yeah.
apex predators as far as at least most owls are apex predators, but I think bears are always apex. So
Yeah. So yeah, let's do the stat block because this is the most exciting part. For
yeah,
sure.
yeah. Show me.
I mean, they're awesome. But
Show me what they have in 2e versus 5e. Like, why is this more lauded as a stat block versus
yeah,
the 5th edition one, which was fine. It obviously didn't blow us away. But
Yeah.
let's dive into this.
in 5th edition, multi attack can be a very significant thing, especially at a lower level. What were they? CR 3. So multi attack at CR 3.
Yeah.
That can be scary. So at least they have that. But there's not a lot of dynamics to that stat block. It's pretty straightforward and, in my opinion, dull in comparison to what we have here. We'll go through the basics here first. Creature level 4. AC at 21. HP is 70. They are a large creature. They are neutral. And they are an animal. So as we discussed at the very beginning of this, we covered a beast. A beast was an animal with a higher intelligence. This is a baseline intelligence creature. So they're at a -4 intelligence. They are operating purely on instinct. That's about it.
Right. Whereas beasts are a -2, if I'm not mistaken. So there's your,
it's -3 or above. So they're right below the threshold. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to recall some knowledge on this creature, you're looking at a nature check at a DC of 19. Otherwise, you might dig into some unspecific lore or specific lore. I mean, specific lore, I guess, would be maybe creatures of the particular terrain that you're in. I guess that could work.
Yeah.
You're in the forest, like forest lore, and you can maybe use that. You're at a DC 17 for that. Specific lore could be, animals, dangerous animals of this terrain, or some such, like forest
Right.
animals lore, or some such. And then
Lore sign.
yeah. And lore ornithology. Somehow they both work.
Right, Or sign.
Have you ever playing a summoner? Just give your summon one and give yourself the other as like a running joke, and see how many animals you can find that crossover. So, decent perception of 13. Important note, I can't remember if we covered this so far yet. We probably have, maybe covering some other 2e stuff in the previous episodes a little bit, but perception is really important because it is your baseline initiative modifier in 2nd edition. So that's a really important thing to note. It's not just your ability to detect stuff. It's got a lot of clout in this game for that reason.
Yeah,
Now,
and it's not connected to your traditional skills in the way that it used to be. It's kind of broken out as more like a save in 2nd edition, which I think is great.
That's right.
I'm still don't love the concept of it, but
Mhm.
I also haven't loved it in any game that I've played yet.
Yeah. You're not able to manually choose your level of proficiency in it, or you're trained or whatever. That is basically it's automatically going to raise an increase in power based on your class and the level you're at.
Yeah.
And it's a very important skill for many features of the game. But it is not technically under the list of skills.
Okay.
So Owlbear, speed of 25, so it's got the same speed as your average PC to start.
Right, so they're actually
and,
slower than they are in 5e.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they have, but they got something to their advantage. We'll see a little bit. They got low light vision, so they're probably hunting, in the evening or in the early morning, but not in the middle of the night. And they
Also
do have
worse than 5e, where they have dark vision.
Yeah. And then they have imprecise scent, however, to back that up. So even if they are hunting at night, they can probably try and detect something via scent, as long as it's within 30 feet. Obviously, they have a big boost to their strength with a 6. Their con is a 5. Everything else is like middling or low. So they are beastly tough things. Get a obvious bonus to their athletics, a little bit to acrobatics, and their intimidation, which I think is fun. I kind of wonder if how much this thing can imagine trying to put fear into something to gain advantage. If it doesn't quite have that intelligence, but I don't know.
I would argue
that in general.
that
I think they do.
Yeah. So I would argue that something as primal as intimidation, like trying to get something away from your territory, would be just baked into animals. Like, I don't know if you've ever encountered a bear before, but almost 100% of the time that I've encountered them, they've just raised up on 2 legs and just let out a roar. There were a couple of anomalies, but and that's the point, is because they don't want to engage you. They want you to fuck off while they're eating.
Right. Yeah. This is my home and my dinner. Do not cross the line.
Yeah. This bush of blueberries, this is mine. You need to fuck right off for a couple hours.
Yeah. Love it. As far as defenses go, they've got a highest in fortitude, which you can imagine with that con. And they're not too nimbly, so the reflex is 7. So fortitude 13, 7 reflex, 11 will. So that's the stubbornness coming through, I think. But let's get into
that's the owl, I'm sure.
Yeah. Let's get into ye old actions. Oh, I love the action economy in this system.
Okay. Yeah.
Basic stuff. Single action, Talon. Standardly plus 14 to hit. Can be 1d10 plus 6 piercing. This is an agile attack. So it does have the -4 and -8 respective multiple attack penalties. And it also has what's called plus grab, which I'll cover in just a sec. They also have a beak attack. Okay. That's going to be the same baseline attack bonus at 14. Not agile, so it's taking that -5 and -10. And it's a 1d12 plus 6 as opposed to 1d10. So big little bit of a boost to the damage there.
Okay. So just a quick question for you, as somebody who has got way more experience than 2e at GM space. Do you reckon the talons are agile because there's 2 of them and the beak isn't because there's only 1 of them, or do you reckon that has to do with the speed of the muscles involved to use them?
I don't consider. I hadn't really. Actually, I should say I hadn't considered the fact that there's 2 of them. But my gut tells me it's more of the speed of the muscles. That's what I think. I have a hard time imagining, even though it's what you want to do mechanically, you almost want to use that first attack for the higher damaging one. I've done it for the, perhaps unethically, but I have a hard time imagining something lunging forward and using its face first to attack, rather than grab with the claws and then pull you into the face. I'm sure it does, but I just have a hard time picturing it. Like, this right here, your face is so it's one of the most delicate things of your body, and there's so much there, and the instinct tells me not to put my face in first. It's arm's length, baby.
Your mouth and nose aren't made of pure hardened cartilage; they're just made of regular cartilage.
Know of.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, that's not how owls hunt either. Owls aren't beak hunters; they're talon hunters. So that makes sense.
Yeah. That's something to think of going forward. Actually, I hadn't really thought about the whole 2-limb thing, but yeah. Let's talk about the plus grab though. The plus grabs are really big because in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, if you want to grab something, you have to spend one of your actions to do it, and you have to take the grab action, basically, or their grapple action, or whatever. I forget what it's called exactly. But you basically, and it has the attack trait to it, so it affects your multiple attack penalty. So you have to basically spend an action, attempt to grab someone, roll an athletics check. That goes against, I think, their reflex DC, and then if you succeed, they are grabbed, which makes them immobilized. They can't move, and also makes them flat-footed, which gives them a -2 to their AC. So it's very significant. However, plus grabs are amazing on creatures because they don't have to roll the check. They still have to spend the action economy, but they do not have to roll the check. So if this thing hits you with a talon, it can just spend its next action to grab you. And now it can attack
just
you.
like auto grab.
Right. And now it can effectively attack you with its beak, still at that -5 with its second attack for that round, but you're at a -2 AC, so you've basically removed the effect of you haven't removed the penalty so much as you've almost effectively made the beak agile by losing out on the -1.
It would actually be
it's even
better than agile.
Yeah. That's almost the order you want to go in. If you're already within melee reach, you grab a talon, grab, beak, strike. Deadly combo. And you start working in your upper range of the multiple attack penalty.
Right. So that would be your 3 action round then, is the talon, the free grab, and then the beak at the...
Mm-hmm.
My question at that point is, because the grab has an attack trait, does it also, like, even though it's a free grab, does it count against our map? So would that beak be actually at a -4?
It's actually a really good question that I don't know the answer to off my head, and that's something I probably should know. Now that I think about it, because I've definitely used this a few times. I feel like the fact that you're not rolling the check might mean that you don't go through the attack penalty motions.
Right, but you're spending the action, and it's the action that has the attack trait, not the roll. If I could be mistaken here.
That's something we're gonna have to look into. That's something we definitely got to look into.
Write that down for later.
Yeah. Put a sticky note on my monitor here. Yeah, that's a very good question. It's also worth noting too that it's you call it free grab, but you also know it costs you action economy. It's not really free. It does cost you something.
Right.
That being said, there are creatures with things called improved grab, which does make it a free action. So
right. And if I'm not mistaken, that's a creature feat, right?
I think you can maybe work your way up to improved grab and feats, but it doesn't function the same way. I think it's just like
I just mean like it falls under the feat category versus the action category. But for creatures, instead of it being a feat, it counts the passive. Is that right? Is that how they changed the language?
Yeah, basically a passive, or you might call it just a monster ability, I think is the main thing. But it falls under sort of the passive category of the stat block. Yeah.
Because in 1E, they used to be feats. Like, you could actually just give creatures PC feats.
Right, yeah.
Or PC levels. Like, this could be Owlbear 3, Monk 1 for all intents and purposes.
They've other than spellcasting, they have pulled very far away from that, and there are a lot of, obviously, creature abilities that creatures can have that PCs can never have, and vice versa as well. They're very, very separate from each other, more so than they used to be, especially compared to 1E. 1E was a lot of, like, this is an NPC that's just a PC. You know, learn how to play a PC quick. And you're like, damn it, that's not easy. You know?
Another reason that I love this system.
Yeah. Exactly the reason I hated DMing it. It was too much. Well, at least at higher levels. It was way too much work.
Fair. But
speaking of which, here's why you can see that the setup for these creatures could be so much simpler to like prep for. So far pretty straightforward. You gotta find some of the nested rules for, like, you know, the grab and how that works, and does it still cost me the action? You gotta do some research to find that. But once you know that, you can do that going forward. It's not hard to maintain and understand. We get into another action that it's an 80-foot emanation, which costs 1 action, and it's called Blood Curdling Screech.
80 feet is so many feet.
Yeah. Emanation is a very particular term. It's important. It means that it basically starts from the outside of your character, the outer edge of your character. However, you can actually choose generally whether or not it includes you, but it does start from the outer side of your character. So when it goes 80 feet, it doesn't include your square. It starts in the square adjacent to you.
Whereas burst starts in your square.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Actually, burst doesn't. Burst is a weird one. Burst starts at the corner of a square or of 4 squares. Usually a burst action has a range, so you choose a location away from you and you pick a corner of a square and it bursts from there. which is pretty darn. The line, I believe, is the one that starts from your square, or the one ahead of you at least. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I'm just thinking of the 3-action heal, but that's not relevant to this conversation. Tell me about this blood-curdling screech.
So it has the auditory, emotion, fear, and mental traits. So these are all important because it has to be heard to have an effect, hence the auditory trait, although that is technically separate from what sometimes that's combined with a sonic trait. But not really the case here, I don't think. But yeah, it has to be heard in order for it to have an effect. It has the emotion trait, which in turn always has the mental trait, which it has here as well. So you basically have to be able to be afraid of this blood curdling screech. You have to have some emotion and what have you. And
okay, so like if you were an automaton or undead, you may be immune to things with the emotional trait.
Exactly, yeah. Like the mindless undead would not be affected by this. That being said, there are much fewer mindless undead in this version of the game than I think in previous editions. A lot of them are reasonably more thinking. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, as somebody who's fought and killed a lot of them. Yes, there are very, very few mindless undead.
Yeah. So here's what this does. The Owlbear unleashes a loud screech that terrifies its prey. Each creature within that 80-foot emanation must attempt a DC 20 will save. Regardless of the result, the creature is temporarily immune for 1 minute. So, fool me once. Critical success, unaffected. You've stood your ground. Success, even if you succeed, you're still shaking a little bit, and that's what I love about this system. You're frightened 1. Frightened is really important. It is status penalty to nearly everything on your character sheet. All of your DCs and your attacks and your AC, and it's brutal. If you fail, you're frightened 2. So you're getting a -2 to everything. And in case it hasn't been covered, and it's something we're going to say over and over and over, every plus or -1 in this game really matters. It's really big.
Oh god. As much as there's a huge range of numbers, like my AC is 30, the difference between critting and not critting, or hitting and not hitting, is always going to be 1. So giving a +1 or a -1 or a +1 or a -2, like you're still adding 5% for each +1.
Yeah.
That math doesn't change.
Yeah, your character's AC of 30 is not overpowering. It is a necessity. Against the things you're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, mind you, I have the highest AC in the party by kind of a long shot, but that's also I've designed my character to be a wall versus a tank.
Yeah. Critical failure is frightened 3, which is no fun, of course, given that conversation. And you are also fleeing for 1 round, which means you have to spend all of your actions getting away from the source. And that's, remember, you have 3 actions. That's at least 75 feet of movement on average of just going the other way. That's not
as a
good thing.
player, I would rather be frightened than fleeing. Fleeing sucks in the game. It takes all the fun out of playing.
Yep. You flee for 1 round, and then you have to make your way back the next round. It's brutal. Unless you're a caster who has some decent range, you're screwed for a couple rounds at least.
Yeah, it really does take you out of the game for 2 rounds. Whereas at least frightened, you've only got a status penalty, and you can still keep on keeping on. But fleeing, you are fucked for 2 whole rounds. Like that is a really brutal critical fail.
Mm-hmm. So at this point, we've mostly covered what the 5e stat block can do, other than the grab part. And now we've covered this blood curdling screech, is what I really wish was in the 5e stat block, given that they do specify that in the lore itself. And then we have another single action called Gnaw, as in Gnaw, Gnaw. So basically,
how else would you spell
creature,
Gnaw?
I don't know. I've said "gnaw" before, and it confused people. So I feel like I had to say. I said, don't you remember? It was on Something a Tide. I said gnawing something. It was like a gnawing. I forget the words, but everyone was very confused about what the hell I just said.
Okay.
Anyway, there's a requirement for this one. It needs to have grabbed a creature within its talons. So now we're throwing back already. And the effect is that the owlbear attempts to disembowel the creature with a beak strike. So even without this, we were already right that you want to do this. But now you have an added bonus, because if that strike hits, The creature now has to attempt a will save of DC 22, or if it's critical success, it's fine. If it's a success, it's sickened 1. If it's a failure, it's sickened 1 and slowed 1, as long as it remains sickened. And there is no critical failure effect on this one. Thank goodness.
That's not terrible.
Well, I mean, sickened.
What kind of save is that?
Will save, because you're like
will save.
You're basically trying to not panic by the fact that you're about to be disemboweled.
Keep your bowels inside.
Yeah. The sickened condition adds a penalty to all your checks and DCs. It's not as bad as frightened, but it's not great. The only way to get rid of it is to spend an action retching to try and redo the DC. So you can attempt that and fail over and over and over. James is very familiar with failing that over and over.
Every one of my characters has had this happen to them for multiple rounds. Every single one.
To the point where
including
you said,
my support casters.
You're just going to take the penalty and finish the combat first. I think every time.
yeah. There were a couple of times where I made it through, but that's all Gilda stuff. Like there's some unreleased Arthur stuff where I couldn't make the second session, so that's just what Arthur spent the game doing.
Yeah, it was unrecorded. He just spent the rest of the game in the corner, dry heaving and casting heal spells when he could. Oh, it was good. The other important thing though about sickened is that you cannot willingly ingest anything. So you cannot drink a potion or an elixir or take a mutagen. Like you can't. So if that's what you are relying on that moment, you're in trouble. And slowed one is not fun. At least not right away. So if you fail and you're second one, and then you're slowed one, that means on your next turn, you reduce the amount of actions you get by the amount of slowed you are. So your next turn, you only get 2 actions, which could really suck if you're trying to like break that grab and try to do an escape check and then get something else done. You're really limited, and you're probably staying in the danger zone because you're second and slowed.
Yeah, so one of the things I think is very important about slowed is about the distribution of the action economy. Because as far as I know, your 3 actions are distributed at the top of the round. Not on your turn. Your reaction is distributed on your turn. So at the top of the round, when the first initiative order starts, you only get 2 actions. And if you lose that slowed before your turn, you still only have 2 actions until the end of the round.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know if there's an effect that would remove slow before your turn. I'd be curious to know if there really was.
Haste
would do it. Okay, that's interesting. That's also something worth double checking. That's a really good point. Yeah, because stunned will override slowed. Yeah. But haste counteracts it because that gives you what's called the quickened condition. That's really neat. That's really cool. I did not think of that. Good to know.
Let me just try and game the system now that I'm the PC and not the GM.
I'm gonna go look up how many creatures I have ahead of me that can slow. Okay, so that can be rough and tumble right there. Our original action economy idea already added effect on it. That's gonna be really fuck up your day.
Talon, grab, gnaw, like just a righteous 3 round, especially considering with that third. You still have your map minus, your map 1 or your map 2. We're still unsure on that, but like there's also a DC and then there's conditions on top of that. So it's pretty hard to get down that track when it's your third action. But if you do get down that track, you are punished for it in a way that is only happening in 2E.
Seriously. Oh man. And then we have one final thing, and it's what I was saying earlier about the creature speed.
Because that's not enough.
No, it's not enough.
Okay.
It's never enough. We have what's called Screeching Advance. Also auditory, emotion, fear, and mental effects. The Owlbear makes a blood-curdling screech, which we've already covered, and strides twice. So this costs you 2 actions for the effects of 3. So we can stride up to 2 times and do its blood-curdling screech. All creatures within the 80 foot of the Owlbear at any point during the movement are subject to the effects. So it can choose when that blood-curdling screech goes off in that movement. So if it knows you're not quite far enough within the radius, and it's just got to make it halfway first, and then it screeches and keeps coming at you. Yeah, it's a pretty bad combo. So,
amazing. That's such a vicious 2 action to stride twice and then just let off this blood curdling screech that we've already covered. That's 80 feet, and then the DC 20 will save. That's got to be it, right? Like that's already so much better than the 5e stat block.
You get so much going on there. It's a lot to track in a way, but once you read through it and you understand some of the nested rules, you can see how easy it is to connect them all together, and you can just plan your strategy before the combat begins without a whole lot of effort. And the more you read these stat blocks, I'm so excited to have switched to Pathfinder 2nd Edition, because the more you read these stat blocks, the more you can quickly interpret a new one that you haven't read yet. And as we go on, I hope that we help people listening and watching do the same. And I hope that we get a little bonus of that too. And you, James, I know you haven't run or looked at too many of these compared to me, right? So this ideally will prep you more for running these games in this system. It's really cool. There is a consistency and a flow that you can expect from some of these stat blocks, but somehow they aren't boring.
Yeah. So these stat blocks have always been kind of intimidating to me because they are a lot. They look like a lot and they read like a lot. And I think it's just a matter of formatting. For whatever reason, Paizo hasn't, in my opinion, figured out a way to format them cleanly. But Archives of Nethys and Foundry VTT, 2 sources that we can't shout out enough, make it flow in a way that it cannot possibly flow on a page. They really do deserve to be digital. I would love to see Paizo come up with like a paid monthly app. Like, I'll give Paizo $5 a month to an iPad or like web version, like a D&D Beyond version or whatever. I know they'll never ask for that because of Archives of Nethys, but the connections, the internal linking, it really, really helps when looking at these. Like just looking at them on the page in the book is fine because that's how I prefer to learn, but I can't actually learn it until I start digging in on AON.
Right. The actual tooltips, because it's a newer feature on Archives of Nethys, and like the tooltips that float and the fact that they've gone through everything to link them all is unreal. And it makes it so much faster and so much easier because of those nested rules. And you're right, it deserves to be digital in a way, because the reason the formatting is hard on Paizo's end is because they have to put it in a book. They have to worry about page count and print time and the money that is involved in that. There's a reason things are formatted in those ways. It's to save page space, which makes it harder to navigate when it's in a book. So I think they do a pretty damn good job considering stuff. Yeah, but like rules, you're back and forth, pages and page, right? They can't. They basically have to avoid repeating themselves too much. It takes up too much room.
They do a good job, but I'm not gonna lie to you. The 2E stat blocks and the 2E character sheets are the ugliest I've ever seen out of any game. I will not use the Paizo branded 2E character sheet because I think it's just absolute trash. Like it's such rubbish.
I don't remember the last time I looked at it because Foundry is the best.
Foundry's great. So I also have another one.
Again, digital. It's got tabs, right? That's you can't do that on a piece of paper. You can't do it.
No.
There
is a physical one that's good, but it is done in the 1E style, because I think the 1E character sheets are probably some of the best I've ever seen, as opposed to the variant 5E ones, which I'll try and remember to link. You can get them on DM's Guild. I don't remember who I bought them from, but they're shout out to those variant 5E character sheets because they are fucking choice.
Oh, I remember them. I remember them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try and find the variant 2E sheet that I have as well.
Cool.
But yeah, you're right. It is because it's so self-referential and everything needs to connect to something else, and it's just impossible to do that analog.
Yeah. That being said, you said you would give Paizo $5 a month. You can easily donate to Archives of Nethys. They are an official partner of Paizo. Yeah. But anyone who uses them thinks they're very valuable. And same with Foundry. You can support them on Patreon. They're extremely good tools, especially for the system, and they absolutely deserve a little bit of cash if you can afford it. Because
I do $20 a year to Archives of Nethys. I know it's not enough, but it's what I can afford currently. And eventually, as a show, as a network going forward, we're going to
We'll do our
talk
part
about
when we can.
supporting the archives. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, back to the Owlbear. there ain't much more. The stat block's amazing. There's a little bit of more info here, in that there is a variant Owlbear that doesn't really list in the stat block, a stat block for it. But basically, the snowy Owlbears are considered to trade their terrifying screech for amazing stealth, and have learned the ability to erupt from the snow to take prey by surprise. Which I wish we had a little action for that was built out, which would be really fun. Although incredibly rare, apparently some Owlbears will also retain a limited form of flight, allowing them to glide almost 20 feet for every foot of height descended. Terrifyingly, these gliding Owlbears are entirely silent during the descent of on their prey.
Yep. Yes, they are.
It makes me want to fight a snowy Owlbear, and then we actually do get a stat block for this, not with the flight part or the jumping in a snow part, but there is a stat block on Archives of Death called the Irriseni Owlbear. It comes from Irrisen, which is a northern nation on Galarian. It's just like known for the fact that it's really harsh land and the snow and ice never melt. And it's really brutal.
It's also known that their monarch is a witch, Baba Yaga specifically.
Baba Yaga. Yeah.
Queen Anastasia.
The weird thing about this stuff, I was very confused about it when I was looking at it first, because it's literally just the same, but level 5 instead of level 4. Okay. And I thought that's strange. That's just an elite template. It literally double checked the stats. It's an elite template. So we said we were talking about this down the line here. So here it is. Like in elite and weak templates, basically you can apply them to any creature to lower or raise their level by 1. And you're basically just adding, based on the current level, you're adding HP by a flat amount, and basically stats by a flat amount, skills by a flat amount, and it's somewhere in the range of like a +2 or something like that to most things. And it's pretty straightforward. It's like a really useful tool. But this creature literally was just that, and I was confused by it. I was like, why is it got a whole separate stat block? The only thing it really says is that they're, it's like a symbol of Irrisen, this like particular Owlbear. And so I double checked the source because it comes from the Lost Omens travel guide. And it turns out in the travel guide, it literally it doesn't even give a stat block, because I was thinking that's a waste of space to just reprint something with a couple extra, with the elite template on it. But they didn't. It just says use the Owlbear with the elite template. And I was like, oh. So Archives of Death just went out of their way to like put it on there. The thing though is that there's one additional detail, and this is I'm so glad I looked it up, is that it says use the elite template, but also give it cold resistance 5. Except Archives of Death didn't do it. So that's why I was really confused. They missed the cold resistance 5, and I've reported it. I was like, oh, hey, guys. By the way, you're missing something, right? Because otherwise, it literally is just an elite template Owlbear. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. So the whole purpose of giving it its own entry, they missed. God love them.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they get that on there, as well as giving it that fucking glide mechanic, because
that would be awesome.
I mean, it would essentially just be Featherfall, right?
Something like it, but yeah, but it's no, glide is definitely a mechanic in the game where you have to keep moving in a particular direction, and I'm sure you can turn a little bit, but you're locked into the motion, right? The forward moving motion to a degree. Otherwise, you're just going to drop straight down. So.
Right.
You have to math your way around that depending on the size of your map and stuff when you're going. So it can that can take a little bit of prep for sure.
Yeah. So I'm quickly looking it up, and there are a bunch of different glides, like racial specific glide. Like there's an Uruxi glide, a Leshy glide, a Gripply glide.
There's one for the Strix as well.
I don't see one for the Strix, but
you have to feed your way into it for sure, at least. But
okay, yeah.
Well, as a PC, I guess
there's a glider form for the Eidolon, for the Summoner.
Yeah.
So there are mechanics that they could steal from. Yeah.
I love the idea of taking prey by surprise by bursting out of the snow. I like to imagine it's either they get like a bonus to their stealth when in snowy terrain, which is an obvious thing that happens quite a bit in the creature stat blocks. They get a little bonus space and terrain. We actually covered it with the Shambler, And then also maybe it's like, you know, if it burrows in the snow is like you can't really discern that it's been burrowed into. It would be a really unique way of doing it, you know.
Okay.
Like some like elemental creatures that can burrow into the ground or into like a rock wall. When they do so, they leave no evidence behind. So I think that would be a neat thing where you know for a fact that this thing is going to effectively surprise attack you, catch you flat-footed right away or something like that. I think that would be neat.
That would be fucking
you could basically,
terrifying. Just
so long
walking
as it's
down
in the
street and
snow,
this bear
yeah,
explodes out of it.
I think I know how you could do that. So long as it's managed to burrow in the snow, you can give it the surprise attacker ability, which means anything that hasn't gone before you when the combat starts, because we have no surprise rounds, right? Anything that hasn't gone yet is flat-footed to your next attack, and that would be the easiest way to do it.
Yeah,
just go look up the old rogue. Yeah, it'll work. But yeah, that's the old owlbear. What do you think?
That's it for Owlbear. I love it. Other than the art, which again, I'm not 100% sure if I like the 2e. This is the 2e here. I'm not 100% sure I like this more than I like the 5e art. The 5e art's like it's this sketch style. It's kind of classic. I don't love the 5e art as is. But I don't think I like the Paizo representation better. And I think that's just probably me. I do really like the 5e art style, and I'm not in love with the Paizo art style just yet.
Yeah, fair enough. There is a reasonable amount of variance in the Paizo art style that I have found. It's definitely not a consistent thing. I mean, 5e wasn't always consistent either, right? But yeah, there's some variance there. And I think some of the creatures look amazing, but some of them definitely, they're okay.
Yeah, Trevor's Aboleths earlier on in the series, way better in 2e than in 5e, in my opinion.
Really cool. Yeah, so much more alien looking, you know.
Yeah.
You have one final thing to add. During this, I did manage to pay attention and skim through a rule for grab, and the multiple attack penalty. It does not suffer from the multiple attack penalty, much to the chagrin of the PCs, because grab is a creature ability, grapple is a PC ability.
Okay.
Grapple has the attack trait, grab does not.
Not a fan, but I understand.
Again, with the separation of the PC mechanics and the creature mechanics, they've kept it pretty clear and wide. Yeah.
Well, I guess if that's it, thank you so much, Freeman, for not only essentially putting this together and running the show, but you know, here's to you, good buddy, for 100 fucking episodes. That is batshit insane.
Cheers, man. With nearly no break. With nearly no break at all.
Yeah, and thank you, listeners, and hopefully we get 100 more, and we do. Probably not this giant size of a 200, but something special for 3.5 years when we get there.
Yeah.
And we hope you all decide to follow us on our journey through second edition. This is a very important change for us, not only because we like the system more, but we like the company that produces the system more, and we truly believe it's a more well-rounded game. I don't want to say better game because, not everything for all people, but as far as we're concerned, it's a more well-rounded game, and I think it's probably an easier game to learn than you might think.
Mm-hmm. And as always, if you subscribe to the Patreon at the proper tier, we'll cover whatever system you want. So if you want to hear us angrily rant about another 5e creature, if that's worth something to you, get on there because we'll do it. we will do it. We might even invite Gabe back just for that one.
Yeah. And that Patreon also allows you direct access to us as well as our Discord. But that for $5 a month, not only do you get a handwritten thank you letter and a theme button and probably some stickers and some other goodies, and for $10 a month is that tier Freeman's talking about, where you can suggest a creature. You also get a discount code for our merch store. But you also get a special access to our a place in our Discord called the Patreon Lounge, where we are available as long as we're awake to answer any questions you have. We love talking about this stuff, be it 5e, be it 2e, be it Traveler. Delta Green, whatever floats your boat. We want you in the Discord and we want to hear about it. And you can get there by just going to unchartednorth.com/Discord. That'll just prompt you a direct link. If you want to see some of our cool merch, including a hat not exactly like this, but very similar to our Critty Encounter This chapeau, the dad cap, you can find that all at unchartednorth.com/shop. If you want to find some of the images, if you're an audio listener, you can find that on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook. Twitter and Facebook is at @EncounterPod. Instagram is @encounter.pod. If you want to see the show notes that we used to put these together, probably not this episode, but every other episode, you can find those all at encounterthis.ca. That will just directly shuffle you to the Encounter This page of the Uncharted North website. If you have the ability and the opportunity to rate and review on your platform of choice, be it YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, whatever it is, it really does help new people find us. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the bell to be notified when new episodes come out. Hit the subscribe button if you really dig it. But mostly just, throw a thumbs up if you thought anything we covered was interesting. That all really helps, as far as I can tell, with the YouTube metrics. I'm still very new at YouTube. But thank you so much for being with us through 100 episodes. It's still fucking wild to me that people want to listen to us clowns talk about dumb shit, like stuff that we're literally making up or that somebody else made up. But from the bottom of our hearts, we do really appreciate it.
I feel like it's become a little less wild because going through these episodes with guests and stuff, it's so I felt it. I felt how different it was to host one of these little segments with someone else. And it's actually a little bit strange. And we were kind of going for the illusion that we did them all back to back. I screwed that up by cutting my hair and trimming my beard. But it doesn't change the fact that what we finished all the guest ones, and then James and I did these together, and I was like, immediately it felt like it was back to the home turf, It's like this. It doesn't surprise me. Maybe because we have some flow. I mean, all the guests were fun. They were great. They had the different types of energy and lots to add. It was so much fun. And I can't wait to have any and all of them back at some point, so especially since we're doing video and whatnot. But and
just a reminder, all the links to all their shows will be in the description. And a big thank you to Trevor and Gabe and Scott and Duncan and Cam, all for being here and helping us out with this. It wouldn't be this giant size extravaganza without them wanting to participate in a way that was probably unfair of us to ask them, but they showed up.
They were all excited.
Incredible. Yeah. And we'll try our best to have some of them on in the future. And I'd love to do more guests, creature designers. Maybe, if this show gets big enough, I'd love to have Bullman on here, like Jason Bullman from Paizo. Sabine Phoenix, one of the old 5e reps. Like, they would be great to have on the show just to talk about creature design or whatever they're into right now. Like the fact that we've now done and experimented with guests really opens up doors and avenues, and maybe a new Patreon tier down the road.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, that would be truly amazing. But I guess that's it. I guess that's the extravaganza. Let the fanfare roll. Everyone, pop your Christmas crackers. Set off your fireworks. I don't recommend throwing glitter because that you never get rid of it when you do. So don't do that. That's a nightmare. And I guess we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yep, with our first ever 2E exclusive episode. And it is also going to probably be a giant-sized one. That might be a little bit of a spoiler. But it will be a good opportunity for me to come out of my shell.
Oh, okay. That's gotta be a segue in there somewhere. Start looking up shells on Aeon, everyone.
Yeah. But thank you again so much, creatures, for everything, for joining us for this, and we'll be back very shortly. It will not take us this long to get to our next one. So thanks again.
Cheers, friends. Until next time, creatures. Thanks as always for listening to Encounter This.